Sound check. Hello. Rinig ko yung background. Pero yun dun. Dito lang. Kasi malapit.
Okay. Nalayo ako sa'yo. Narinig mo sa ma'am?
Hello. Sound check. Mahina. Mahina. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello.
Rinig.
Rinig.
Malating talaga yan. So, hindi mo iba. Gusto nyo try yung isa? Kaya ito mo. Ganito kasi yan eh.
Sige po.
Salita ko dito. Hindi. Kaso, naka-background music tayo doon. So, if ever nag
Tinanggal ko eh. Hello. What's up, everybody? Wait, you just plug a device into it. Huh? Hello. Hi. Ba't hindi ko narinig yung sarili ko? Hi. Pero ba yun? Anyway, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 48th Annual National Convention. Ano ba yung background? Oh? Really? Welcome. Good morning, everyone. Kailangan lang po natin makonect.
Background music. Check, okay naman sir. Check nga kung may nagsasalita na. Ay, hindi ako makapag-show ng video sir eh. Ay.
Hello. I check. Wala pa. Hello, mic check. Hello. Hello. Hello, hello.
I-adjust ko lang.
Hello Sir Ray, good morning po.
Hello, mic check. Mic check. Hello. Mic check.
On a mission and get high up. I know that I'ma die, reaching for a life that I don't really need at all. Never listen to replies, learn the lesson from the wise. You should never take advantage fast from somebody that ain't tried. They said I wouldn't make it out alive. They told me I would never see the rise. That's why I gotta get them every time. Gotta watch them bleed too. Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Raise it to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far. I'm start walking. Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Raise it to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far. I'm start walking.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3.
Been there since I came out
Mic
my
check,
mama.
1, 2, 3.
God daddy never would. Prove him wrong every time till it's normal.
Okay. Mic check, 1, 2, 3.
You know
Mic
that
check.
you can join if these demons
Mic
don't
check,
like me.
1, 2, 3. Mic check.
Likely they wanna fight me. Come on, try it out. Try me. They put me down, but I never cried out. Why me? We're from the bottom.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Mic check.
They said I wouldn't make it out alive. They told me I would never see the rise. That's why I gotta get them every time. Gotta watch them bleed too. Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Raise it to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far. I'm start walking. Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Raise it to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far. I'm start walking.
Hello, hello, sound check, sound check. Okay, good morning everyone. Dry run tayo. While waiting sa ating mga panelists. So, let's go. Start tayo sa looping.
It is a great pleasure for me to welcome each and everyone to this year's Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines PEC exhibit opening. I am very glad to acknowledge our high-level participants, exhibitors, and technical professionals being able to join us physically again for the first time in 2 years.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please settle down as we are about to begin in 5 minutes.
Bali ma'am, medyo lakas pa tayo ng boses.
Relaxan.
Apo.
I feel good.
Accept responsibility in making sound engineering decisions consistent with the safety, health, and welfare of the public, and to disclose promptly the factors that might endanger lives and the environment.
So good. So good.
Try nga tayo ulit, balik tayo.
Avoid real
5
or
minutes announcement. Balik tayo sa 5-minute announcement.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please settle down as we are about to begin in 5 minutes.
I feel good.
accept responsibility in making sound engineering decisions consistent with the safety, health, and welfare of the public, and to disclose promptly the factors that might endanger lives and the environment.
So good, so good. I got you. Wow, I feel
Avoid real or perceived conflict of interest or disclose existence of such to affected parties.
I feel nice, like sugar and spice. So nice, I got you.
Be honest, objective, impartial and realistic in stating claims or estimates based on available facts.
When I hold you in my arms, I know that I can't do no wrong. I got my first real six-string, bought it at the five and dime.
Avoid at all cost graft and corruption in all its forms.
Was the summer of '69. Me and some guys from school had a band and we tried real hard. Jimmy quit, Jody got married.
Improve the ethical understanding of technology and its appropriate application.
Back now.
Good morning, Sir Ray. Good morning, Sir Lino. Start po tayo, sir, ng around 7:45 po. Thank
Good
you po.
morning.
Used to keep it cool, used to be a fool, all about the bounce in my step. Watch it on the news, what you gonna do? I could hit refresh and forget. Used to keep it cool. Should I keep it light, stay out of the fight? No one's gonna listen to me. If I write a song, preaching what is wrong, will they let me sing on TV? Should I keep it light? Is that right? Way up we go. Been up and down that road. Way up, oh no. We gon' burn the whole house down. Watch me standing in line. You're only serving lies. You got something to hide. We gon' burn the whole house down. We gon' burn the whole house down. Yeah, used to let it go. Walk into the show, gawking at the tricks up your sleeve. Too good to be truthful. I'm in a room full of entertainers and thieves. Used to let it go. Oh no.
Ay, nako.
Lakas na lang.
Ako, malakso. Hello.
Sorry. Hello, Mike.
Ah, hello, mic check. Hello. Mic check. 1, 2, 3.
Check mo kung ano. Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning. Hello, mic check. Hello, mic check.
Should I
Mic
hang
check.
my head
Mic
low?
check.
Should I bite my tongue? Or should I march with every stranger from Twitter to get shit done? Used to hang my head low, now I hear it loud. Every Twitter is gonna burn this down. Way
Hindi naman
up
po
we
sila
go.
mag-iwan.
Been up and down that road. Way up
Hindi naman siya ganun kalakas
we
magsalita.
gon' burn
Kilala ko lang.
Ay, hindi.
Watch me standing in line.
Hindi siya sa
Only serving
Hindi naman po kayo
lies. You
mag-isa.
got something to hide.
nagka-live lang. Nakasampu na lang po. Mamaya. Mic check. Hello?
Hindi, hindi.
Hello, mic check. Hello, mic check. Sobrang rinig po. Okay na. Dito na lang. Pag wait lang. Alvin, try mo nga magsalita. Yan na yung pinakamalaan mo. Hindi na.
Hello Sir Lino, hello Sir Ray. Bale, mag-admit na po kami ng mga participants po. Papapasokin na po namin. Thank you po.
Ay, sis. Mic check. Hello. Hi. Okay.
It is a great pleasure for me to welcome each and everyone to this year's Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines 3E Expo exhibit opening. I am very glad to acknowledge our high-level participants, exhibitors, and technical professionals being able to join us physically again for the first time in 2 years. present to you our guest of honor, the President of the Institution of Engineers Malaysia, Professor Dr. Norlida Buniamin.
My sincere gratitude to the organizing committee of the annual National Convention and Tree Expo 2022 for inviting me as the guest of honor for this very prestigious event. My sincere congratulations to the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers, IEE of the Philippines, for their success in organizing this annual convention and expo. It gives me a great pleasure to extend an invitation to all of you present here today. Thank you very, very much.
Today, as IIEE's 3E Expo 2022 makes its big comeback in the new normal world, it is with great honor and pride to congratulate the 3E Expo 2022, situated in a small hotel, and now boosting it to what is today. I am eternally grateful that we finally made this happen the last 2 years. Now, I can proudly say that IIE is finishing this year strong.
I'm honored to be here to introduce our guests from the Energy Regulatory Commission as we move forward with our continued partnership this year and the next.
Elated and honored with this invitation, and I sincerely thank the organizers for inviting me and everyone for listening. I hope I have imparted some knowledge. Mabuhay ang IIEE, ang akademya, at ang mga individual na ating magiging kabalikat sa pagtugon sa mga hamon.
This is it. By the power vested upon me by the leadership and organization of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, I now declare the IIEE 3E Expo 2022 open.
The IIE mission to enhance the competencies of electrical practitioners to make positive contribution towards new trends and technologies. To be an authority of electrical engineering services that results to safe, reliable, and efficient systems. To consistently deliver high-quality products and services duly recognized by international organizations and institutions. To promote awareness on the use of environmentally friendly electrical products, services, and resources, as well as active participation on disaster preparedness and recovery programs. IIE Vision: to be the leading electrical professional organization globally. With 3 Moapo trophies tucked under our belts, it's an ambitious vision, but guys, let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for gracing IIEE's momentous event as we cross the annals of history. Mabuhay ang IIEE! Mabuhay!
I'm truly delighted and beaming with so much pride and joy seeing everyone physically present today at SMX, as well as those virtually present via Zoom as we make this big comeback of this much-awaited event. The best is yet to come. Mabuhay ang IIEE.
By the power vested on me by the Constitution and bylaws of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, I now declare this 47th Annual National Convention officially open. Chapter officers, my beloved members, guests, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So, I take immense pleasure in welcoming you all in this momentous opening ceremonies of IIEE 47th Annual National Convention in the new normal. My heartfelt gratitude goes to everyone for making history unfold as it takes IIEE its comeback. Yes, the best is yet to come. Mabuhay po tayong lahat. Maraming salamat po. Ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant morning to all of us. I am very honored to be a part of your 47th Annual National Convention and 3E Expo 2022. The DOE is more than ready to collaborate and forge strategic partnership with our stakeholders to improve the quality of life of the Filipinos, especially in ensuring sustainable, stable, secure, sufficient, accessible, and reasonably priced energy. On behalf of the Department of Energy and Secretary Popolitilla, as he is fondly known, I hope for the success of this productive and fruitful convention. Thank you very much. Congratulations, IIEE.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please settle down as we are about to begin in 5 minutes.
I feel good.
Accept responsibility in making sound engineering decisions consistent with the safety, health, and welfare of the public, and to disclose promptly the factors that might endanger lives and the environment.
So good. So good. I got you.
Avoid real or perceived conflict of interest or disclose existence of such to affected parties.
I feel nice. Like sugar and spice. So nice. So nice. I got you.
Be honest, objective, impartial, and realistic in stating claims or estimates based on available facts.
In my arms, I know that I can't do no wrong. I got my first real six-string, bought it at the 5 and dime.
Avoid at all cost graft and corruption in all its forms.
Was the summer of '69. Me and some guys from school had a band and we tried real hard. Jimmy quit, Jody got married.
Improve the ethical understanding of technology and its appropriate application.
Back now, the summer seemed to last forever. And if I had the choice, yeah, those wanna be there. Those were the best days of my life.
Continuously improve practitioners' technical competence.
Ain't no use in complaining when you got a job to do. Spend my evenings down.
Disclose full pertinent professional and technical limitations.
People say that I'm a fool. Well, I don't know.
Seek, accept, and offer constructive criticism of technical work, acknowledge and mitigate errors, and give credit where it is due.
I was dreaming all day long, adrift in clouds. With eyes wide open, I would choose not to see.
Equally treat all persons regardless of race, gender, physical condition, age, or national origin.
More, don't wanna be the one to play your game. Not even if everybody had an ocean across the USA, then everybody'd be served.
Protect and avoid injury to others' life, property, reputation, or livelihood by false or malicious actions.
Warachi sandals too, a bushy blonde hair.
Observe utmost transparency, responsibility, due diligence, and fairness, and accordingly, not manufacture, spread, or disseminate false, incorrect, unverified, or misleading information or data against any co-member, or the IIE. Its officers, employees, and representatives or agents, in any form whatsoever, whether verbally, in writing or published, or whether through electronic means or otherwise, especially if such tends to discredit, besmirch the honor or integrity or impute a wrongdoing on the part of a co-member of the IIE, its officers, employees, and representatives or agents. Support colleagues and co-workers in their professional and technical development and assist them in complying with this code of ethics.
I want to break free. I want to break free.
Timely and fully comply and abide with any and all of his obligations to a co-member of the IIE itself, or any third party.
I've got to break free. God knows I want to break free.
Does not engage in or commit anti-competitive, fraudulent, and deceitful practices in any form, and uphold free and fair competition.
This time I know it's for real.
Good day, everyone. Welcome to the IIEE 48th Annual National Convention. This segment entitled Code Compliance, A Pathway to Safety, hosted by the Philippine Electrical Code Committee. To begin, collect yourself and be mindful as we have the doxology, followed by the national anthem, and lastly, the IIEE hymn.
Dakilang may likha sa kalingat pang unawa, mangyari ang iyong diwa sa langit at sa lupa.
Yang kay takal lang ng babaya, diyan ko sa ngalipupuduan ko, nadidakim gaya lugay, kimitang yung barog nun. Yalam bago si Balya niya, tawag si Danginan. Napagtanaw-tanawin mo, pagsiring-siringin mo yan, yung mga dato binukaw. Mga biyakaw bayan niya, mababay maging kudya, matapid mga tang. Sansirid luwang nangabat luskod ng binunsali. Yan kay gaong kalngat ko yan, yung kabayaw ko. Pagpanguyab-kuyaban mo, pagpamayad-payadan mo, nang pinandang pinagalyo, pwedeng dinagansuli. Kahit tagal lang, ikaw yung matigam ka namin, na walay pagkaibsan, walay pagkawasan. Panganam mo sang wangay, patpid mo sang barantak ng pwedeng mo, wangay ng marigang mo. Ayan, kahit tagal lang, naga untong sa matkan mo, ng kariko ng bibutang mong babawin ng dunya, o yan ka namin paggiginawa. Tagal lang ang latso ka namin, inaagis ang anak mo na tamisa, nagatang ang hawanan ng kutsang patiwayan.
Allahumma innaka tara anna hadihi al-qulub qad ijtama'at ala mahabbatik wattaqat ala hadihi al-makan imanik وتوحدت على دعوتك فوسك ربيطاتها يا الله وأدم أدها واملأها بنورك الذي لا يخبو واسرح صدورنا بفائد الإيمان بك وجميل توكل عليك واهدنا سبل الوحدة والسلام والصلاح ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار يا الله أنت مستجاب لهذا الدعاء وعليك توكلنا وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين آمين الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر.
Mahabagin naming Ama, Ikaw ang aming sandigan at lakas. Ikaw ang kaligtasan ng aming katawan at kaluluwa. Naway takpan mo po kami ng iyong mapagkalingang kamay upang maiadya kami sa mga pahirap at karamdaman at sa lahat ng masama, dala ng makabagong mundo. Hinihingi po namin na sana'y ilayo po ninyo ang mahal naming lungsod ng Tagum sa mga mapinsalang kalamidad at sakuna. Mahal naming Panginoon, Ikaw ang aming proteksyon at gabay. Sa oras ng pasakit at pangamba, bigyan niyo po kami ng sapat na lakas upang aming mapagtagumpayan ang lahat ng pagsubok sa aming buhay sa pangalan ni Jesus. Amen.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. God, our loving Father, Creator of heaven and earth, we thank you for your generosity and kindness, and ask that you hear us in times of needs. Make us worthy of your blessing, and keep us from further want. Help us restore our abundance here on earth, so that we may turn more attention to your divine kingdom. Help us become a blessing to our family and others, to glorify and honor your name. We ask this to our Lord Jesus Christ, your Son, who lives and reigns with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, one God, forever and ever. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Iadya niyo kami sa pagmamataas upang maiwaksi ang lupit at dahas. At samahang lumikha ng pamayanan payapa sa kalikasan kabuhayan, kakanyahat paniniwala.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang magiliw, ewas ng sinanganan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyag ka ng magiting, sa mandulupin, di ka pasisingil, sa nagagang tutok sa simoy at sa langit ang bangaw, ay hinagang tula, kawin sa pagkayang minamahal. Ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na nag-iimig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magtitinig. Luman ang araw ng walhagin pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang inigaya na pagkay mga amin, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
We are one in IIE mission and vision, instilling excellence in electrical profession, having a dynamic professional association, making innovative contribution to our nation. Rising to any challenge, involving what's comes and goes. BEREE and RME, connecting industries by the electric circuits. Bind us together, IIE. Bind us forever, IIE. With power cords cannot be broken. Bind us together, IIE. Bind us together, IIE. Bind us forever, IIE. Synchronize our hearts to reach greater heights and brighter lights. We serve humanity with the power of electricity, making rigid transmission great for reliability, ensuring little power loss and high efficiency. From shifting from one place, the use of all energy. Bind us together, IIE. Bind us forever, IIE. With power cords cannot be broken. together, I-I-E. My house together, I-I-E. My house forever, I-I-E. Synchronize our hearts to reach greater heights and brighter light. There's only one institute, no one else can substitute. There's only one
We all know how invested are participants in this year's annual national convention. To electrify our dear participants, we will be having a raffle for today's event. Winners will receive 3 IIEE stickers, 1 IIEE jacket, 1 PEC1, and for our major raffle, the winner will receive 1 PEC2. The IIEE staff will reach you out with regards to your raffle prize. So, are you ready? So, let's begin. All right, to officially begin, let us welcome the Vice President for Technical Affairs and the Overseer of the PEC Committee. Let us all welcome Engineer Catalino Iranya. Let's give him a round of applause.
Hi ma'am, good morning. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are po.
Okay, clear. Okay, thank you. Okay, good day, esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, and resource persons and resource speakers. So it is my distinct pleasure to open this year's 48th Annual National Convention and welcome you to this significant presentation by the Philippine Electrical Code Committee. Today marks an important milestone in our continued efforts to uphold the highest standards in electrical safety, innovation, and regulation within our nation. The development and maintenance of the Philippine Electrical Code stands as a testament to our commitment to ensuring the safety and efficacy of electrical systems across various sectors. As the Vice President for Technical Affairs of our institute, the IIE, I am honored to be part of this pivotal moment where we delve into the revisions, enhancements, and adaptations that reflect the dynamic landscape of our industry. The work put forth by the Philippine Electrical Code Committee is a result of collective dedication, expertise, and collaboration among industry experts, regulators, and professionals. This code does not only shape the technical landscape, but also significantly influences the safety and reliability of electrical systems crucial to our daily lives. Today's presentation is our opportunity to understand the rationale behind the proposed revisions, deliberate on their implications, and align our practices with the most recent advancements and global best practices. I am certain that the insights shared and discussions had today will steer us toward a more secure, efficient, and technologically advanced electrical landscape in the Philippines. Without further ado, I would like to extend my gratitude to the committee members, stakeholders, to the staff who assisted the committee, and all present here today for your dedication to this essential aspect of our industry. Let us collectively embark on this journey toward furthering electrical safety, innovation, and excellence. More power to the dedicated men and women of the Philippine Electrical Code Committee. bind us together, bind us forever. Maraming salamat po at magandang umaga sa ating lahat. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those heartwarming remarks, Engineer Rania. Wait. So, now, to give us a preview of the PEC1 next edition, Changes 2023, NEC 2023 Changes, let me have this honor to introduce to you our first speaker. He is a Master of Engineering in Electrical Engineering, finished his Masters of Science in Electrical Engineering academic units, a Doctor of Philosophy in Technology Management candidate, has a postgraduate diploma in management and a professional electrical engineer. He was also a chairman of IEEE Power and Energy Society Philippines chapter, an IIEE senior member, a member of IIEE Standard Committee since 2012 up to the present, and the current IIEE PEC1 Committee Chairman. He is the 2017 Vice Chairman of the IIEE Metro Manila South Area, a member of the Philippine Instrumentation and Control Society, a company representative of the Philippine Electrotechnical Contractors and Supplier Incorporation, and the President of the PCS Philippines Incorporation. Let us all welcome our first speaker, Engineer Reynaldo R. Santiago.
Hi, good morning, good morning, good morning sa inyong lahat. Thank you, Endeline, for the nice introduction I've received. So, before I start my presentation, I would like to acknowledge the presence of our Vice President for Technical Affairs, Engineer Catalino Rana. We have also our former National President, Engineer Feliciano Padua. We have Engineer Conrado Binondo as chairman of our PEC1 IEC committee and members of the committee as well. So yan. So star-studded yung group natin today. Yun. Okay. So, our topic for today is the preview of PEC 2023. Gusto ko lang ng konti. Yan. So, who among you have read yung NEC for 2020 and 2023 edition? So, I think ilan pa lang. So, this is your opportunity to grasp yung mga ideas on the changes of NEC. And of course, this will be included in the Philippine Electrical Code with minor revisions. Since we will be adopting the NEC custom fit to the Philippine conditions. So let me first thank the PE Subukan Committee. We have Engineer Greg Guevara, and Sir Ed Tan. They are handling chapters 1 and 7. We have Engineer Marites Pangilinan handling chapters 2 and 9. So I'm handling chapters 3 and 5. So while Sir Jem Tan and Sir Joselito Marquez handles 4 and 10. Engineer Alejo, Lucio, and Ma'am Eileen, and Sir Roy handles chapter 6. And Engineer Edwin Pangilinan, chapter 8. So 1. Yan. Ito. So terminal connection torque. So in our PEC 1, there's a requirement to have proper torque in a terminal sa mga breakers. So ano ba ang importance nun? Kasi since they have different metals, the copper plus yung terminal ng mga circuit breakers, they are rated 60 to 75 degrees Celsius, while the conductor, meron naman siyang 90 degrees Celsius for THHN. So kaya ginagawa, diniderate yung ampacity of the conductor para to fit do sa terminal ng circuit breaker. So nagkakaroon ng expansion, compression yung material. So kaya nagkakaroon ng loose connection. So, may background music pa pala tayo. Naririnig ko eh. Yun. So yun. So kaya nagkakaroon ng expansion and compression do sa terminal ng circuit breaker. So during time, yung nag-ooperate yung circuit breaker, nag-ooperate din yung equipment being served by the circuit breaker. So we have to retighten the screws. So ano ba paggamit? So usually nakikita ako sa site using ordinary Allen keys. Minsan yung mga maliliit na circuit breakers, ordinary screwdrivers. For those circuit breakers up to 100 ampere trip, may mga brands that hindi require yung Allen yung terminal niya. Kasi ordinary screwdriver ginagamit. Paano ba yon? So sabi sa code, they must be calibrated screwdrivers. Pag sinabing 5.5 Newton meter, kailangan 5.5 Newton meter ang gagamitin. Hindi yung, sabi nga nung isang electrician, pag may tumunog na, ibig sabihin mahigpit na. Pagka mahigpit na, minsan pag hindi mo na mapihit, mahigpit na. Yun ang sinasabi. Yun daw ang sa experience nila. Kaya sabi ko nga doon sa kanina habang nakikinig ako nung sa introduction, sabi gano'n. Kailangan hindi lang based on experience. So we have to check on the measurements. Dahil nakalagay sa breaker, 2.5 Newton meter o kaya 5.5 Newton meter, dapat sundin natin. So anong gagamitin? With the use of calibrated torque wrench. May mga nabibili yan locally na available. So yun ang dapat gamitin natin. So kahit na anong higpit na natin doon, hindi na yun higpit pagka nakaset na natin sa ganong rating or standard. So yun ang nakalagay sa code. How about yung future na magiging code? Sabing ganon is not necessary na calibrated, but approved means. So ano yung approved means na sinasabi? So kung yung tornilyo mo sakto, yung meron niyang mga gatla, yung saktuhan, merong marking na pwede siyang pag hinigpitan mo, makikita mo na yun ang mark. no? So approved ng manufacturer. So may nakita nga ako doon sa isang panel board na dineliver sa site. So meron siyang marking. Yung ginawa nung manufacturer, nilagyan ng parang pinakapinturang manipis na manipis na manipis. So para malaman mo na yun yung saktuhan. Sa akin, although maganda yung nabanggit sa code na approved means, pero ako kasi sigurista, ang gagawin ko, although magiging, ang sabi ng NEC is parehas okay na siya, magiging pwede na, no? Pero ako, gagamit pa lang ako ng calibrated equipment. By the way, yung equipment din na panghigpit is pag once a year, ikakalibrate din siya. So dadalhin sa isang facility para i-check kung meron siyang difference. Parang ano yan eh, yung minsan naka-attend ako ng seminar, sabing ganun. Kailangan yung 1 meter mo, pag chinek sa ibang ruler, 1 meter pa rin. O 12 inches, dapat 12 inches din sa ibang ruler. Hindi pwedeng may discrepancy. Okay. So, yan yung number 1 pa lang natin na item. For number 2, identification of disconnect means. So, kailangan may marking na. Hindi yung minsan nakikita ko sa site, walang tagging. So, paano yun? Pagka nagkaroon ng problema or accident or bigla na lang nagkaroon ng problem arising dahil sa electrical. So, maghahagilipan pa. Ang minsan pa nga, dahil shifting yung electrician, may 3 shift yung planta, mangyayari pa niyan, hindi kabisado nung isa dahil yung isa bago pa lang. So, kailangan talaga mayroong mga requirement para dito. So, kung makikita nyo doon sa picture ko, na nandiyan sa nandito, no? Kita nyo, may mga markings. Importante para hindi basta-basta lang na kumbaga, nangyari pa nga eh. Akala nung isang sa shift, napatay na niya, yung pala, iba napatay niya na breaker. No? Then, ito, additional na change. Before, merong mga ina-allow yung mga walang shutter. Ngayon, may mga applications with GFCI protection. So, ano yung mga yon? So, dito, sabi nga may mga areas na kailangan at hindi kailangan ng GFCI. So, masyadong kasi nakalagay sa code is 1.8 meters yung horizontal, yung distance coming from basin. Paano nga naman? Yung iba medyo, dahil yun ang sinabi, so sabi nila, paano yung mga doors, nasa doors, yung sa ilalim ng lababo, no? Ito. Paano nga naman kung nasa ilalim ng lababo? Paano yung bilangan nun? So dito, pag sa ilalim ng lababo, kinakatwiran, hindi kasi nasa dadaan ng pinto eh. No? So, klinaro sa code na hindi na yung basta door lang ng cabinet, kundi talagang door. So, if you can see here, talagang ito, ayan. Umikot na, sa kabilang pinto na, di ba? Kumbaga, kwarto na ito natapat. Ito yung banyo, pumasok. So, required pa rin siya. So, maging yung mga sa ilalim ng lababo kasi usually, di ba, yung dishwashers, may mga food processors na yung sa mga mismis ng isda. So, doon mismo, uso sa mga high-end na mga bahay hindi na katulad sa regular na mga bahay na ibabalot sa plastic yung mga mismis na at saka pinagkanan. So may mga nabibili na doon na ipaprocess yung mga mismis, mga kanin. So yun, dapat yun naka-GFCI protection. Yun nga, yung path that passing through doors or doorways. So yun ang ina-address ngayon. So yung cabinet door is a door or a doorway. Yan. Kaya yun, hindi na siya maraming mga ginagawa ng loopholes eh. Dapat naman talaga straight eh. Kumbaga, kinakatwiran, doorway yun eh. Door. Pero hindi cabinet eh. Cabinet doors. Kaya yung iba, sinasabi nila na hindi po pwede yan or po pwede yan. Kasi nga, iniiba yung interpretation. So ito pa yung magiging changes, no? Sa ngayon, ang kailangan ng GFCI protection lang yung finished basements. Pero ngayon, hindi na. So maging yung finished basements. So there was a study na maging yung mga, kasi nga minsan nababasa, nagkakaroon ng moisture. So yung data gathering, marami mga na-aksidente dahil dito. So naglagay na tayo na magkakaroon tayo ng provision for GFCI protection even sa mga finished basements. Yun. And then another one. So, meron na rin GFCI protection at wet at damp locations sa loob ng dwelling units. So, alin yun? Yung mga, di ba, nagpapalit tayo minsan ng mga sapatos sa loob. Ako sa bahay namin, bago ko pumasok sa bahay, nagtatanggal ako ng sapatos. Tapos nagchichinelas. Minsan pa nga, hindi pa ako nagchichinelas pag nasa loob na ng bahay, nakapaa ako. So, yun. Yung mga areas dito, yung minsan tawag nila rito anteroom eh. Maglalagay ka ng GFCI protections sa mga outlets. So may mga cases din ng electrocution at saka injury dahil dito. No? Tawag dito is mudroom eh. So may mga entryway. Yan. Lighting load for non-dwelling occupancies. Di ba may chart tayo sa PEC 1? Yung tungkol sa dwelling unit, 24 BA per square meters. Tapos yung mga banks and the rest. So, na coming code, magkakaroon ng changes dahil nagkakaroon tayo ng mga efficient lighting fixtures na eh. So, kung dati, di ba, nag-evolve tayo, incandescent, tapos fluorescent, tapos now we are into LED. Tapos di ba pag bumili nga kayo ng ng ilaw sa hardware, makikita nyo, comparison, lagi nilang nilalagay sa kahon. So nakalagay doon incandescent, tapos ilang equivalent na bulbs para maging CFL. Tapos ito, huli, ilang CFL na tumbas ng LED. So, makikita mo yung lumen output ng lighting fixture ngayon improve dramatically. So, ngayon in-adjust, may mga areas na bumaba. Tapos, syempre yung lumen output, we have to check into it then. Yan, ito ang pinakamaganda. So, kung ang surge protection hindi required sa dwelling units, so it will be required na. So marami-raming cases din kasi lalo na ang dami na nating electronic and sensitive equipment. No? Kaya i-require na magkaroon ng surge protective device. Even sa mga dwelling units. So it will be located immediately adjacent to the service equipment. Para at least talagang the whole dwelling unit is protected from surge protection. By the way, the standard committee has a technical presentation. So we'll be presenting tomorrow. So hopefully, yung umattend ngayon will be attending also tomorrow's activity. Para at least, kumbaga, kung may part 1, para ka nanonood ng sine. Part 1, kailangan panoorin nyo rin yung part 2. Ito. Yan. Number of service disconnect. Dati inaalaw. Yung mga 6 na service equipment. Tigit-tigisa. Ngayon, hindi na inaalaw. Ito, yan. So, ito na ito inaalaw. Ngayon, kailangan isa, tapos may mga branches ka. So, bakit? Kasi minsan, pag mag-aayos ka rito, yung isa sa mga to, so ito, kuwari ito, ito yung may problema or kailangan mong servicean. So, may energized parts pa rin yan. So, unlike ngayon, kailangan, ito, pag meron kang kailangan servicean, any of these branch circuit, ito papatay. Unlike this one. Kailangan, naka-energize pa iba. So, kailangan patayin mo lahat. So, dito, ito, ina-allow to kasi separate yung enclosure niya. So, by the way, makakwento ko lang Pero ito, ano lang to, dagdag, side story. Do not do this at home. Umalit ako dahil masyado ako curious sa electricity. So, meron kaming plug. No? Tapos, may cord yun. Pinutol ko, tapos in-expose ko yung line 1, line 2. Tapos sinaksak ko. Tapos hinawakan ko yung alambre. Tapos sumigaw ako plano ko sumigaw ng Superman! Yan kaso ang nangyari, hindi ako napasigaw na Superman. Sabi ko, pasigaw ako talaga ng time na yun. Sabi ko, masyado ako bata pa nun. So, curious pa. So, sabi ko nga, buti. Pag binabalik-balikan ko yun, sabi ko, buti, hindi ako namatay. So, kasi nga, kaya ako na kwento yun. Kasi in relation dito. So, pwede kang madisgrasya. Kaya to, hindi na i-allow. Ito yung emergency disconnect. I'm sure most of you are aware of this emergency disconnect. I know even si Sir Greg presented this in previous presentations, seminars, and the rest. So, ito yung yung additional na magiging requirement. So, kung ang utility company lalo na ang Meralco requires do sa yellow card nila, may disconnecting means sa ilalim after the kilowatt hour meter. Ngayon, or in the coming edition of the PEC, will be requiring, or the code pala, will be requiring a emergency disconnect. Installed in a readily accessible location, exterior location. Naalala ko tuloy ito Noong araw, yung bahay namin, ang metro, dahil hindi naman kami nagpater, dito sa Manila to lalo na yung mga mas bata sa akin, hindi na to naabutan Yung metro namin, nakakabit sa wall ng bahay. So, nung nagpabakod, naiwan na sa loob yung metro. So, kada binabasa ng Meralco, yung metro namin, kumakatok. So, kaya ang ginagawa ngayon ng Meralco, especially doon sa mga establishments na may chance na baguhin, so sinasabay na nila na, oh, total kayo magpapa-upgrade kayo ng system or meron kayong gagawin sa loob. So, pinapalabas na nila, which is maganda. Kasi ang hirap nga naman, kaya biro mo yung Meralco personnel, papasok pa sa loob ng bahay nyo. Bakuran nyo rather, tapos kakatok pa siya. Tapos para lang magbasa, di ba? Hassle din eh. Kung merong ang kailangan niyang ikutan is 200 na houses para basahin. So yun, dito naman kailangan nasa labas yung emergency disconnect. Bakit? Kasi pagka nagkaroon ng problema sa loob ng bahay nyo, yung may mga cases kasi na nagkakaroon ng sunog, so pinapatay yung circuit breaker or emergency disconnect. So hindi lang yun, maging yung mga sa solar or PV system natin, no? So meron na rin disconnect yan. Yan, ito. So yung metal enclosure naman. So, di ba naglalagay tayo ng bonding jumper sa panel boards, sa mga cable trays. Ngayon, even yung metal enclosures need ng bonding jumpers or equipment grounding conductors as part of the effective ground fault current path. So, lalagyan na siya, no? So, may napuntahan nga akong project. Sabi ko, itong project na to, doon ko nakikita yung mga bonding jumpers. Pero sa ibang mga establishments, similar doon sa pinuntahan ko, eh hindi naman nire-require. So, maganda yung establishment na yon kasi advanced. Yan. And then, yung prohibited location of receptacles in bathroom has been expanded and new exemption is added. So, bakit dinadagdagan, binabawasan? So, kasi may mga bathroom na kaliit. So, saktuhan lang. Lalo na yung mga, di ba, yung pagka nagde-design ng mga bahay, pag talagang pinagkakasya, no? May mga ginagawang kami na, sabi ko nga, may mga maliliit talaga para sa tawag nila low-cost housing, which is ano naman talaga, maliit talaga para magkasya yung budget. Ayan, ito na yung tamper-resistant receptacles. Ayan, isa rin yan, no? Dati, yung bata na naman ako, so, sinusundot ko yan. Yung ordinary outlet, di ba? May dalawa yan, plus ground. No? Nakakita pa nga ako until now, mga lumang bahay, walang ground eh. Parang, ano nun eh, hindi pa aware yung mga end users nun na requirement ang ground or life-saving. No? So, going back, nung maliit ako, tinutusok ko rin yan. No? Tusok ko yan. Pinatutusok ko yung mga, di ba, yung sa ballpen. Yung sa ballpen pa nga nun, ginagawa kong Voltis 5 yun nung araw. No, hinahati-hati ko yun, yung panda na ballpen. Takip, tapos yung ulo ng ballpen, yung likod ng ballpen, tapos yung katawan, tapos yung mismong lagayan ng tinta. Yun ang pinansusundot ko sa outlet. Yung lagayan ng tinta. Hindi yung mismong ballpoint, lagayan ng tinta. Lalaroan ko yun. No, maganda to na magiging provision sa code. Kasi nga naman, pero mo, ako nagawa ko yun nung maliit ako. So, most likely, marami-raming mga batang gumagawa rin niya. So, ilalagay na yan kung saan sa hotels, motel, or guest rooms. Ito kasi, pag sinabi motel, iba eh. No? Childcare facilities, preschools, and educational facilities. Kaya nung meron akong ginagawa sa isang university dito sa Pilipinas, pina-implement ko na siya. Sabi ko, Why wait the code na release? Pinag-uusapan natin safety. So sabi nila, hindi ano to graduate school. Minsan kasi, sabi na natin graduate school yan, mga magtatanda na. Kasi katulad nga nung sinabi ko kanina nung bata ako, wala namang bata doon, sabi. Sir, how about in the event, in the future, you'll convert portion of your university into a different use. Kuwari lang. Siyempre, may mga sabihin nila, masyado silang, ano pala sila? Gusto nila take care yung conditions ng mga employees nila. Maglagay sila ng daycare para sa mga anak ng mga empleyado nila. No? Portion of their school facility. What if mag-invite sila seminar on motherhood. Tapos may mga kasamang bata yun. Let's place yung mga kids dito sa area na to. So, hindi siya limited lang. Hindi porket graduate school, postgrad to, matatanda na kami. So, minsan nagkakaroon ng change ng usage even for short duration of time Kaya sabi sa code is educational facilities. Okay? Yan, wow! Ito, isa sa mga topic na or idea na nakita ko. Kasi nung pandemic, di ba? Plantito, plantita, lahat na. No, pagandahan pa noon. Post dito, post dyan. Ito yung halaman ko. Ito yung halaman niya. Uy, teka, paano nga ba inaalagaan yan? Ganon tayo So, another provision sa code na merong requirement on sa lighting, even yung pagdilig, pinag-aralan ko rin yan Kasi paano nung may mga halaman ako sa wall, sabi ko nga, paano ko kaya ito gagawin? Yung tingin ako sa YouTube, yung automatic na nadidiligan yung mga halaman. May timer yun may pump yun So yun, although tinignan ko, plano kong gawan, pero hindi rin naman natuloy. Yun, kaya meron tayong doon special requirement para doon. So, special GFCI siya ang gagamitin, no? So, mamaya meron din akong ipe-present later doon sa mga susunod kong slide in relation dito sa mga halamanan. Kaya talagang sabi ko nga it's great na we'll be including this kind of clause in the code dahil nga dun sa paghalamanan. And this is not limited doon sa mga nagplantito, plantita, even into doon sa mga malalaking facility na may mga ganitong klase na applications. So, even yung sa lighting, pero safety to personnel ang objective. So, hindi lang siya sa ilaw, sa mga pumps, para sa automatic watering system, sa clock. Meron din kasi mga timer yan. So, yun. Yun, ito. Ito, GFCI protection din. So, kasi ito, merong equipment ka sa dwelling unit, meron kang dishwasher, may mga nabibiling dishwasher na maliliit. Sabi ko nga I think this one is for, affordable. Even doon sa mga, yung medyo above minimum na mga earners. So, eto ngayon, doon sa GFCI protection, dati kasi, di ba, hindi naman siya movable, kaya okay lang na wala siyang GFCI protection. Ngayon, magkakaroon na tayo ng GFCI protection doon sa mga dishwashers. Mga sump pumps, maging yan, kasama yan So, hindi lang yun Hindi lang yung basta. Kasi to, na to fixed na to Hindi na yung, di ba, pagka ginagawa natin. plug, unplug. Kuwari, di ba, sa lamesa natin, sa countertop natin, o kaya sa counter natin, sa may malapit sa lababo. Ang idea kasi natin, di ba, magpa-plug, unplug, microwave oven, tapos yung dinasaksakan ng coffee maker, yung pasteurizer, lahat ng food processor, yon. Samantalang dito, fix eh. Hindi mo naman bubuhatin mo yung dishwasher, tapos ibabalik mo, tapos para lang gamitin yung outlet na yun, di ba? So ngayon, i-ano na natin, GGFCI protection na siya. So maganda, no? Talagang safety kasi lalo na yung mga handle niyan, mga bakal. Yun. Ito, healthcare facilities naman. So, yung dinefine dito, yung regarding healthcare facilities. So, included na sa mga areas yung vaccination. Wow, talagang gamit na to. Psychotherapy. No? Yung vaccination, psychiatry, psychotherapy, and alternative medicine, and optometry, hindi siya kasama doon sa healthcare facility na tinatawag, no? So bakit? So yung vaccination hindi siya not included siya as healthcare facility kasi tusok lang. Wala kang equipment. So, di ba, yung nagpa-vaccine tayo para sa COVID, tusok lang siya. Tapos yung psychiatry, parang opisina lang naman yun eh. Tapos interview. Although hindi pa ako nakakapasok doon. No? Yung sa psychiatry consultation room. So, ganun siya. So, hindi pa siya kasama. So, pati yung psychotherapy at saka alternative medicine, optometry yan. Nakapasok na ako dyan. So, yung more on check lang yung mga mata natin. Pero iba yung gumagawa ka talaga ng salamin, ha? So yun, different requirement yun. So kasi ang sinasabi niya yung healthcare, code is healthcare facility, examining patient and treatment, no? So ulitin ko, yung hindi kasama, kasi nga although may examination, yung vaccination and psychiatry, pero dahil nga walang mga equipment involved, kaya not included yun. O ulitin ko, yung vaccination, psychiatry, psychotherapy, alternative medicine, and then the last one is the optometry. Ito, marinas. Marinas, boatyards, floating buildings, and docking facilities. So, nagre-require ng GFCI protection be provided for dwelling unit both host outlet regardless of voltage and ampere. So, bakit? Diba may naririnig tayo nalunod? Yun ang end result, nalunod. Pero bakit ba siya nalunod? Yung pala, nakuryente. Kaya siya nalunod. So nung na-shock siya, so syempre katulad ko nung bata ako, nag-ala Superman, no? Syempre kulat ko. So masyado madami yung electrons. So doon ako napunta sa yan nga yung sinasabi na drowning. So kailangan merong GFCI protection. May mga classes pala yan, ha. May types yung A, B, C, D. So yung B hindi na ginagamit yon sa class ng GFCI protection. Yung A is 4, minimum niya ng 4. Tapos 6, up to 6 siya. Okay? May mga heart nga pala tayo rito. Yan, marinas, boatyards, floating building, and docking facilities. G, F, P, E, and GFCI. So, na-divide siya into 2 parts. So, nagkaroon siya ng ground fault protection and leakage current measurement device. Sabi ko nga medyo bago to sa aking pakinig. So, itong leakage current measurement device na to ay makakapag-provide ng capability to determine when an individual boat has defective wiring or other problems contributing to hazardous voltage and current. So, ayan. Pakarami na magiging safety measurements. So, sabi nung iba, nung meron akong kakilala, sabi nila, paano yun, sir? O Ray, sabi niya gano'n, Ray, yung nga ngayon yung GFCI, mahal-mahal na. Nakita ko sa isang hardware na malaki, kulang-kulang 5,000. Tama yun. Mahal nga ang GFCI. And GFCI na breaker, or tawag doon sa IEC is RCD o RCCD. Mahal nga. Pero yung investment mo sa sarili mo. Diba? Sa mga sasakyan niya, sabi nga nung isang kaibigan ko, sasakyan, kotse, pinapa-insurance mo. Pero sarili mo, minsan nakakalimutan mo, proteksyonan. No? Ibig sabihin, mas mahal mo ba yung kotse kaysa sa sarili mo? Hindi. Dapat talaga may mga GFCI protection. Okay. Yan, ito. Ang ganda nito, no? Overcurrent devices. So, meron akong mga project. So, yung ito, ano to sapul na sapul, kumbaga. Ako, no? So, pag may mga project ako, yung breaker ko, pang service, yung doon isasaksak. Gagawa ka ng, mayroon akong panel board, tapos, may main yun, may mga branches, doon ko isasaksak yung electric drill, welding machine. So, ngayon, kailangan meron siyang guidelines on the reuse of equipment for temporary application. So, yun na nga, yung panel board na sinasabi ko sa'yo. Sa susunod na project, yun pa rin ang gagamitin ko. So, kailangan magkaroon ng pamantayan, standard on the reuse of these circuit breakers. Of course, we have yung maintenance guidelines din. No? So, dugtong-dugtong tong topic na to, kaya napakaganda. So, nasimulan ng PEC 1, later on, nandiyan dyan si PEC 2, nandiyan dyan si Sir Conrad para sa mga standards, and then para sa PEC 1 IEC, tapos bukas, standard na naman. So, talagang ayos to, dire-diretso lang. No? So, yun ang ginagamit ko. So, kailangan i-check mabuti yung panel board na i-reuse. Yan. So, ito naman, yung sa mga signages. No? Kailangan may mga tagging na ito yung disconnect para sa signage. So, kayang-kaya, no? Kayang-kaya naman. Kailangan lang natin na yung mabibili na mga tagging na hindi lang basta yung ulanin, arawin, especially kung signage yan. Madaling dati nung bago, print mo sa printer, tapos nilaminate mo, tapos dinikit mo. After 1 year, wala na kasi nga naulanan, naarawan. Kaya ang ginagawa ng iba, yung sa recto, yung nameplate ng mga sa butang ko pa yun, mga ROTC. Pero hindi rin siya sobrang tumatagal. So, kailangan after ilang years, mga 5 years, lalo na pagka-outdoor installation, after 5 years, may iba na, magdi-discolor na. So, yung talagang best dyan is yung aluminum engrave. Medyo mahal nga lang ng konti, pero talagang sulit, no? Tapos itong ano natin, yung disconnect kailangan readily accessible to firefighters, no? Kasi katulad din yan doon sa emergency disconnect. Pinagkaibahan lang yung emergency disconnect sa mga bahay. Ito para lang sa signage. Yan, ito yung grabe itong electric vehicle na to. Sobrang dalas ko nang nakikita yung mga charging stations. Hindi na siya limited. Dati, bilang na bilang, parang 3 lang meron ako nakikita at 2 years ago. Ngayon, even do sa isang fast food na kinainan ko, sabi ko ba, meron na siyang charging station. Tapos, ang maganda pa nito sa provision ng code, meron siyang provision for power export. So, naalala ko tuloy yung topic ko sa dissertation, yung hybrid solutions. Yung hybrid solutions, yung multiple sources of energy. So, itong electric vehicle power transfer system, maganda. So, hindi lang basta charge ka, park mo yung electric vehicle mo, tapos i-charge mo. So, ang gagawin is dual. Kuwari, itong area mo, may kuryente. Doon sa isang area, nawala ng kuryente. May cases doon. Minsan nga, ito sa amin, tumawid lang ako ng kalsada sa lugar namin, sa Manila. Tumawid lang ako ng kalsada. Nung nag-brown out to, sa amin wala. Pagkatawid mo ng kabilang kalsada, meron. So, pwedeng kung may provision kayo na pwedeng mag-dual. So, yung EV vehicle, ililipat lang. Ang portable genset na rin no? Tapos, yun ang sasalpak mo doon sa facility or even sa mga small buildings nga. Same as yung example ko. Okay? Okay. So ito, splash pads. Dati hindi ito kasama. So dinidefine kasi lang yung nakakalublog, ganyan. Pero sabi nga yung splash pads, kahit ng 1 inch lang yung tubig, sinasama kasi may tubig. So yan, marami tayong nakikita. Meron akong nakita niyan sa mga malls, yung mga high-end malls na ganyan. Kaya nga nung may nakita akong ganyan, naglalaro yung mga bata, di ba? Tatalsik, mga tubig. Hinuhuli ng bata. Hindi niya kasi siguro kararating pa lang niya, kaya hindi pa niya kabisado yung pattern. Habulin niya doon sa isa. Tapos titignan niya doon sa kabilang. Habulin naman din niya. Kumbaga, hinuhulaan niya kung saan yung lalabas yung tubig, no? So may mga protection tayo for splash pads na ngayon. Ito, inspection after installation. So ngayon, nire-require na sa mga city government na even, di ba, usually pagkatapos, pagka-construct doon lang nag-inspection, umiikot. Kaya nga yung DOLE ngayon, umiikot din sa mga facilities para mag-inspect. So ang ganda nga sabi ko nga, oh wow. Oo, talagang naayos na yung mga system. Paunti-unti, nag-i-improve. Yan. Motors for permanently installed pools. So, GFCI protection for motors. Nagkaroon ng well-defined and then merong mga requirement for protection to be provided for existing pump receptacles when replacing a pool pump motor. So, na-expound na siya and then na-define mabuti. Oo nga naman, biro mo equipment for pumps yan na may water tapos mamaya may nabasa ko nga doon sa ito, although hindi ito related sa swimming pool pumps. So, kababasa ko lang kanina, no? Meron ako nabasa yung may nakakuryente, no? Mga 6 ata. Very recent lang nung nagbaha. Yan, fountains. No? Grounding of fountains have been combined, expanded, clarified, and relocated to better include bonding as well as grounding. Oo, nagkaroon ako ng topic dyan nung nakaraan, yung bonding and grounding. Ganda yan. So ito, meron din specific na section wherein you will be additional idea in relation to the fountains. Yan. Okay, tapos ito naman, yung sunod na item, yung fire pump services and on-site power production. Ito yung topic ni Sir Ed na favorite. Alam ko nandito sa panel si Sir Ed. So, to talaga pagka fire pump ang pinag-uusapan, in our community, si Sir Ed ang aming expert. So, ito yung clarify the supply conductors within the fire pump room. Ito, madalas to na pag-uusapan sa mga topics. The fire pump controller, service equipment, and fire pump equipment. Ayan, dinefine din dyan. Itong topic kasi natin, since 2 hours siya, as much as possible, ma-cover natin yung mga major changes. And then, of course, magkaroon lang ng idea. No? After this, later on, mag-observe din kayo. Ay, ito pala yung nabanggit dun sa technical seminar or technical introduction. Ito, optional standby system meter-mounted transfer switches. Wow, ito. Maganda to. So, ito, wala pa akong nakikita sa Pilipinas. So, ito, bilog na to, pinipihit. Parang transfer switch nga eh. Alam mo yung instead na, di ba sa transfer switch natin, tinataas, pinaba, pag manual. Ito, pinipihit siya, andun pa rin, yung metro. Kaya lang, syempre, hindi na siya magre-read pag pinihit. Nandun pa rin yung base. Tapos, sasalpakan ng kable galing sa generator. Tapos, pagtapos ka na, babalik mo ulit, bunot, under ulit yung metro. So, new paragraph added to address the use of meter-mounted transfer switches. Yan, ito siya. Sabi ko nga yung idea to eh. Ayun, nakakabit ito, yung metro, nakasalpak pa rin doon sa transfer switch. Kaya, ang ano dyan, dito sigurado seselyohan ng Meralco in case na ma-adapt to. No? Ito, napapansin ko sa mga trabaho. Ginagawang dual purpose. Masyadong yung space. Dual purpose yung area. So, hindi lang electrical room, stock room pa. Kaya, ang nakalagay na magiging defined sa code ngayon, yung mga open equipment doors do not impede access to the egress. May clearance nga, pero yung pagbukas ng pinto, minsan, ng mga panel, yun ang nagkakaroon tayo ng talagang minamaximize. No? Pinagtatapat-tapat yung panel para at least, nga naman, pag binuksan mo to, pwede pa. Minsan, may case dyan, nabasa ko, na natrap. Sobrang, nung nagkaroon ng problema, nalito siya. Siyempre, nagparanta na. Hindi na siya makalabas, no? So, ito. Na-specify na niya that when open equipment doors result in an egress path that is less than requirement, the opening must be increased to prevent the equipment doors from impeding the ingress path So nagkaroon din ng revision that clarifies the space in front of the equipment must be unobstructed by fixed cabinets, walls, or partitions. Yan. Ayun. Okay, tapos yung ground fault circuit interrupter. So change to listed Class A GFCI because acronym are now permitted to be used in the NEC. So for 2023. So yun. So clarify that the measurement applies to all power supply cords plugged into a receptacle, not just appliance cord. So the GFCI protection can be provided using either a breaker or GFCI protection or receptacle with GFCI protection. Hindi niya sinabing end, ha? So breaker or outlet. So kailangan lang yung GFCI protection should be readily accessible. So ngayon, yung sa code natin 2017, electric range, clothes dryer, tapos yan, importante yan na ma-check. So ito yung dwelling GFCI protection in dwelling units. Removing the brace receptacle serving the countertops, thereby expanding the GFCI protection requirement to include any cord and plug connected appliances in kitchens, not just on countertops. Added to say that the internal receptacles in a bathroom exhaust fan does not require GFCI protection unless required by the installation or listing instructions. So kasi yung bathroom is lahat talaga required to have a GFCI protection. Pero paano naman yung exhaust fan? Natanong na yan one time. So ang sagot doon, hindi naman siya required na maglagay ng GFCI kasi hindi naman siya ikaw ba pag gagamit ka ng banyo para maligo or gumamit ng water closet, hawakan mo po ba yun? Hindi naman, di ba? Di ba? By through switch ka naman. So, hindi siya required to have a GFCI protection unless nung binasa mo, binili mo sa isang hardware na malaki, nakalagay doon, should be GFCI protected. So, kailangan meron siyang protection. So, GFCI protection in other than dwelling units. So, kitchens. So, yan, kailangan ano nito sa mga susunod na, sa susunod na release ng code. Yung lahat ng mga outlets located sa kitchen in the preparation for food should be GFCI protected. Yan, GFCI protection for specific appliances. So, gano'n. So, hindi na lang siya, pare, katulad nung napag-usapan nga namin to sa committee. Paano kung yung ovens, di ba nasa likod naman din? So, now, we need to provide a GFCI protection, no? Hardwire or cord and plug connected GFCI protection must be provided for appliances, branch circuit, or outlet. Outdoor dwelling unit outlets. Ito yung madalas marami nagkakaroon ng dito aksidente. Itong mga outdoor unit outlets, no? Ito yung mga outlets na minsan for servicing, no? Must be protected with GFCI din, And then ito yung branch circuit requirements for guest rooms and guest suites. So this rule reorganized into a list, new list. So guest rooms or guest suites in hotels, motels, and assisted Assisted living facilities include permanent provision for cooking. Then dwelling unit branch circuit rules must be met. Kasi nga, di ba, minsan ginagawa ng condotel, condominium, at saka hotel. So, minsan naman, kasi di ba pagka hotel, wala naman halos karamihan na yung mga malilit na hotel, wala naman doon lutuan eh. Yung wala siyang provision for coffee, no? Yung may mga hotels na may coffee, may saksakan para sa coffee. May mga hotels na maliliit na walang ganon. So, hindi siya nasama. Pero dahil nga karamihan, ginagamit yung hotels as even for yung condo pala, I mean, yung condo na parang ginagawang hotel, merong preparation of food, so may GFCI protection. And then barriers in electrical equipment. Uy, ito, nung nakaraan pala, nung nagpunta ako sa isang site. So sabi ko, uy, nakakatakot naman to, sabi ko gano'n. Kasi yung mismong exposed yung mga terminals. Iba yung ginamit yung terminal lugs eh, na halos dumikit na yung takip, yung dead front doon sa panel. So maganda to na addition sa code. And then to energy management system, so digital control. So ito marami nang gumagamit nito no sa mga bahay, lalo na yung mga malalaki. So maganda rin na meron tayong organization in parallel with IIE. Marami rin akong kakilala na officers ng IIE na involved sa NPAP. So yun. So kay Anto, maganda to. Just na uso na na rin, ni-impose na ni DOE yung Certified Energy Manager. So ito, even sa mga bahay. And then ito, wow, ito, emergency disconnect. So kailangan meron siyang tagging yan. May tag siya So hindi lang basta emergency disconnect, kailangan may tag. So ulitin ko lang, yung nabanggit ko kanina, kailangan siya readily accessible outside on the exterior of the dwelling units. Importante yan kasi nga para in case of any event arising, no, padaling patayin. Ang ginagawa naman nila, paano yung iba? Kasi ang sinasabi nga nung iba sa akin, kaya yung iba, ng mga kaibigan ko, close sa akin, paano yung iba? Ang gagawin niya, nanakawin niya sa labas, sabi ko. Nagawa mo na lang ng paraan, sir, sabi ko, ganun, kasi kaibigan ko paano yan? Lalagyan ko ng kandado yan, hindi wala rin yung purpose. Sir, paano yan? Pag nilagyan mo ng kandado yan, at mahirap-hirap yan. Although minsan, madalas naman, mayroong mga bolt cutter yung mga natin na bumbero, kaya nagagawa ng paraan. Pero dapat yan, hindi yan basta, yung madali siyang i-operate, I mean. Yan, ito, tamper-resistant receptacles. So, sinama rito yung boat houses, mobile homes, motel rooms, dorm, childcare facilities, and others. So, kailangan na dyan. So, going back to my story earlier, yung sinusundot ng ballpen, yung mga outlets. So, yan. So, nadagdag pa to. Kumbaga, from previous edition ng NEC, tapos ng 2020 to 2023, nadagdag pa to. So, hindi lang, so nakita pa nila na yung importance nito. Ito na naman yung plantito, plantita. So dito yung additional requirement ng GFCI protection. So as I mentioned earlier, yung special purpose ground fault circuit interrupter. Hindi lang basta ground fault circuit interrupter, kundi special purpose. So hindi ito yung nabibili natin sa mga malalaking hardware. So ni-research ko to sa internet eh. Ito pala yun. Para siyang maliit na computer box. Disconnect in residential spaces. So ito kasi, pag binuksan mo to, di ba, ano makikita mo na agad? Minsan nandiyan dyan yung mga exposed wires eh, di ba? Meron pa nga ako napuntahan eh. No? Sa isang kliyente. Sabi ko, tanggal na to. Talaga exposed na, no? So, sabi, ito ngayon, yung revision sa code, meron pa siyang kailangan meron siyang covering pa. Kaya pag binuksan mo to, meron pang covering para doon hindi siya basta accessible. Tapos ito, yung document for classified and unclassified areas. Ito, kailangan ko, merong documentation available for both classified and adjacent unclassified areas. So, importante ito. Kaya na-appreciate ko rin yung mga paggawa ng mga ISO forms, processes, documentations, lahat. So, ito, ini-emphasize sa section na to. Wiring and equipment installed above hazardous classified locations. So, ito yung class 1 was replaced by hazardous classified in 5 locations, including the title of this section as the zone classification systems no longer uses the class 1 designation until yung usability and requirements were added to most of the wiring methods. Yan. Kasi ito naman, yung location of service equipment near ducts. So, merong requirement, ito, sa length. So, dapat ito not less than 1.5 meters horizontally and at least 300 mm above electrical datum plane. So, ito, mataas-taas siya. Konti. Pag sinungin nyo yan, makikita nyo mataas ng konti in drawing. Replacement of equipment in marine locations. So dito, yung docking facilities, the new section requires that where electrical equipment is modified or replaced at a docking facility, those repairs, modifications, or replacements must comply with the provision. The circuit that supplies the equipment must then be inspected. If existing equipment is damaged, it must be identified and documented and repaired by a qualified person to the minimum requirement of the edition ng code. Yan. Shore power receptacle disconnecting means. Ito, makikita nyo sa drawing, sa picture pala. Meron siyang disconnect means. So, katulad din yung bahay, parang ano nga, yung concept nga eh. Kahit na nasa so yung in-apply mo na emergency disconnect sa land. So, maging sa shore power receptacles, meron ding emergency disconnect. Tapos, may data pa nga eh, na kung meron lang pala to previously sa mga code requirement, marami na sagot na buhay. Kaya importante to. Tapos may marking din siya, emergency shut off. May marking din. Sabi ko nga, nung una ko itong nakita sa picture, sabi ko, ano ba ito? Parang design lang. Pero dahil yun nga, kailangan may marking. Electric vehicle branch circuit, kanina nabanggit ko. Yung electric vehicle charging station as well as dual. So, hindi lang ba siya nag-charge, nag-export pa siya ng power. So, dito, pwede rin siyang, tingin makikita niyo rito, dalawahan na. Diba? Combined current draw on the circuit, allowing multiple systems to be supplied by a single circuit without causing an overload. So, ito, ang VA requirement is 7,200 divided by 240. That makes 30 amperes. So, Nung nabasa ko nga to, dinouble check ko rin pa ako mali yung pagkakaintindi ko. Or may kunatilya na if the nameplate rating of the equipment is higher, so instead of the 7.2, gamitin mo yung equipment rating. Kung malay mo, 7,201 yung rating, yun ang gagamitin mo. Exaggerated yung pagkakabanggit ko para to emphasize the 7.2 VA. 7,200 VA. Or yung equipment rating. Island mode electric vehicle power transfer system, kung nabanggit ko kanina, yung tawid kalsada lang namin dito sa Manila, yung export. Ito naman yung island mode. Yun nga, nakwento ko nga sa inyo kanina, yung sa research interest ko is into energy management, hybrid solution. So ito, pwede ito. Battery. Ito parang similar to sa battery system. Yun nga lang, may gulong to. So sa ibang mga island, especially yung can afford sa battery system, may mga facilities na hindi nakakabit sa grid. So meron silang malalaking batteries na ine-energize. Tapos in the event of power failure, so yun ang ginagamit. Parang style UPS din. Kaya lang ito, hindi lang basta yung equipment lang, but rather buong facilities. Ito yung sinasabi ko kanina, no? Yung special purpose ground fault circuit interrupter. Ito siya. Tsaka ito. Ito yung GFCI circuit breaker. Yan. Yung requirement for GFCI protection of receptacles. So, in-expand pa. Yan. Maganda to. So, pinapalawak pa yung mga provision. Later on, ang nakikita ko nga, kasi dumarating yung data eh. So, baka hindi lang ito later on yung maging application ng GFCI or areas na kailangan lalagyan. In the near future, yun ang nakikita ko na. By the way, tomorrow also, merong UL expert na will be discussing the importance of measurements in relation to the standards. So, kumbaga, hindi lang basta, kasi ginamit namin to sa dati, hindi naman umubre. O kaya, yung katwiran na, dati naman namin to ginagawa eh. Sa experience ko, okay naman eh. So, hindi ganun ang engineering. So, more on measurements. We have to rely on the data, input, information na na-record. Maring, kasi subjective yung sinabi, hindi, experience ko. Experience niya. So, sa experience ko, wala naman nagkakaproblema. Bakit? Ano ba experience mo? Parang ganun ang dating, di ba? Mamaya experience mo, hindi ganun ka-broad. Samantalang yung data analysis, mas maganda. Kaya attend kayo tomorrow's event. Test and maintenance now require commissioning and not just testing of emergency system. So, produce procedures and testing used to set up and verify the operation of electrical devices and equipment before being placed into active system or service. So, ang ganda, no? Hindi lang basta basta ito, tinest, maintain, so may process, may procedure na siyang ilalagay, no? Or na-incorporate. Class 2 powered emergency lighting system. So, may class 1 kung may class 2. So, ano ba yung class 1? So, yung class 1 is the circuits that are limited to 30 volts to 1,000 PA. No? So, ito yung class 1 remote control and signaling circuits. So, class 2 and class 3 is halos combined siya ng clause. And then commissioning and maintenance of energy storage systems. Ito yung binabanggit ko rin kanina na sa mga ibang facilities or ibang area na meron silang malaking battery storage, no? Para sa facility nila, hybrid solutions, may genset na, may battery pa, which is yung energy storage system. So talagang maganda yung facility. So commissioned upon installation in other than 1 and 2 family dwelling, the maintenance requirements became subdivision, manufacturer's requirement in industry standard. So kailangan basahin din. So minsan nga doon sa isang project na pinunta ko, sabi nga niya, wala naman yan sa specs eh. Wala naman yan sa plano. But ando doon sa manufacturer's requirement. Nung bumili ka ng breaker, nabasa mo yan. Kaya nga, di ba, pag bumili ka ng appliance, meron siyang manual, babasahin mo yan. Yung iba naman kasi appliances, plug and play na lang eh. So, sobra na tayong familiar with the appliance, kaya napakadali nating gamitin. Okay. Thank you very much. So, to end my presentation, the Philippine Electrical Code Part 1 purpose is practical safeguarding of persons and property from hazards arising from the use of electricity. Okay? So, hindi siya yung parang additional cost or burden to the end user, but rather safeguarding of person and property. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that insightful talk, Engineer Reynaldo R. Santiago. So, to make this program more interactive, let us open the chat box, and for the Q&A portion, if you have any question and clarification directed to Engineer Santiago, feel free to comment your thoughts to the chat box. So, we have our first question. Hi sir, isa ko pa sana ask is, what if the panel is less than 1 m from sink? Violation na po ba yun kasi hindi po malinaw ang code regarding sa pagkakabit sa kitchen ng panel? Pasok lang po ba sa damp or wet location? Di po ba siya nagiging violation kasi hindi naman malinaw ang restriction?
Saan banda yung question? Yung para mabasa ko rin para expound ko yung question. Saan banda yun? Nandito ba sa chat box yun?
Yes, sir.
Pakiulit yung ito, nabasa ko na. Scroll ko. Isa ko pa sana ask what if the panel is less than 1.8 from sink. So, anong reference ng sink? So, ang maganda kung may drawing tayo na papakita yung less than 1.8 from sink. From sink, paano ba? Horizontally, paano ba drawing neto? Violation na po ba yung kasi hindi po malinaw yung code regarding ng pagkakabit sa kitchen ng panel pasok o sa damp or wet locations? Di ko ba siya magiging violation kasi hindi na malinaw restriction? So ito, kung yung sa 1.8 panel board ba to? Paano ba ng hindi siguro mas maganda kung ma-expound yung question. Pero in relation to the outlets, sa SIC, yung 1.8, it is clearly indicated sa code requirement na yung outlet should be protected by a GFCI protection. So, if you will allow me, hanapin ko yung yung drawing. Actually, may nagtanong na niyan dati. Hanapin ko lang, no? Yung drawing, ang ganda ng drawing, no? Na nagtanong na niyan. Minsan kasi nagtatanong kahit nasa chat box ko na rin yan. Hanapin ko lang. Sige, pagka nagkaroon ng pagkakataon. So yung clearly stated yung 1.8 meters from the sink, kailangan GFCI protection na yun, protected. So regardless kung yung outlet is nasa baba or nasa gilid or even nga yung drawing yung kanina, yung pinakita ko. Even tumawid ka na ng kwarto, basta 1.8, pasok pa rin. GFCI protection pa rin siya. So, ganun siya ka-strict ang code in relation to your question na 1.8 from sink. Okay? Ako na lang siguro Wendelin, magbabasa ng mga questions.
Sir. Okay po.
Karamihan yung mga tinatanong yung copy ng presentation. Yes. Publications will be providing the copy of the presentation. Puro copy ang mga tanong Attendance, ini-scroll ko mabuti. Baka dito sa Q&A, magkaiba yata ito Does the GFCI outlet applicable to line 220 volts? Dapat ang GFCI protection, we should comply with the code requirements. Sabi nga is GFCI. With regards to the voltage, the user or the designer, consultant should know the type of GFCI protection na gagamitin. So, as I mentioned earlier, may mga classes yan. Class A, Class B, pero yung B hindi na ginagamit, Class C, Class D. So yes, requirement siya, even for line-to-line supply. Good morning po to all. Puro copy pala to. Metal, can you clarify? So, any metal enclosure? Yes, ito, yung main banding jumper. Yes. So, unanimous attendee. Maganda sana may pangalan na mention yung question kung kanino nanggaling. Yes. Do dwelling units in high-rise condo building will need surge protection? Sabi sa code, hindi pala sabi sa ngayon sa Philippine Electrical Code, but rather in the upcoming edition of the Philippine Electrical Code we will be requiring the surge protection on dwelling units since a condo building is considered as dwelling units. So, kailangan na siya. Regarding disconnecting means, how many branch circuit breakers are allowed in one main distribution panel without a main disconnect mean? Just for clarification. So ito yung lalabas na bagong code, hindi na siya ina-allow na wala siyang yung maraming disconnecting means. Tapos yung isa, meron ako, balikan ko lang yung slide ko ma-clarify natin ito. Ang focus natin yung yung kasi sa title ng topic natin is next edition, no? Kaya yun ang mga sagot ko, next edition. Ayun, kita bang agad. Thank you very much agad. Nasa slide number ay mag-share. Oops. Share ko lang ulit to. Ito yung drawing, picture. No? Ito, dinidisallow na to. So wala kasi siyang main disconnect switch. So lahat to, service equipment kanya-kanya. So disallowed na siya. Yun yung sagot doon sa tanong. Kaya sabi nga doon sa picture, a single main or up to 6 separate enclosure. Single main, say 6 separate enclosure group in same location. Kaya nga, na-cross out na yon up to 6 group in a single enclosure. So, hindi na ina-allow to. Dati, yung current code kasi ina-allow. Ano pa yung mga questions? Madaming tanong yung ibang mga questions natin, hindi naman natin masasagot dahil limited yung time. But kindly email your questions to the publication staff. So later on, they will mention yung email address na pagtatanong. At saka ano pala, ito kasi is future pa. So pagka hintayin natin lang lumabas yung code, no? Mas maganda na ano to. Talagang pinagsisikapan namin na with the help of our committee members, talagang pinagsisikapan namin to na mailabas na. Is SPD enough to protect a dwelling unit's electronics, device, and appliances? So kindly check your manufacturer's brochure or manual kasi dun lalagay niya yung sensitivity ng voltage depende on the equipment. Pero most equipment, surge protective device protects your appliances and devices, electronic devices and appliances. But I would like to remind you to read your manual, equipment manual, service manual, and other brochures contained in your box sa pagbili ng appliance or electronic devices. By the way, Engineer Tess Pangilinan, Ma'am Marites Pangilinan will be discussing about SPD. Watch out para do sa watch pala yung ano nyo, yung tungkol sa topic tomorrow. When will it be implemented? Ito nga, yung when will it be implemented? So yung Philippine Electrical Code Part 1, as soon as yung ma-release to, meron tong implementing rules and guidelines. So basta maiba sa batas, by the way, the code is a law. So yun, as soon as ma-release into publication and then approved by PEE, tapos ililipat sa PRC and then it will be released as a code and a law. Is GFCI required on the other side of the wall if the distance is within? Yes! Oo, required. Kasi within 1.8 meters. Anonymous attendee, ano po ba minimum requirement or distance ng ganyan sa mga panels? Madami ako nakita na ganyan. Magkasunod ba to? Yung tanong. Hindi ko kasi ganon nasundan, no? Pero magkasunod siya. Isa lang kaya nagtanong, ano po ba ang minimum requirement distance? Siya rin kaya nagtanong ng GFCI. Parang ganon pagkakaintindi ko no? Yung GFCI protection is required for 1.8 meters, even on the other side of the wall. Basta 1.8. What is the difference between the existing service protective device and the emergency disconnect? Yes, maganda to. Maganda, tanong niya ni Mr. Arturo Sabala. So emergency disconnect is, the prime purpose is to disconnect the supply of your building in case of emergency. Kaya parang pilosopo ako, no? Kaya emergency disconnect. In case of fire. So yung service device is different. Pero may mga instances ginagawa, siya ay iisang device. So pwede mo siyang gamitin na service protective device at siya rin yung emergency disconnect. Pero pwede mo siya paghiwalayin, no? Of course, as defined sa code, yung service equipment ang ano niya, ang definition sa Article 1. So this is not question but a mere suggestion. I hope the committee could consider provisions for airfield and air navigation facilities. Yes, Sir Albert, we will consider your suggestion and we will have uh, to clarify yung item na yan. Is using GFCI applicable for welding machine. Yung GFCI breaker, depending on the location. Kung mapapansin nyo, more on location. Yung pag-use of GFCI protection. So, dahil yun, mga wet and damp locations, usually yun ang gagamitan. Pero kung gusto mong gamitin, pwede naman. Ay, meron pala akong pinaggamitan dyan sa welding machine sa isang project. Kasi yung GFCI yung RCCB is intended also for the machine, yung protection ng machine. Ang brand nun, ang alam ko, ABP. Yan. Ito, yung bagong provision ng GFCI. Actually, ito nga ang pinakamadaming changes sa code is yung GFCI. So, as soon as na ma-publish yung code, so dun, implement na natin. Dapat ma-implement agad. So, yun. May mga nagchat-chat, tsaka meron din dito sa may question and answer. Sir, pag na-implement po ba ang service disconnect sa labas ng building for all types of building po ito? Ibig sabihin po ba the feeder and fire pump shall be top ahead of the service disconnect? Permitted lang ang top ahead. Oh yes, tama. Ito nga, nasa readily accessible ang emergency disconnect. Para sa mga firefighters. Oh, yes. How should we ensure compliance when dealing with older structures that might not meet the current electrical standards? So, yung mga kasi ang code kasi, hindi siya yung may mga buildings na napatayo even before the release of the code. So, as is na siya. Hindi katulad yan dun sa mga napansin ko dun sa ibang mga projects, yung fire pump, tsaka yung sprinkler system, yung mga kahit na lumang building, basta required sila na maglagay ng fire pump and sprinkler system, pinalalagyan sila. So sa electrical, hindi naman ganun. Basta dati na sila nakapag-comply. Wag lang merong mga changes sa structure or do sa facility. So kailangan, if there are changes in the facility, they have to follow the latest edition of the code. Yes, we are looking into the possibility to use RCBO as an alternative to the GFCI. Yes. And it will be clarified by Sir Binondo. Kung hindi man niya sa topic niya later, na lang, ask him para ma-clarify niya. Pero definitely my answer is yes, as an alternative. Do we use GFCI for arc welding machine? Meron tayong ginagamitan, yung nabanggit ko nga, yung welding machine. Meron kami project na welding machine, ginamitan ko ng RCBO protection. Ito, tama yung binabanggit niya, si Sir Bernie. Since the new rules require surge protection for all services supplying dwelling units, meaning it will be part of the service equipment. So, adjacent to the service equipment. Adjacent. Ito, sa slides ko. Pakita ko rin. Pasensya na yung ibang hindi ko masagot sobrang dami. Tsaka maganda kung yung mismong committee namin ang makasagot. Kasi collegial body kami. So, requiring surge protection device for all dwelling units must be integral part of the service equipment or be located immediately adjacent to the service equipment. So, yun. Yun yung binabanggit ni Sir Bernie. Okay. So, that's it. Ma'am,
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, pakibanggit sa kanila yung email address ng
Okay, sir.
publication para at
Sige
least
po, sir.
yung mga questions ma-address
Apo.
by the committee.
Apo. Again, for further question regarding the Philippine Electrical Code, you can coordinate to the IIEE staff for clarification by sending an email to publication_trainings@iiee.org.ph. It will be sent on the chat box din po. Ayan po. So you can direct on that email po for your questions and clarification for PEC. Ayan, sir. Thank you so much po, sir. So, let's move to the awarding of certificate of participation. I mean appreciation. Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated. This certificate of appreciation is presented to Engineer Reynaldo R. Santiago for imparting valuable insight as technical resource speaker on the topic Preview of PEC 1, Next Edition and Changes on NEC 2023. During the Code Compliance, A Pathway to Safety webinar in conjunction with the 48th Annual National Convention and 3E Expo 2023 with the team IIEE at 48, moving forward collectively as we pave the way to the world of opportunities and digital innovations. Given this 27th day of November 2023, signed by our National Secretary, Engineer Alberto R. Herrera Jr., our National Vice President for External Affairs and Exhibit Bureau Director, Engineer Esperanza A. Collado, our National Vice President for Internal Affairs and Convention Bureau Director, Engineer Florigo C. Varona, and our National President, Engineer Lyndon R. Baguet.
Hi, maraming salamat sa inyong lahat for attending this topic. Continue attending the topics, succeeding topics, and until the end of the IIE convention. Especially tomorrow, we have a seminar also online, standard. So, pre-note ko lang yung committee ng standard. Yes, thank you ulit.
Again, thank you so much, Engineer Santiago. Thank you po. So let's move on to our second speaker. It is my honor to introduce to you our second speaker. He is a registered electrical engineer with 32 years of experience in the power industry. He currently serves as the Assistant Vice President and Head of Tech MD at the National Grid Corporation of the Philippines. He holds certifications in integrated energy and electricity planning and transmission regulation. He possesses a career service executive eligibility and completed the Strategic Business Economic Program. His department oversees technical audit, standards development, and QSE management, including the NGCP's overall command center for emergency response coordination. In 2021, they updated NGCP's Integrated Disaster Action Plan for effective disaster management. Let us all welcome for let us all welcome our next speaker who will share his knowledge about NGCP's energy resilience, challenge and measures, Engineer Giovanni Randolfo Galang. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I can't open my video. Can the host please allow me to do so? And also, I will be sharing my presentation. All right. All right. Good morning again to everyone. Can you see my presentation now? And am I coming loud and clear? All right. I see so many thumbs up. First of all, in behalf of NGCP management, I would like to thank the IIEE for giving us this opportunity to present in its annual national convention NGCP's challenges and measure when it comes to resiliency. Again, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. There are standards I've seen dun sa SIGRE about resilience and also some papers. But for this presentation, we will be dealing more with NGCP's experience in responding to tropical cyclones and other natural disasters. So anong title po ng ating presentation? NGCP's Energy Resilience, Challenges and Measures. A quick introduction on NGCP. These are NGCP's key responsibilities. Una, power delivery. We operate in Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Nakikita naman natin yung mga transmission towers ng NGCP, and these are being used for power delivery from generator connection points to distribution utilities and directly connected customers. In terms of voltage level, sa Luzon, meron tayong 500 kV, 350 kV HVDC. Ito yung interconnection ng Luzon to Visayas. Meron tayong limited number of 100 kV transmission, 115 kV transmission lines. Then yung 230 kV nga, hindi ko ba nabanggit. Tsaka meron pang mga naiiwan na 69 kV lines performing grid functions. Aside from that, we also act as the system operator. We manage the national power grid. We dispatch generation and manage the system, including ranging for ancillary services. So ito yung mga regulating reserve, dispatchable reserve, black start, and other ancillary services. And lastly, metering services. We have comprehensive metering system at substations and customers' delivery points. Ang interconnection natin, meron yung Luzon and Visayas. That's 440 megawatt, 350 kV HVDC. Yung mga islands natin, island grids natin sa Visayas are also interconnected through submarine cables. Starting from the eastern side, yung Samar Leyte, consists of a grid connected to Bohol. So meron tayong Leyte Bohol. That's 90 megawatt. And then yung Cebu, it's connected also to Leyte. Cebu is connected to Negros, and Negros connected to Panay. We also have existing connection dun sa Boracay Island, dun sa mainland Panay. And we have an ongoing project yung Cebu Bohol. Because right now, connection ng Bohol is coming from Leyte. So we are magkatabi lang kasi yun, dapat pala na-add ko yung map dito. Magkatabi lang kasi yung yung Cebu and Bohol for those familiar with the Visayas grid. And then we have the ongoing Mindanao Visayas interconnection project. And this interconnection project, once completed, will unify the entire Philippine grid. So may connection na tayo sa Luzon, Visayas, and then Visayas to Mindanao. 2 hours pala itong allotted time sa akin, so I really need to speak a lot. I usually come up with concise presentation, but since I'm given 2 hours, so I need to speak more. So it's really a challenge to speak a lot during this kind of session. Now, going into the third slide of my presentation, this is the screaming slide, screaming headline. Based on the World Risk Index of 2023, our country, Philippines, is the most at-risk country for the 13th straight year. So, 13 taon na, no? For the straight time, tayo yung considered as the most at risk. But the question is, saan tayo most at risk? No? Ano ba yung most at risk na binabanggit dyan? So it's not a good news for us, all of us here in the Philippines, kung most at risk tayo. So may tinatawag na World Risk Index. This is a report that ranks 193 countries on the risk of experiencing disaster or vulnerability to extreme natural events. Ano ba yung mga natural events? Familiar tayo dyan. Earthquake, tropical cyclones, volcanic eruptions, flooding, landslides. Nasa atin na yata lahat, no? So how do we measure the index, the risk index of a particular country? So ito yung mga parameters, no? Exposure and vulnerability. So let's start with exposure. This is the number and share of the population regarding exposure to strong, severe, or extreme intensity level of natural disasters such as earthquakes, tsunamis. So it follows usually pagka may earthquake, nagkakaroon ng tsunamis. Cyclones, yung tropical cyclones, ito yung generic name sa mga bagyo, no? So pag sinabing tropical cyclones, may mga stages yan. It could either be tropical depression. So nagsisimula yan sa low pressure area, di ba? So pagka naging bagyo na siya, nagiging tropical depression, then tropical storm, depende sa wind intensity, severe tropical storm, and then typhoon, and then super typhoon. Based on the recent issuance from Pag-asa, once na yung sustained wind ng isang bagyo ay umabot ng 185 kph, super typhoon na ito natawag. No? So yun yung tropical cyclones. Then coastal floodings, riverine floodings, droughts, and sea level rise. Familiar tayo lahat dito. Na-experience natin karamihan dyan, if not all. No, mabuti na nga lang yung drought sa El Nino is mild, no? So far, very mild, which is good news for all of us. So that's for the exposure. The other one is vulnerability. And it is composed of three parameters or considerations. We have susceptibility, lack of coping capacities, and lack of adaptive capacities. Ano ba yung tinatawag na susceptibility? So this depends on socio-economic development, social disparities and deprivations, and the weakening of the population through violence, disasters, and diseases. So kapag ang populasyon ng isang bansa ay exposed sa violence at mga disasters at pagkakasakit, no, mga health issues, nagiging mas susceptible siya. And then yung lack of coping capacities which are related to social shocks, political stability, healthcare, infrastructure, and material security. And lastly, yung lack of adaptive capacities, which is related to developments in education and research, reduction of disparities, investments, and disaster preparedness. What you will notice here is that all of these parameters can be attributed to a third world country like us. So yung mga disparity and deprivation, political stability, healthcare, yung investments and issue on disaster preparedness, usually yan, they exist or nakikita yan sa mga third world countries like the Philippines. So na-define na natin kung ano yung World Risk Index. So nasaan ba ang Pilipinas? So this is a map showing selected countries in all of the continents. For South America, nandito yung Suriname. So dalawa yung parameters natin, ano? Yung exposure and vulnerability. So sa Europe, ang napili dito yung Germany. Sa Africa, yung Niger. And then dito sa Western Pacific, yung Fiji. And of course, our country, yung Philippines. So nandito yung score natin sa exposure, about 40. And then sa vulnerability, about 55. Thus, this makes us rank number 1, yung score na to, with a total score of 46.86. Yung exposure natin, 39.99. Vulnerability, 54.92. So we're number 1, rank number 1 tayo. We are the country that is most at risk. Yung exposure, ito yung annual average population exposure to varying intensities of natural calamities like earthquakes and so on. Yung vulnerability again includes susceptibility, lack of coping capacities, and lack of adaptive capacities. And these deficiencies are very evident in third world countries like the Philippines. Now, tingnan natin yun, no? Yung 10 countries with highest risk, yung Philippines nandyan, number 1, 46.82. So in terms of exposure, hindi naman tayo yung number 1. Number 4 tayo, 39.99. And somehow, good news for us, yung 10 countries with highest vulnerability, wala naman tayo doon, no? But how about the other Asian countries, our neighboring countries, particularly in the ASEAN, in the Southeast Asian region, no? So tingnan natin. So number 1 tayo. So ito yung mga selected Asian countries. Tingnan natin yung sa Southeast Asia. So Indonesia number 2, Myanmar number 6, Vietnam number 15, Thailand ranked number 23, Malaysia 36, Cambodia 65, Timor-Leste 67, Laos 127, Brunei 171, and Singapore 190. So yung Singapore is a small country and yet ang layo niya dun sa sa ranking 193 countries to, 190 yung ranking ng Singapore. So very resilient yung Singapore when it comes to natural calamities and also exposure to various risks. So yan, andyan tayo, number 1. Now, the question that begs to be asked is, what is causing these extreme natural events? And the answer is climate change. Hindi na bago yung konsepto ng climate change sa atin, but let me include it in the presentation, para lang ma-contextualize natin yung mga succeeding slides. So the answer is climate change. What are the causes of climate change? And what are the effects of climate change? So we start with the causes of climate change. Generating power. Yan. So kapag ang generation ng capacity ng isang bansa is more on coal or fossil-fired capacity, mas malaki yung emission niya and it contributes more on climate change. Manufacturing goods. So kung industrialize ang isang bansa, they produce a lot of products like cement, iron, steel, electronics, plastics, yon. And then cutting down forests. Those who don't take care of their environment, like yung indiscriminate cutting of trees, yan, isa sa mga cause yan ng climate change. Using transportation, producing food, powering buildings, and consuming too much. So mapapansin nyo, ang causes ng climate change are human activities or economic activities. So the more na nagiging industrialized sa isang bansa, the more na nagkakos siya ng climate change kung hindi niya makukontrol itong mga causes na to. So yung generating power, so kaya nga ngayon nadidinig natin yung carbon neutral, di ba? Ibig sabihin, nababawasan na yung carbon footprint nila. They are reducing their dependence on fossil-fired fuel or other fossil fuels, and they are shifting to renewable. But of course, that's another story. Yung renewable naman, if they are of the variable type, like yung wind and solar, mayroon ding challenge that they pose to the operation of the grid. And then yung manufacturing goods, producing food. So habang mas malaki yung isang bansa, they need to produce more food, manufacture. Doon din nagiging cost ng climate change. Of course, the use of transportation, the kind of fuel that we use, that's why there's an aggressive shift to electronic vehicle. So yan yung those are the factors causing climate change. What are the effects of climate change? Ito nabanggit na kanina dun sa previous slide. Ito yung kung saan tayo mataas, kung saan tayo exposed. So climate change means hotter temperatures. So kung mas mainit, people tend to have need for air conditioning, di ba? So tataas yung consumption. They will be relying more on their air conditioning units for their cooling needs, kaya tumataas yung demand. Then more severe storms. Mas lumalakas yung mga bagyo. Kasi if there's a temperature rise, mainit yung ocean natin, and heat means energy. And that's very favorable for the typhoon. Doon ang gagaling yung lakas ng typhoon kapag mainit yung surface ng ocean. Because they cross oceans before they make a landfall. Let's say sa Philippines, no? So kung mainit yung surface, may pinanggagalingan sila ng lakas, mas favorable sa kanila yon. And then increased drought. Yan. Obviously, it follows, no, na if there are hotter temperatures, mayroon kang El Nino, so chances are there will be drought. Also, a warming, rising ocean. So pag mainit na yung ocean, ito, madalas na nating nababasa to, napapanood na nagme-melt na yung mga ice doon sa North Pole, and pag nag-melt yan, magiging tubig yan, tataas yung ocean, no? Then loss of species, kasi nga kung may nakakalbula yung mga kagubatan, kung may hotter temperature, nagkakaroon ng forest fires, nawawala na sila ng natural habitat. Not enough food, more health risk, and poverty and displacement. So yan. Kaya may tinatawag tayo na energy trilemma. Ano yung energy trilemma na tinatawag? Mayroon tatlong parameters, yung energy security, energy equity, and environmental sustainability. For 2022, this is the World Energy Trilemma Index. For energy security, it's 58 over 100. For energy equity, 83. And environmental sustainability, 69. So what is energy security? It reflects a nation's capacity to meet current and future energy demand reliably, withstand and bounce back swiftly from system shocks with minimal disruption to supplies. Energy equity means the country's ability to provide universal access to affordable, fairly priced, and abundant energy for domestic and commercial use. And lastly, yung sustainability represents the transition of a country's energy system towards mitigating and avoiding potential environmental harm and climate change impact. Before, ang concern lang natin yung energy security and energy equity. Yung to have a secure energy future for the country and to make it accessible to everyone. But right now, there's an additional consideration, yung sustainability. Baka naman yung energy security natin, wala nang maiiwan do sa future generation, no? Kaya sinama na dyan yung environmental sustainability. In terms of carbon emission, the Philippines as of 2022 is ranked number 33. Ang carbon emission natin nasa 136 metric tons. We are ranked number 33. Yan, tingnan natin ngayon yung carbon emissions by country. So on top of the list, most of us already knows this. China, United States, India, Russia, Japan. So yan yung nasa top 5. So what you will notice, ito yung mga industrialized countries, no? Most of them. So yung China, about 33% ng worldwide emission, nasa kanila about a third. United States, about 14. Yung Philippines, number 33. less than 0.5%, 0.41%. So ano nang may isip natin? Yan. So this is the inconvenient truth, if you will, na habang tayo ay share natin less than 0.5% ng total carbon emissions worldwide, tayo naman yung bansa na at the highest risk of natural calamities. We are the most vulnerable. Andun, at nasa taas tayo ng listahan. And yet, ang liit lang pala nung share natin dun sa emission, no? If we rank it, so less than 0.5%. So I'm not saying na let's continue emitting more para tumaas yung share natin. What we're saying is, it is what it is. Ito yung katotohanan, no? Given na to. And this is driven by the GDP of the country. So usually may correlation yan. Pag mataas ang GDP mo, mas mataas ang economic activities nyo. So mas mataas yung CO2 emission. So yan yung, again, the inconvenient truth which we have to face. Yan. In terms of natural disasters in the Philippines, on average, the Philippines is hit by 26 earthquakes and typhoons per year. So ito yung average annual number of significant natural disasters in the Philippines by decade. So 1970 to 1979, in the 80s, in the 1990s, ito yung sa New Millennium, 2000 to 2009, 2010 to 2016, so hindi pa ito kompleto. So what you can see is the very alarming trend na pataas yan, no? Andito yung flooding, yung storm, ito yung mga typhoons, so ito yung pinakamalaki yung share dito. And then others, no? And then who can forget Typhoon Haiyan or Super Typhoon Yolanda? 6,300 lives were lost. That was in November 2013. About 13 billion in damage and losses, which accounted for 4.7% of our GDP in 2013. So ganun kalaki yung damage and losses na dahil kay Yolanda, no? Now from 2000 to 2016, 20 billion yung human cost of natural disaster in the Philippines. Ang problema diyan, yung 20 billion na yon, when you have to rebuild, so ganun din kalaki yung nagiging cost para sa ating bansa, no? Sa ating government to start rebuilding because of these losses. Now, hindi na natin to mababago, no? If only we could crop this map and move our country somewhere else, doon sa isang lugar na less vulnerable. But ito yung katotohanan, no? Na number 1 tayo among the countries with the highest risk in terms of exposure and vulnerability. So, kung kayo ang NGCP, which operates the transmission system in a country that is number 1 in terms of exposures and vulnerability, what we need to do is to be prepared and to be resilient. Now, against this backdrop, I will be discussing the following: NGCP's disaster preparedness, our organization, the structure and preparatory measures, and resilience as a vital consideration for business continuity. And then third, what are the grid resiliency measures we are adopting, and then the lessons learned. Sabi nga nila, we don't waste a good crisis. There's something to be learned about it. So I will be covering the following topics. So that's good for 30 minutes already. Okay. So let's start with the definition of disaster preparedness. This refers to measures taken to prepare for and reduce the effects of disasters. Yan yung basic definition ng disaster preparedness. Under the Philippine Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Act of 2010, this is Republic Act number 10121, these are the activities that are considered pre-disaster actions: organizing, training, planning, equipping, stockpiling, hazard mapping, ensuring of assets, and public information and education. So if you want to be prepared, so ito dapat yung gawin mo bago pa dumating yung mga disaster, no? And later on, I will be discussing hazard mapping. Meron tayo niyan dito sa ating presentation. It also includes development and enhancement of overall preparedness strategy, policy, institutional structure, warning and forecasting capabilities, and plans to safeguard lives and assets. So hindi lamang asset, pati yung lives we need to safeguard. Let me discuss this general framework when it comes to disaster management.
Sir, excuse po.
Yes.
Nag-freeze daw po yung screen nyo.
Ha?
Nasa page 15 pa rin po.
Page 15.
Thank you so much, sir.
All right, this is slide number 15. The natural disasters in the Philippines. Okay. Dito ba nag-stop?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then we go here. Now, if you are the transmission utility in a country ranked as number 1 in terms of vulnerability, anong kailangan natin gawin? We have to be prepared and we have to ensure that the transmission system is resilient. Now, against that backdrop, I will be discussing the following topics: disaster preparedness, the organization, structure, and preparatory measures of NGCP, resilience, which is vital consideration for business continuity, what are NGCP's grid resiliency measures, and also the lessons learned. So this is more on natural calamities, and I will be discussing actual experiences of NGCP. Now we go to the definition of disaster preparedness. It refers to measures taken to prepare for and reduce the effects of disaster. These are the pre-disaster actions: organizing, training, planning, equipping, stockpiling, hazard mapping, ensuring of assets, and public information education. This is pursuant to the Philippine Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Act of 2010. Batas ito, Republic Act number 10121. Under that same law, preparedness, disaster preparedness also includes development or enhancement of overall preparedness strategy, policy, institutional structure, warning and forecasting capabilities, and plans to safeguard both lives and assets. Now, let's go to this general framework on how NGCP is handling disaster in terms of disaster management. May tinatawag tayong Enterprise Risk Management System of NGCP at dito nababatay yung Business Continuity Management. Part ng Business Continuity Management yung disaster management, which covers the 4 phases of mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery. So mayroong 4 thematic areas yung disaster management. Ito yon. Now, under our enterprise risk management policy, we identify, evaluate, and control risk and risk exposures on the following. Ito kasi yung mga risk ng NGCP as a company, no? Strategic, financial, regulatory, political, credit, reputational, operational, and business continuity. So nandito yung disaster management sa business continuity. So that when there's a disruptive event like a natural calamity, the business should be able to continue. The ERM serves as the foundation of business continuity management, ERM, Enterprise Risk Management. So dito, we identify, analyze, and assess the risk in operation of processes, existing assets. Yung assets, it's either tangible and intangible. Also, yung mga ongoing projects, both ongoing and future, and also compliance obligation of the different functional groups of NGCP. So kaya meron tayong Business Continuity Management Manual. So now we're showing the framework. So kung saan nanggagaling yung disaster management, no? So sa taas nandun yung ERM, and then Business Continuity Management, and under that, disaster management. Under disaster management, we have this organizational structure. On top, meron tayong Corporate Disaster Management Council. And then in the region, Regional Disaster Management Council, down the district Disaster Management Council, down to our facilities, or the Facility Disaster Management Council. The Corporate Disaster Management Council provides senior strategic leadership in relation to disaster management across all 4 phases. Ito nga yung mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery. Ano yung functions niya? In terms of policy, to develop a strategic policy framework for disaster and recovery management for NGCP, and then for implementation to ensure we have effective DRM that is developed and implemented corporate-wide, also the need for communication and coordination, and the required resources that should be deployed during disaster operations. So we have a 4-tiered disaster management system as earlier explained. So corporate level, yan yung corporate TMC. In the region, we divided it into geographical areas: North Luzon, NCR, South Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. And under each region, meron tayong different districts. North Luzon has 6 districts. NCR, isa na lang yan, buong Metro Manila, and part of Bulacan and the adjacent provinces. South Luzon, 3 districts, Visayas, 4 districts, and Mindanao, 6 districts. And under those districts are the different facilities in the respective areas of responsibility. Ang pinaka communication arm ng corporate DMC is the overall command center, which has its counterpart in the region. So merong regional command centers, district command centers, and this is the OCMC, Overall Command Center, which was established in 2013. This is now based in San Juan. It has a new address. We moved in Green Hills, Ortigas Green Hills. Okay. This is the focal station to monitor weather disturbances and other contingencies. It also serves as the nerve center for drills. So pagka may mga drills, ito yung pinaka nerve center, no? Coordinating response, resource mobilization, and information management during disaster operations and other events. We have links to Philippine Weather Bureau and satellite image from Joint Typhoon Warning Center. This is the one based in Hawaii. This is the Joint Weather Center of the US Navy and the US Air Force, and also the Japan Meteorological Agency. And this center is responsible in consolidating situation reports from the regional and district command center. This is the one communicating with DOE and other external stakeholders. This operates daily from Monday to Sunday, including holidays. So practically the whole year, 8 to 5. But when there's a weather disturbance that enters the Philippine area of responsibility, halimbawa may bagyo, pumasok na ng fire natin, nagsishift na ito into 24/7 to monitor the track of the typhoon and to issue advisory to all the concerned groups. So makita nyo rito, if you zoom in, ayan, yung mga maps na yan, it's a 24/7 monitoring of the typhoon. No? Pagka pumasok na yan sa PAR, talagang minomonitor na yan ng ating mga OCMC staff. And then it will be the one to activate the other regional command centers. Let's say if the track of the typhoon is going north, so based on the forecast of Pag-asa, it will activate the other concerned command centers to monitor. Part also of disaster preparedness is hazard mapping. This one is from the NGB of the DNR, Mines and Geosciences Bureau. This is their hazard map. And then this is combined with NGCP's own GIS Transmission Asset Database. So nasusuperimpose natin dito kung nasaan yung mga transmission lines ng NGCP. So let me zoom in. How do I zoom in? Yan. Yan. This is for earthquake, no? Yan. Huh? Sorry for that. Nagpapa-maintain kasi ako ng sakyan home service na dito pala sa loob yung oil filter. Sorry. All right, so this is an earthquake map showing the areas susceptible to earthquake. Later, we will look at landslide maps, no? Yan. So these maps, after our geomatics analyze it, it provides information to field personnel, telling them which are the areas most at risk where immediate attention is needed. You know, transmission line mahaba yan, usually 100 kilometers. So kung i-check mo isa-isa yung yung buong stretch nun, it will really take time. So you really need to look at the map, identify mo yung those susceptible to, let's say, landslide, flooding. So you can immediately focus on the priority areas. So napapadali yung trabaho. Now, this one is related to typhoons. This is the wind zone of the PEC, PEC 2020. It allows us to identify structures at risk based on wind zones and implement resiliency projects for new and existing transmission lines. The other map is a landslide map of the Mindanao. Here we have identified, we have about 2,785 structures exposed to landslide. And then in North Luzon, we have identified about 2,400 that are exposed to flooding in various areas. No? So yun yung sinasabi natin na mas napapadali yung trabaho if you use technology. So we get the map, superimpose natin yung location nung mga transmission lines natin. So it allows us really to have a good analysis of which areas should be prioritized. These hazard maps indicate the extent of expected risk areas and allow NGCP to develop its resiliency plan. The hazard maps also provide important information to help NGCP understand the risk of natural hazards to its transmission facilities. So gaya nung sabi ko, we have flooding maps for all the regions, landslide maps, even lightning flash density maps. So this helps us, this lightning flash density maps also helps us identify which line should be prioritized in terms of placement of transmission line surge arrestor. So there are studies, ongoing studies, na ito yung ginagamit as one of the reference. So again, dun sa landslide maps, what we do is we check the route of a particular line. Makikita mo kung anong structures yung exposed to risk. And then we dispatch our linemen to look at the actual condition of those structures. And based on their assessment, ito yung nagiging basihan ng prioritization of projects like providing slope protection or reinforcing the foundation of these structures. Or, if necessary, even relocating those structures. So, depende dun sa recommendation nila. But again, of course, ang nagiging reference nila yung hazard maps provided by our geomatics team. And then we have also substation risk analysis. I understand most of distribution utilities are using this risk matrix. So dito makikita mo yung likelihood saka consequence. Yung almost certain yung likelihood, so mataas yan. And then yung consequence kung minor, low, medium, high, or catastrophic. So here you will know kung alin yung pa-prioritize mo din, no? So you have a good risk analysis. Now, the table shown on the right side are actual substations. Pero tago na lamang natin siya sa pangalang ABC up to I. Yan. So dito, we identify the risk in terms of earthquake. So yung substation I, severe, very severe, yan. And then sa typhoon, alin ba yung mataas ang risk? Flooding, fire, sabotage, and volcanic eruption. So we do that so that we know where the resources should be concentrated. So we have finite resources, kailangan din i-prioritize mo kung alin yung mga unahin mo in terms of identifying the risk. We have also the annual tropical cyclone review. This is NGCP's internal publication of annual tropical cyclone to assess the effects of these weather disturbances to our transmission facilities. We started this in 2020, and then 2021, then 2022. So after ditong 2023, so by March or February, matatapos namin yung analysis nila, no? Ito yung post-typhoon analysis, which is also important. Isang halimbawa, no? Ito yung sa Odette that was in December 2021. So ito yung mga pag-asa bulletin, no? Issued by the Weather Bureau. Indicated here are the date and time of the bulletin, and then the location, as well as the intensity of the tropical cyclone. Ito yung sustained tsaka gustiness, and then the category, kung severe tropical storm, kung typhoon, kung super typhoon siya, no? So yan, tinatrack natin yan. And then you will note here yung bulletin number 11 to 15. This is when Odette was at its peak. So makikita natin dyan, no? So yung sustain niya mataas, ano, 195, and the highest in terms of gustiness about 270. Then we plot it this way. So makikita natin dito yung gustiness, yung orange, and then yung blue at the bottom yung sustain. And then we project it this way. So makikita natin kung saan yung landfall, saan siya nag-peak, and then kung saan nag-exit ng landmass. Kasi pag nasa dagat na siya, so less exposed na yung mga facilities natin, no? Kaya ito yung tinitingnan natin for the post-typhoon analysis. And then we project it on a map. Yan. So yung mga bulletin na yon, tinatrack natin kung saan yung location of the eye of the typhoon, eye of Odette. And then makikita nyo din dyan yung radius, no? Tapos dun sa mga maps na yan, andun yung mga transmission lines natin. So that helps us explain kung bakit may mga natutumbang towers, why structures were toppled. So it helps us explain. So when you file a project to the ERC, you know, we are heavily regulated. All our CAPEX projects need the ERC approval. So it's easy to explain. Also, based on this analysis, makikita natin ano yung pinakamataas na tumama on that particular part of the grid. So in this case, nasa 270 kph. Actually, we had a meeting with the PEC2 committee on how to update the wind zone map, and this will prove very helpful in updating, no, as I will be showing later. So ito yon yung tinrack natin. Post typhoon analysis. Also, as part of disaster preparedness is ensuring the sufficient spares needed for emergency, like ERS, emergency restoration system. You cannot replace a toppled tower overnight. So you need temporary structures. Ito yung mga ERS. Ito yung parang mga Lego na mabilis itayo. you use it on a temporary basis while restoring the toppled towers permanently, no, habang ginagawa. Also steel poles, yung mobile transformers if necessary. So that ends part 1 of our presentation. Now we go to part 2, resilience, which is vital consideration for business continuity. Again, based on the law, this is the definition of resilience. The ability of a system, community, or society exposed to hazards to resist, absorb, accommodate, and recover from the effects of a hazard in a timely and efficient manner, including through the preservation and restoration of its essential basic structures and function. Sa madaling salita, kapag may bumagsak na poste o tower, kailangan yan maibalik kaagad in a very efficient manner and in the shortest time possible para ma-restore natin yung electricity services. O yun yung ibig sabihin ng resilience. Mayroon ding question dyan, ano ba yung pagkakaiba ng reliability tsaka resilience? Well, they are analogous, pero yung reliability is more on keeping the lights on, while resilience is the ability of the grid to bounce back from a disruptive event. So yun yung resilience. Kaya nga ang magandang example ng resilience, no, yung bamboo tree, yung bamboo na pag malakas yung hangin, it will bend but it will not break. Pag nawala yung hangin, it will be back to its original form. So parang ganun yung resilience, no? But we will discuss it further in the succeeding slides. In the context of power system, ito siguro yung magandang explanation about resilience, no? Resilience means the ability to resist, adapt to, and timely recover from disruptions. Yan. So sa power system kasi, ang pinaka-ultimate goal natin is to keep the lights on, no? So when there's a disruptive event, our resilience goal is to reduce the magnitude of disruption as much as possible, konti lang yung affected customers, and to improve the speed of recovery. Mabilis yung pagbabalik ng serbisyo. So doon na may measure yung resiliency, no? How you reduce the magnitude of disruption and how you improve the speed of recovery once there's a disruptive event. Yan. So ito ang resilience goal. Now, under Department of Energy Circular Number 2018-01-001, there's a need for the adoption of energy resilience in the planning and programming of the energy sector to mitigate the potential impacts of disaster. It also calls for strengthening existing infrastructure facilities and to incorporate mitigation improvements. Ito yung tinatawag na build back better. So kung nasira ng bagyo, tinamaan ng 270 kph na hangin, intensity of wind, yung isang tower, you need to build back better. So dapat mas mataas na, 300 kph na yung itatayo mo. So in a very simplistic way, that's how we explain yung build back better, no? Improve operational and maintenance standards and practices, and to develop resiliency standards. What I'm showing you is the NGCP Resiliency Plan, consists of the following attributes. Una, yung enhanced asset management, adoption of emerging technologies, technology-based planning and decisions. So yung paggamit ng mga hazard maps, that is technology-based already, which helps us in planning for the more appropriate or the best location for our facilities. Adherence to build back better principle as provided under the law. Also yung robust grid configuration. And then holistic approach. Kailangan ma-address mo yung human, physical, and cyber domains. Tatlo kasi yung domains nung responding to resiliency, no? Yung human, physical, and cyber. Dati wala yung cyber, no? So ito yung holistic approach. Physical domain, obviously, these are the physical infrastructures. So nandyan yung substation, ang ating mga equipment, transmission lines, and buildings. Human domain, these are our people, no? Kasi people din naman, tao rin yung nagpapatakbo ng mga physical infrastructures na yan. Kaya kailangan resilient din tayo dyan. Yung mga processes natin, yung mga policies, procedures, and regulation. And on the cyber domain, information and communication network. So how does NGCP, as your transmission network provider and system operator, address this concern? So sa physical infrastructures, nandyan yung TDP natin. So integrated na dyan yung resiliency planning, as I will later explain. Sa human domain, we have what we call Integrated Disaster Action Plan. This is a modular document. Meron kami nung main module, so nandyan yung pinaka-framework. Yung module number 1 niya, yung natural disasters. Also triggered by the COVID-19 pandemic, we have this business continuity in the time of health crisis, because this is something new for all of us. This is not about equipment. This is about people. We need to protect the people. So meron ding naging policy ang NGCP when it comes to addressing the needs of the people involved in critical functions. Like yung mga system operator dispatchers natin, ano yan, naka-quarantine noon yan, no? Yung mga ganong bagay. So na-address din natin yan. Cyber domain, yan. Concern yan regarding yung mga cyber attacks. So we are also taking care of that. So ito yung holistic approach for grid resiliency. So hindi lang yung physical domain. It's not just protecting our transmission lines and substation, but also our personnel, also making sure that our processes are there always. Kasi hindi naman pwede yung pag may nag-resign, pilay na yung ano nyo, no? Yung inyong organization. And also, dapat yung mga process na capture niya yung mga essential procedures para kung sino man pumalit sa kanila, madaling mapag-aralan yun, no? So, kailangan ganun din tayo ka-resilient. And then yung cyber domain, of course. Now, we go to part 3, yung grid resiliency measures. So in a nutshell, our resiliency plan has the following attributes. We adhere to Build Back Better principle. We have resilient and robust grid configuration. Kaya we're trying to loop, isang example, yung Northern Luzon backbone, no? Inilulup na natin yan from the Ilocos side going to the eastern side, yung sa Cagayan. Technology-based planning and decisions, enhanced asset management, adoption of emerging technologies like smart grid, at ang foundation nito starting with the substations, kailangan na nating i-digitalize. So magiging fiber optics na ang ating mga wiring dyan. Also to cover all resiliency domains. So yung sinabi ko kanina, human, physical, and cyber domains. Let's look at the IDAP. So based on the 2021 IDAP, disaster management is further aligned with the company's ERC policy and business continuity management system. In addition, the scope of IDAP considers the use of internationally accepted principles and adoption of holistic disaster risk management approach as contained in Republic Act number 10121. So our IDAP is based on best practices and also aligned with the Philippine law, yung Republic Act 10121. When it comes to TDP, NGCP is also implementing resiliency planning to improve the ability of the power system to withstand the effects of adverse environmental conditions, man-made power interruptions, and other system disturbances. Now, this business continuity guidelines provides guidance on how to prepare the workplace to ensure that the critical functions continue to operate amid the existence of a health crisis. This is something new for us, but something new for all of us, but we learned something from the pandemic. And then from the IDAP, also for natural disasters, Module 1, it provides guidelines and procedures on natural disasters, covering 4 thematic areas of mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery. So that's our energy resiliency plan as contained in these various relevant documents. Now, for the wind capacity design, also part of grid resiliency, we have studied the tropical cyclone risk based on this map. And also, we refer to the IIEE wind zone map. If you will note here, yan. Nandito yung mga wind zone, no? So yung kulay red na to, ito yung sa eastern seaboard. So dito yung daanan ng bagyo. Ang recommended design for lines within this zone is 300 kph. Yung mga kulay blue, yon 270, yellow 240, and green 185. You will note na hindi ganon kataas yung recommended in Mindanao kasi hindi naman ganon kadalas din yung bagyo dito, no, sa Mindanao. So yan yung latest from IIEE. And we have coordination with the PEC2 committee regarding this wind zone map. Now, let's look at our projects. How are we complying with this wind zone, no? You know, different prescribed design, no? Here. So let's talk of Western Luzon 500 kV backbone. Those in the blue area. So ang recommended dito ay 270. So dito ang design na rin ng NGCP ay 270 kph. As well as in for MBIP. So if the recommended is 270, so we are complying with the requirements. If you look at MBIP Mindanao side, while most of the areas are under 185 kph zone, ang NGCP nag-upgrade na rin sa 270. Ang understanding naman natin dito, these are minimum requirements. So for example, if we build a line designed at 300 kph in this blue zone, it's okay as long as we meet the minimum requirements of the PEC. Okay. These are some of the grid resiliency measures, structure enforcement in terms of foundation, in terms of the wind capacity, component hardening, slope protection, anti-flooding measures, and vegetation management. Also, automation, cybersecurity, and adoption of emerging technologies such as energy storage system. We need to prepare for the influx of variable renewable energy. And one of doing it is having energy storage system such as battery. Also enhance asset management through adoption of international best practices in the assessment of assets. And it provides the most informed decision in the management of transmission assets. So yun. Ito yung how we monitor the health of the asset. It allows us to prioritize which should be maintained in a timely manner. And also we have this database showing the asset lives and condition of the assets. Ito, makikita natin yung actual application of tinatawag nating asset hardening, no? Yung mga foundation natin. This is for San Esteban Bantay, for La Trinidad Bawang. You can see the kind of foundation that we are implementing, as well as slope protection. This one is for EB Magalona substation in the Visayas. So we really need to adapt. We really need to anticipate the impact of natural disasters. Adoption of emerging technologies, as I mentioned earlier, a battery energy storage system can provide ancillary service and relieve transmission congestion. There are various proposed BESS across the grid, as shown on the map in Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. On smart grid, we're starting upgrading our substations to digital in preparation for as it is the foundation of the smart grid. In terms of integrating variable renewable energy, the Department of Energy has identified green energy corridors. So we are preparing in response to the master plan of the Department of Energy when it comes to the variable renewable energy. Ang challenge kasi dito, the more you integrate, the more you need for regulating capacity to ensure that these BREs are integrated seamlessly into the grid. So yun talaga yung challenge dito. So we really need to closely coordinate with the Department of Energy on this one. And also we have plans to have our own studies when it comes to resource adequacy assessment, not only for meeting the demands in the long term, but also in identifying the level of regulating reserve that we need to meet the demands of the variable renewable energy as being pushed by the department. Now, the last part, we go to the lessons learned. Let me show you some examples of the damaged facilities. This one is Ormoc Babatgon 138 kV line. Tropical Cyclone Yolanda in 2013. Another one, you can see the insulators covered by ashfall in January 2020. And more recent, the Ubay Corella 138 kV line damaged by Tropical Cyclone Odette in 2021. You know, the impact of a disaster like a tropical cyclone may be compared to a war zone with lot of structural and environmental damage. Power and communication can be lost for days or weeks. That was our experience with Odette in December 2021. Food and fuel may be in short supply. So yan, pag nag-dispatch tayo nung mga linemen to restore the damaged facilities, yan yung na-encounter nating mga challenges. So really, it's like a war zone out there. When you go out there, impassable yung mga daan, nakabagsak yung mga puno. So, and it reminds us of, in terms of readiness and response, it reminds us of this one, the very familiar tayo dito, no? Yung D-Day, June 6, 1944, dun sa Normandy. So ito yung ginagamit naming analogy because this is the largest naval, air, and land operation in history. The same for NGCP. When we respond to a call to restore facilities damaged by tropical cyclones, that's the largest operation of NGCP. Kasi magdi-dispatch yan ng line gang coming from as far as North Luzon, no? Sa Ilocos, sa Isabela. So ito yung ginagamit naming analogy. And D-Day was possible because of Allied efforts elsewhere. Kaya yung iba-ibang responding line gangs, these are the Allied forces going to Normandy. And it always requires detailed planning on how you dispatch, no? On how you deploy all these resources to make it more efficient para walang wasted resources. So as an example, these are the D-Day landings, both through air and beach landings. So karamihan sa atin, napanood naman natin yung Saving Private Ryan, also yung The Longest Day. Ito yun. Ito yung D-Day. So ganon din yung treatment namin, no? So, ang tinatawag namin D-Day yung landfall nung typhoon. So parang military operation ang nangyayari. So really, planning is everything. We really need to plan. So plans are nothing, planning is everything. Yan lagi yung mantra natin. So this is how we responded to Rolly and Ulysses. So we called it Rollises. Kasi in a matter of days, magkasunod yung bagyo, hindi pa nare-restore yung mga damage ni Rolly, dumating na si Ulysses. So the affected structures, 758 poles, we deployed 12 ERS and damaged 35 towers also. So what does it take to restore? 1,300 plus manpower consists of linemen, engineers, design engineers, drivers, medical team. We also have 66 assorted vehicles, 4 helicopters with about 95 flying hours. And it was during the height of the pandemic, so we need to distribute more than 12,000 face masks, vitamins, and also assorted medicines. Rollises affected transmission service in 18 of 30 provinces in Luzon. So it's really a challenge, but we're able to restore it as committed, restore the grid as committed to the Department of Energy. We are an active member of DOE's Task Force Energy Resiliency. And we have our own timeline, mobilizing all the concerned groups from the affected regions to the logistics team, communication team, and command centers. So as early as D-3, before the landfall, based on the Pag-asa forecast, we are already mobilizing. All the concerned groups know what to do. And as I said, yung D-Day, yun yung landfall eh. Yun yung landfall namin. So, and then we start counting D+1, D+2, D+N, that's the last day we restore the services, no? So, yan. All hands on deck, sabi nga namin sa DOE. Talagang yan yung pinakamalaking undertaking ng NGCP. Lessons learned. This is Odette. This is about building back better. There are 2 special towers that were toppled. Ang tumama dito, 240 kph. 130 meter yung height ng tower. So you can just imagine how tall 130 meter towers are. Bagsak yon magkabilang side nung mainland Bohol. On the other side yung CP Garcia or Umipig. I forgot the name of the island. So ito yung Basiao Channel, no? So the new towers that were installed. So makikita nyo dito sa left side, ito yung mga ERS. Ito yung new towers na, no, mataas siya. 500 kb design na siya. So sturdier. And then the wind velocity design is 300 kph. Before 240 kph lang yung sa toppled. So it has higher wind capacity. And the conductors used is lighter, about 28 millimeter conductor. And the towers are shorter, 120 meter compared to 130 meter. So ito yung nun lang na-encounter yung magtayo nung ganito kalaking tower din, no? So build back better. So one of the lessons learned. Yon. This is Bohol mainland. You can see this is tower number 40, Tugas Ubay, no? Tugas Ubay. Ito yung bumagsak dito sa side ng mainland Bohol. It crossed the Basiao Channel. The towers need to be of that height kasi daanan to ng ng mga seacraft, no? Kaya kailangan mataas yung clearance, vertical clearance. On the other side, yung Lapinig pala, no? Lapinig Island, CP Garcia. Ito naman yung photograph nung toppled tower. So, yan. Also, another lesson learned. Right now, ang design ng Visayas, yung yellow, that's 240. The other parts, 270. But if we take a look at our experience with Tropical Cyclone Odette, December 16 and 17, 2021, mayroon 270 dito eh. Ito, 195 sustained, 270 gustiness. So we are recommending 270 kph wind zone. Actually, we are adapting it now. Every time our engineering design group is proposing or designing a line anywhere in the Visayas, they would confer with the geomatics team to check on the latest wind intensity experience in that particular area. So in this case, kung 270 na yung tumama on this part of the grid, if they are proposing 240, we recommend they go 270. So that's the protocol now. They need to check with our OCMC on the latest or the most recent that was experienced in that part of the grid. So again, lesson on building back better. And these lessons are very helpful Sabi nga, never let a good crisis go to waste. So kung ano man yung natutunan natin dito, we should apply. Another lesson learned during the manpower deployment for Odette. So let me magnify a bit. This is as of December 25, Christmas Day of 2021. We have 87 line gangs deployed. So 87 line gangs, for each line gang about 6 to 7 or 8. So you do the math and you know how many people are out there in the field on a Christmas Day in 2021. So yan, andyan yung mga line gangs. Kung saan sila galing, yan, may North Luzon, may NCR, may South Luzon, may Visayas, may Mindanao. Yan. This is the augmentation team from South Luzon. One of the pictures I received from Viber. Take a note of the time. December 23, 2021, 2:03 a.m. So they were coming all the way from Binyan to augment those doing restoration in the Visayas. So ito sila, nag-aantay sa mga port for their turn to load their vehicles dun sa mga roro. No? Now, the deployment of restoration teams from unaffected regions, we realize is time-consuming. It also poses risk and issues like logistics, the travel time, the health and security of our linemen, also problem with accommodation, and may leave other regions undermanned. Now, we are looking at outsourcing the service providers in the local regions to do the restoration of damaged facilities and also other pre-typhoon season preparation and the operation and maintenance of 69 kV lines and below. I understand the terms of preference for this undertaking or this plan is being finalized. Para bang yung meron na kaagad kayong kausap dun, let's say sa Bohol, na can be immediately deployed. Through, of course, ang magiging lead group pa rin dyan, yung mga organic NGCP linemen. No? Pero mas mabilis yung magiging response. So this is being studied right now. So there you go. We covered these 4 topics: the disaster response, resilience, grid resiliency measures, and lessons learned. Yan. We really need to have a resilient grid kasi apektado tayo dito eh. Pag ang affected yung isang distribution utility, di ba? Medyo limited yung scope nung effect niya, no? Yung impact niya. Pero pag yung grid ang tinamaan, usually multiple distribution utilities din yung affected or even the entire grid. Kaya we really need to be resilient, and this caricature somehow captures our concept of what a resilient grid should be. So that will be all for NGCP, and I would like to thank everyone for staying with me in the last 1.5 hours. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that insightful talk, Engineer Galang. We would like to acknowledge one of the BEE member, Honorable Jamie V. Mendoza.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yan, nakikinig lang ako.
Thank you po.
Sige. Good morning. Pero wala nang video.
Okay, sir.
Sige.
Thank you so much, sir. So let's proceed to our Q&A question. To make this, if you have any clarification directed to Engineer Galang, feel free to comment your thoughts in the chat box. Sir, we have question here. Let me read. What will be the first question from Engineer Ricky Piandong? What will be the benefits of the customer if ever the grid connectivity complete? Is the payment of electricity from electric co-op will be lower? Please enlighten us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that question. My take on that question is about the grid interconnection, yung inter-island connection natin. For example, yung ongoing Mindanao Visayas Interconnection Project. First of all, yung unang magiging benefit nun yung sharing of reserve. Kung may excess capacity yung one side of the grid, can provide it to the other side needing it. Second, yung reliability. Mas mataas yung reliability kung interconnected yung mga island. Again, in terms of providing that reserve, no, to the other side. Yun yung benefits nito. As to paying for or impact on the tariff, hindi ko yan masasagot kasi yung ibang team yung nag-handle nito, but I'm not sure whether or not there will be an impact kasi kung it's spread out across Mindanao and Visayas grid, hindi naman ganun kalaki yung magiging impact niya. And of course, this is subject to the review of the regulator on its tariff impact. I hope I was able to answer your question, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Another question from Engineer Rainier James Palmiano. You mentioned shift to use of EVs due to consideration in carbon emission. However, this aggressive shift also caused a significant increase in demand for our electricity. In the case of the Philippines, our electrical energy generation still heavily depends on non-renewable energy resources like coal. This begs the question if we truly lessen the carbon footprint by transitioning in EV while still being dependent on non-renewable resources. What's your take in this po?
Yeah. First of all, it's a policy issue. It will be the Department of Energy that will set the direction on regarding electric vehicle. So it's not NGCP. We're just responding to the needs of the system based on inputs from the DOE and other stakeholders. That's why we are also moving to smart grid by upgrading our substations one at a time into digital substation in preparation for the smart grid, because once we have this number of electric vehicles, kailangan mas smart na yung grid to respond to all of these requirements. So ang dito nagdi-dictate ng policy when it comes to that yung Department of Energy. For us, we are ensuring that the grid is resilient to accommodate all this variable renewable energy. As I pointed out earlier, requirement talaga ng how to integrate this BRE yung adequate amount of regulating reserve to address the variability of these solar and wind farms. So again, it's a policy policy direction from the DOE.
Thank you, sir. Another question from Engineer Eduardo Pati. Sir, given the criticality and importance of power transmission line in our everyday lives, as far as the economy and security is concerned, from your end, do you think it might be beneficial for the government and the Filipinos in general to consider the complete ownership of NGCP to ensure better regulation, accountability, and reliable energy distribution for the public? Thank you.
Sorry, I missed the earlier part of the question.
Okay, sir.
Pakiulit lang yung early part ng question.
Sige po, sir. Given the criticality and importance of power transmission lines in our everyday lives as far as the economy and security is concerned, from your end, do you think it might be beneficial for the government and Filipinos in general to consider complete ownership of NGCP to ensure better regulation, accountability, and reliability energy distribution for the public? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that question again. The government remains the owner of the asset. Ang gobyerno pa rin po ang nagmamay-ari ng mga assets, ng mga transmission lines, yung mga substations. Ang NGCP po sa ngayon ay concessionaire lamang on the operation and maintenance. So if the government says that we are taking back the concession, it will be the government that will be operating and maintaining it. So be it. But right now, nung iginawad ang franchise at ito yung naging direksyon nung government natin. Again, yung assets po, they are still being owned by the government.
Thank you again, sir. Another question from Engineer Patty. Despite the numerous initiatives and substantial resources allocated by NGCP, vulnerabilities still persist during normal days and particularly during typhoon season affecting the public and the economy in general. How would you explain this? Thank you.
Yeah, marami pa talagang dapat i-improve doon sa grid, no. Saka hindi yung bagyo kasi talagang ang laking threat sa transmission line natin. Isang sanga lang ng puno yung liparin at tamaan yung mga kable natin. Nagre-result na yan talaga sa tripping. Also, if titingnan natin yung mga hazard maps, ang daming structures na hindi naman siya dati nasa area na mayroong mga landslide. Ngayon meron na siyang landslide kasi the landscape is changing due to flooding, due to the cutting of trees dun sa mga bundok, no? Nagkakaroon ng mga landslides. It's really a big challenge to ensure na after nung bagyo walang magiging impact doon sa sa transmission lines natin. But as I said and as I presented, NGCP is doing its best na maging mas resilient, knowing na number 1 nga tayo doon sa among the countries that is at most at risk nung mga natural calamity. So mahirap i-assure na after nung typhoon walang interruption na mangyayari. But again, the question is how quickly do we respond? Paano natin nililimit yung magnitude ng damage at gaano natin kabilis siya na re-restore?
Another question from Engineer Felipe de la Cruz. Are there pending projects and pipeline improvements in the transmission system as required under concession contract of NGCP and Philippine government?
Yes, all these projects are being presented during the TDP roadshow. Ang transmission development kasi, development plan should be presented to the stakeholders as required under IPIRA. So nagkakaroon ng konsultasyon, nagkakaroon ng roadshow yan. And all these projects, including their drivers, para saan ba yan? Sa load growth, to support the entry of new generators for reliability, in response to policy direction from the DOE. Yon, dinidiscuss yon during the consultation. And also you can check our website. Nandun yung TDP, you can check on the projects. If you are particularly interested on projects in your respective areas, nandun naman yun sa TDP. You can download the TDP from our website.
Another question, sir, from Engineer Rodel Luis. Do you consider underwater or underground transmission in the future?
Meron na po tayong underwater. Ito po yung mga submarine cable natin, gaya po nung nabanggit ko nung umpisa. Ang Luzon and Visayas connected through submarine cable. That's 440 megawatt of capacity, 350 kV HVDC. At yung mga isla sa Kabisayaan, connected din yan ng submarine cable. Yung ongoing project ng NGCP, yung Cebu Bohol, and the biggest one, yung Mindanao Visayas Interconnection Project, submarine cable din po yan.
Follow-up question po from Engineer Aris Paulo. What are the constraints against using underground transmission, sir?
Underground cable, first, you still need right-of-way. Kailangan pa rin dyan ng right-of-way, no? Kasi ang right-of-way, anything below and above, ay right-of-way pa rin yun ng mga owners. Second, siguro yung economic considerations. We have underground installation in the Visayas, but it underwent very close scrutiny of the regulator. Bakit nag-underground? So again, yung economics, no, yung isa sa mga issues yan.
Another question, sir. Good morning, sir. What is the immediate protocol regarding for load transfer from another substation in case of emergency outages from supplied substation 69 kV line? Thank you.
Okay, medyo operational yung issue. Meron namang yan, yung paglipat ng source nung, lalo na kung nakaloop yung yung mga substations. Mayroong protocol yan with our local districts. So hindi ko lang alam yung specifics, but the DU and the concerned NGCP district office have their protocol on that.
Another question po from Engineer Remigio Edwin Batun. If our interconnection between Luz Vis Min completed, do we still have chances that there is a shortage on power, like red alert?
The shortage will depend on the available transmission, rather the shortage will depend on the available generation capacity to meet the demand. NGCP is responsible for providing the transmission facilities for these generators. So ang makakasagot pa rin nito yung balance ng generation tsaka demand. Kahit sufficiente yung ating mga transmission lines, kung mayroong pagkukulang doon sa investment sa generator, magkakaroon pa rin ng shortage yan. And therefore, yellow or red alerts. And also, it depends on the health of the existing generation facilities. Pag may nag-conk out na planta, unexpectedly, so nagkakaroon ng mga yellow or red alerts.
Okay, sir. Another question from Engineer Romulo Cruz Jr. How many percent of the NGCP does the State Grid Corp of China own, and does this pose a national security threat to our country with respect to power distribution?
Okay, on the first question, it's 40% ang share ng SGCC. The remaining 60 is split evenly between Filipino investors. As to some security issues, ako naman I refer lang din kung ano yung mga nababasa ko doon sa news. And I think hanggang doon lang yung masasagot ko din, no? But what we can assure you is that all Filipino yung nagpapatakbo ng ating transmission system. From the operation and maintenance team to our system operator to our planners, all Filipino yan. Walang Chinese na involved doon. If that is the concern.
Sir, another question from Engineer Miss Chola. With China as the #1 contributor of carbon emission, what mitigation they are taking? What are expectation? Any idea?
Again, ito mga nabasa ko lang din sa part ng mga research natin. Yung China ngayon ang biggest developer ng renewable energy. I do not know exactly the figures or statistics, but you can check for yourself kung ano yung yung mga development when it comes to renewable energy in China, particularly wind farms, including offshore wind farms and also solar. So available naman yan sa sa internet yung mga information na ganyan. And also I read na in terms of the trilemma index, ang China yung biggest nag-improve in terms of energy security, if I'm not mistaken. You can check the website of World Energy Council, the trilemma index for 2022. Nandun yung mga nag-improve yung yung mga statistics nila in terms of the index. By the way, Philippines is ranked number 60 out of more than 90 countries in the World Trilemma Index, World Energy Trilemma Index. Number 60 tayo.
For our last question, sir, in line with the lesson learned by NGCP on resilience against typhoons, how does the NGCP guarantee that the infrastructure being built are future-proof, considering that typhoons are getting stronger over time? Thank you.
Again, we are following or we are complying with the PEC wind zone. But we take it as minimum values. Let's say kung 270 yan, we can go as high as 300 kph, no? There are existing structures na existing na to, inabutan na rin to ng NGCP. Baka naitayo ito and National Power Corporation time pa. So kung 240 yung design niyan, tinamaan niya ng 270. So that will explain why natapol yung yung tower. So in that case, balik tayo dun sa build back better principle na pag pinalitan natin yan, sa 270 na tayo or even higher. So we cannot really assure kung na walang matatapol na tower once a typhoon hits us. But what we can guarantee is that we are identifying the weaknesses of the grid, continue with our resiliency projects in terms of studying the hazard maps from MGB, pursuing the slope protection plan, improving the foundation of existing towers. But as to the assurance, mahirap po eh. Kung hindi natin alam po talaga kung ano yung tatamang wind intensity.
Thank you so much for that, Engineer Galang. At this venture, let us now award the Certificate of Appreciation.
Parang wala akong video.
Yes, Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated. This certificate of appreciation is presented to Engineer Giovanni Randolfo A. Galang for imparting valuable insight as technical resource speaker on the topic NGCP's resilience, challenge, and measures. During the Code Compliance, A Pathway to Safety webinar in conjunction with the 48th Annual National Convention and 3E Expo 2023 with the team IIE at 48, moving forward collectively as we pave the way to the world of opportunities and digital innovation. Given this 27th day of November 2023, signed by our National Secretary, Engineer Alberto R. Herrera Jr., our National Vice President for External Affairs and Exhibit Bureau Director, Engineer Esperanza A. Collado, our National Vice President for Internal Affairs and Convention Bureau Director, Engineer Florigo C. Varona, and our National President, Engineer Lyndon R. Bague.
Thank you very much to IIE.
Once again, thank you very much, Engineer Galang.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So, as I've mentioned earlier, we will be having a raffle to energize the participants of this conference. So the winners will be chosen using the wheel of names, and all constituents have the chance to win the various prizes brought to you by the IIEE. For the mechanics of this raffle, winners must be present to the Zoom meeting and must type the code IIEE to the chat box. For this raffle, one winner will receive an IIEE sticker. Alright, so to determine the winner, we will utilize the power of the wheel of name. Ayan, so let's see your fate. Sino na kaya yung mananalo for this one? Ayan. Let's wait for our technical team to check if Engineer Cecinado III Gajano Mila if he's in here in the meeting. Wala siya dito right now. So sayang. Okay, ayan, may chance pa talaga tayong manalo, guys. So, again, let's spin the wheel. Ayan, masyadong energized na yung mga participant natin for this event. Congratulations, Engineer Christine Joy Sampang. Ayan, congratulations, Engineer Joy Sampang. To claim your prize, the IIE staff will reach you out with regards to your prize. So, yun. Wait na lang po kayo, Miss Engineer Joyce, Christine Joyce. We will also, as I've mentioned earlier, we have 3 stickers. So, for this raffle, another raffle, guys. So, another raffle engineer. So, let's spin the wheel. Okay. Congratulations, Engineer Reynan Santos. Unfortunately, wala po siya sa Zoom meeting. So, we will have another raffle draw. Congratulations, Engineer Edwin and Inrinco. Oh! And congratulations again, Engineer Edwin and Enrico. Meron ka na pong isang one IIEE sticker. Again, for last IIEE sticker, let's see who's the chosen one. Congratulations, Engineer Constantine Iglesias Raimundo. Let's see if nandito siya sa Zoom. Oh, unfortunately, wala siya dito. So, another one. Congratulations, Engineer Henry Acosta. Let's see. Ayan, nandito siya. So, congratulations po, Engineer Henry Acosta. So, for this morning, magkakaroon pa tayo ng last raffle draw. But this time, the winner will have the IIEE jacket. So, let's see your face. Let's see. Congratulations, Engineer Emerito Solis Palin. Unfortunately, wala din si Sir Palin. Engineer Palin. So, another one. Ayan, mukhang madami-daming gusto makakuha ng IIEE jacket. Congratulations, Engineer Alvin Peralta. Let's wait for our technical team. Ayan, may nanalo na, guys. So, congratulations again, Engineer Alvin Peralta. For those winners, the IIE staff will reach you out with regards to your prize. So, again, guys, thank you so much. So, to be able to digest all the information we got this morning, we will be having our lunch break. So, take a time to have your meals and we'll be back after an hour.
48 years, we have come a long way, and we have created a community preserving unity, good traditions, and best practices. We have crossed hurdles, surpassed difficulties, explore opportunities, expand IIEE's presence, striving to be of true service to our members and industry partners, as we commit to carry the torch of excellence. Let us continue the spirit of volunteerism, servant leadership, and love for the Institute in our hearts, moral, and spirit. We did all this, and we will do more. Thank you for being part of IIEE's success through the years.
By the power vested upon me by the leadership and organization of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, I now declare the IIEE 3E Expo 2022 open.
The Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, IIEE, is the only accredited professional organization, or APO, of electrical practitioners in the country. Created to inspire young minds to develop professionals to be future leaders towards nation building, in line with our mission to excel and our vision to lead. Expo is IIEE's biggest product exhibition in the country, converging the electrical, electronics, and energy sectors in one grand venue. Participated by more than 300 leading companies in the electrical, electronics, and energy industries and allied fields. IIEE 3E Expo is the biggest gathering of electrical practitioners in one extraordinary exhibition. Expo 2023 is the exposition that will showcase the latest trends, products, and services of the participating companies, including organizations engaged in the 3E sectors. Expecting more than 10,000 trade visitors, the 3E Expo is anticipated to be the networking event of the year. It is expected to be a venue of endless possibilities, new ideas, and valuable market trend insights on energy-efficient products and services. Join us this year to set another milestone for the 3E Expo 2023, which will showcase technological solutions and revolutionary designs of innovative products to be showcased by the participating exhibitors.
is a great pleasure for me to welcome each and everyone to this year's Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines PE Expo exhibit opening. I am very glad to acknowledge our high-level participants, exhibitors, and technical professionals being able to join us physically again for the first time in 2 years.
To you, our guest of honor, the President of the Institution of Engineers Malaysia, Professor Dr. Norlida Buniamin.
My sincere gratitude to the organizing committee of the annual National Convention and Tree Expo 2022 for inviting me as the guest of honor for this very prestigious event. My sincere congratulations to the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers, IEE of the Philippines, for their success in organizing this annual convention and expo. It gives me a great pleasure to extend an invitation to all of you present here today. Thank you very, very much.
Today, as IIEE's PE Expo 2022 makes its big comeback in the new normal world, it is with great honor and pride to congratulate the 3E Expo 2022 situated in a small hotel and now boosting it to what is today. I am eternally grateful that we finally made this happen the last 2 years. Now, I can proudly say that IIE is finishing this year strong.
I'm honored to be here to introduce our guests from the Energy Regulatory Commission as we move forward with our continued partnership this year and the next.
Invitation, and I sincerely thank the organizers for inviting me and everyone for listening. I hope I have imparted some knowledge. Mabuhay ang IIEE, ang akademya, at ang mga individual na ating magiging kabalikat sa pagtugon sa mga hamon.
This is it. By the power vested upon me by the leadership and organization of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, I now declare the IIEE 3E Expo 2022 open.
the IIE mission to enhance the competencies of electrical practitioners to make positive contribution towards new trends and technologies, to be an authority of electrical engineering services that results to safe, reliable, and efficient systems, to consistently deliver high-quality products and services duly recognized by international organizations and institutions, to promote awareness on the use of environmentally friendly electrical products, services, and resources, as well as active participation on disaster preparedness and recovery programs. IIE Vision: to be the leading electrical professional organization globally. With 3 MOAPO trophies tucked under our belts, it's an ambitious vision, but guys, let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for gracing IIEE's momentous event as we cross the annals of history. Mabuhay ang IIEE! Mabuhay!
I'm truly delighted and beaming with so much pride and joy seeing everyone physically present today at SMX, as well as those virtually present via Zoom as we make this big comeback of this much-awaited event. The best is yet to come. Mabuhay ang IIEE.
By the power vested on me by the Constitution and bylaws of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, I now declare this 47th Annual National Convention officially open. Chapter officers, my beloved members, guests, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So, I take immense pleasure in welcoming you all in this momentous opening ceremonies of IIEE 47th Annual National Convention in the new normal. My heartfelt gratitude goes to everyone for making history unfold as it takes IIEE its comeback. Yes, the best is yet to come. Mabuhay po tayong lahat. Maraming salamat po. Ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant morning to all of us. I am very honored to be a part of your 47th Annual National Convention and 3E Expo 2022. The DOE is more than ready to collaborate and forge strategic partnership with our stakeholders to improve the quality of life of the Filipinos, especially in ensuring sustainable, stable, secure, sufficient, accessible, and reasonably priced energy. On behalf of the Department of Energy and Secretary Popo Retilla, as he is fondly known, I hope for the success of this productive and fruitful convention. Thank you
very much. Congratulations, IIEE, and stay safe po tayong lahat.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and fellow electrical practitioners, hello everyone. I am honored to invite you to an electrifying event of grand proportions, the 3E Expo and the 48th Annual National Convention of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines. As the Vice President for External Affairs and the Exhibit Bureau Director, I am thrilled to give you a glimpse of what awaits. The 3E Expo is an extraordinary exhibition that will redefine how we think about energy, technology, and innovation. It is where the world's leading minds come together to shape our electrifying future. Prepare to immerse yourself in a world of cutting-edge advancements in the electrical industry, a showcase of renewable energy, electrical products, technologies, and the future of e-vehicles. It is a testament to our commitment to sustainability and progress. But it's not just about products. It's about the connections you'll make and the knowledge you will gain. The 3E Expo is where ideas spark and innovation thrives. Imagine an event that brings electrical practitioners from across the Philippines and beyond. We will occupy the vast expanse of the SMX Convention Center in Pasay, entire halls and 2 function rooms on the 2nd floor will be pulsating with the energy of knowledge exchange, technology, and networking. Join us as we pave the way to a sustainable future, embracing opportunities and digital innovations. Don't miss this chance to be part of the largest gathering of electrical practitioners in the Philippines and from our colleagues from outside the Philippines. See you at the 3E Expo and the 48th Annual National Convention, where the sparks of ingenuity will illuminate our collective path toward progress and excellence. Be electrified, be inspired, and be part of this transformative experience. With our hardworking staff doing the legwork, let us all witness this grand event of IIEE, a revenge momentous event after the pandemic. Join us and witness the celebration on the 29th of November at 9 a.m. for the opening ceremonies. Thank you very much. Let us be together at this event. See you there.
Let us all step into the future of electrical excellence. I am Engineer Florigo C. Varona, IIE's VP for Internal Affairs and Convention Bureau Director, inviting you all to attend and actively take part in the 48th Annual National Convention and 3E Expo 2023. The 40th ANC and 3E Expo 2023 will happen on November 29 to December 2 at the SMX Convention Center, Manila. This highly anticipated event is the nation's premier gathering of the brightest minds in the field of electrical, electronics, and energy industries. Banner in this year's theme, IIEE at 48, moving forward collectively as we pave the way for digital innovations, sets the stage for us to stay ahead of the curve and deep dive into sustainable energy solutions, solve global challenges, and explore the digital frontier. 70,000 active IIE members, both local and international. The 40th ANC empowers us with tools and knowledge to excel in our fields and bring innovative developments and opportunities for professional growth. Let us all be in the epicenter of innovation, expertise, and connection. Secure your spot at the forefront of the electrical industry. Register today, and we hope to see you all at the IIE's 48th Annual National Convention and 3E Expo 2023.
It's been more than a week since Typhoon Odette left a trail of destruction in Cebu. Families spent Christmas in the dark, and it seems the new year would be no different.
Wala pa ring supply ng kuryente ang naapektuhan ng pananalasa ng Bagyong Paeng.
Kailangan namin kuryente, tubig. Kasi yan ang importante, tubig. Hanggang ngayon, di pa rin kami makabili ng materyales.
At ang malaki pa rin pong problema natin ngayon ay ang ma-restore ang linya ng lahat ng kuryente. Kasi kasalukuyan po ay napakarami pa rin.
It was observed that during or aftermath of disasters such as typhoons that leaves damaged electric facilities to communities, heavily hampered by this unwanted event, some professional organizations have conducted community work called as missions, whereas for the electrical profession, activities were expected to be aligned to the organization's expertise, that is to provide electricity, hence provide assistance in power restoration effort to the affected communities. Balikliwanag was created for this purpose by the IIEE. In 2016, Balikliwanag was expanded, extending its scope of benefits covering Balikliwanag, Brigada Eskwela, and Bigay Liwanag projects as support to government programs. These three projects were under the brand Oblandagitab, which means to give light or electricity. Oblandagitab was officially launched on April 23, 2016 and was simultaneously conducted by chapters nationwide. Oblandagitab is now the main vehicle for corporate social responsibility activities of IIEE. The Institute's Oblandagitab is a major corporate social responsibility initiative centered on electric power restoration, alternative electrification, and electrical inspection. Brigada Eskwela. The project will be organized to ensure safety and adequacy of public school building through the conduct of electrical wiring inspection, preferably before the opening of classes. Bigay Liwanag is an alternative electrification projects for school building or classroom and or public places like plaza, community hall, a sitio or barangay. Balik Liwanag, a power restoration project that will be directed to a calamity area, a cluster of barangays, municipalities, cities, and provinces caused by a natural disaster which bears severe environmental effect and or loss of lives and major financial losses.
Salamat po sa binigay niyong tulong. Gusto ko, pagkalaki ko po, gusto ko po maging engineer.
48 years, we have come a long way, and we have created a community preserving unity, good traditions, and best practices. We have crossed hurdles, surpassed difficulties, explore opportunities, expand IIEE's presence, striving to be of true service to our members and industry partners as we commit to carry the torch of excellence. Let us continue the spirit of volunteerism, servant leadership, and love for the Institute in our hearts, moral, and spirit. We did all this, and we will do more. Thank you for being part of IIEE's success through the years.
By the power vested upon me by the leadership and organization of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, I now declare the IIEE 3E Expo 2022 open.
The Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, IIEE, is the only accredited professional organization, or APO, of electrical practitioners in the country. Created to inspire young minds to develop professionals to be future leaders towards nation building, in line with our mission to excel and our vision to lead. Expo is IIEE's biggest product exhibition in the country, converging the electrical, electronics, and energy sectors in one grand venue. Participated by more than 300 leading companies in the electrical, electronics, and energy industries and allied fields. IIEE 3E Expo is the biggest gathering of electrical practitioners in one extraordinary exhibition. Expo 2023 is the exposition that will showcase the latest trends, products, and services of the participating companies, including organizations engaged in the 3E sectors. Expecting more than 10,000 trade visitors, the 3E Expo is anticipated to be the networking event of the year. It is expected to be a venue of endless possibilities, new ideas, and valuable market trend insights on energy-efficient products and services. Join us this year to set another milestone for the 3E Expo 2023, which will showcase technological solutions and revolutionary designs of innovative products to be showcased by the participating exhibitors.
It is a great pleasure for me to welcome each and everyone to this year's Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines 3E Expo exhibit opening. I am very glad to acknowledge our high-level participants, exhibitors, and technical professionals being able to join us physically again for the first time in 2 years.
Gentlemen, it is my honor to present to you our guest of honor, the President of the Institution of Engineers Malaysia, Professor Dr. Norlida Buniamin.
My sincere gratitude to the organizing committee of the annual National Convention and Tree Expo 2022 for inviting me as a guest of honor for this very prestigious event. My sincere congratulations to the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers, IEE of the Philippines, for their success in organizing this annual convention and expo. It gives me a great pleasure to extend an invitation to all of you present here today. Thank you very, very much.
Today, as IIEE's 3E Expo 2022 makes its big comeback in the new normal world, it is with great honor and pride to congratulate the 3E Expo 2022, situated in a small hotel, and now boosting it to what is today. I am eternally grateful that we finally
So sit back and relax as we start our afternoon session in 5 minutes.
I feel good.
Accept responsibility in making sound engineering decisions consistent with the safety, health, and welfare of the public, and to disclose promptly the factors that might endanger lives and the environment.
So good. So good. I got you.
Avoid real or perceived conflict of interest or disclose existence of such to affected parties.
I feel nice. Like sugar and spice. So nice. So nice. I got you.
Be honest, objective, impartial and realistic in stating claims or estimates based on available facts.
In my arms, I know that I can't do no wrong. I got my first real 6-string, bought it at the 5 and dime.
Avoid at all cost graft and corruption in all its forms.
Was the summer of '69. Me and some guys from school had a band and we tried real hard. Jimmy quit, Jody got married.
Improve the ethical understanding of technology and its appropriate application.
Back now, the summer seemed to last forever. And if I had the choice, yeah, I always wanna be there. Those were the best days of my
Continuously improve practitioners' technical competence. Disclose full pertinent professional and technical limitations.
People say that I'm a fool. Well, I don't know.
Seek, accept, and offer constructive criticism of technical work, acknowledge and mitigate errors, and give credit where it is due.
I was dreaming all day long, adrift in clouds. With eyes wide open, I would choose not to see.
Equally treat all persons regardless of race, gender, physical condition, age, or national origin.
More, don't wanna be the one to play your game. Not even if everybody had an ocean across the USA, then everybody'd be served.
Protect and avoid injury to others' life, property, reputation, or livelihood by false or malicious actions.
Warachi sandals too, a bushy blonde hair.
Observe utmost transparency, responsibility, due diligence, and fairness, and accordingly, not manufacture, spread, or disseminate false, incorrect, unverified, or misleading information or data against any co-member, or the IIE, its officers, employees, and representatives or agents, in any form whatsoever, whether verbally, in writing or published, or whether through electronic means or otherwise, especially if such tends to discredit, besmirch the honor or integrity or impute a wrongdoing on the part of a co-member of the IIE, its officers, employees, and representatives or agents. Support colleagues and co-workers in their professional and technical development and assist them in complying with this code of ethics.
I want to break free. I want to break free.
Timely and fully comply and abide with any and all of his obligations to a co-member of the IIE itself, or any third party.
I've got to break free. God knows I want to break free.
Does not engage in or commit anti-competitive, fraudulent, and deceitful practices in any form, and uphold free and fair competition.
This time I know it's for real. I've fallen in love. Yeah. God knows I've fallen in love.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to IIEE 48th Annual National Convention. This segment entitled Code Compliance, A Pathway to Safety, hosted by the Philippine Electrical Code Committee. For a short announcement, your attendance is automatically generated by Zoom. No need to fill out any attendance sheet. Evaluation form link will be posted in the chat box at the end of the webinar. So, let us start this program, this afternoon session, with another raffle. Who are the excited for this raffle, guys? Type. So, the winner will be chosen through the wheels of names, and all the constituents have the chance to win various prizes brought to you by the IIEE. For this raffle, the winner will receive one PEC1. So for the mechanics of this raffle, winners must be present to the Zoom meeting again and must type the code IIEE to the chat box. Ayan, excited na ulit sila. So let's see kung sino naman po yung mananalo for this raffle and who will be the next winner for this afternoon naman. Okay po, let's see your face. Congratulations, Engineer Hernando and Gabotera. So, nandito siya. Congratulations again, sir. Ayan, sa mga hindi pa napipili, meron pa po tayong grand raffle mamaya. Abangan natin yon. So for the winner, the IIE staff will reach you out with regards to your prize. Thank you. Moving on, it seems like we are now energized for the next part of our program. To share with us his knowledge about electrical safety, protective grounding, and temporary jumpering, working on de-energizing lines, let me have this opportunity to introduce our third speaker for today's event. He is a senior member and a fellow of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines since 2001 and 2013, respectively, recognized for contribution to electrical engineering, particularly in the Aboitiz power distribution utilities. He is a seasoned technical speaker and conducts on-site technical skills training, emphasizing electrical safety and power distribution system improvement. His career reflects a steadfast commitment to excellence in electrical engineering. Let us all welcome Engineer Julius Algabre. Let's give him a round of applause. Good afternoon, sir.
Hi, good afternoon. Can I open my video?
Of course, sir.
It's still closed.
Sir, patry po ulit mag-open ng video.
Ayaw pa.
Ayan,
Ayan,
sir.
Hi, good afternoon. Before I start, let me thank Engineer Charles Singson of the Philippine Electrical Code 2 Committee, who recommended me to be one of the technical speakers of this afternoon's webinar. It's an honor and privilege then to speak before you, my colleagues in the electrical profession, and bear with me for the next 1 hour and a half maybe. And special thanks to Engineer Arjin Pagkaliwangan, the publication officer of IIE Trainings Department. Can I share my screen?
Yes, sir. You can share your screen na po.
Okay, can you see it now?
Yes, sir. Kaso,
Okay, so
ay po.
our topic for this afternoon is electrical safety while working on de-energized lines by using personal protective grounding and temporary jumpering technique. And this is connected to our theme, Code Compliance, a Pathway to Safety, as aptly sponsored by IIE, this 40th Annual National Convention, specifically by the Philippine Electrical Code Committee. So our agenda for this afternoon is only 3. Why is it so important to have this kind of technique, the protective grounding and jumpering? And after knowing the reason why, we'll have the procedure of how was the grounding and jumpering been developed through the years and practiced by almost all electric utilities. and the importance of training for the skills development of our line workers. Okay, so we'll have a quick review. This is actually an application of the Philippine Electrical Code, Part 1 about earthing. So don't be confused about earthing and grounding, because earthing and grounding is actually the same. But earthing is usually used in European standards, while grounding is used on American. And since Philippines is under the Americans earlier, so that's why we use grounding term in the Philippine Electrical Code. So simply put, grounding is just connecting to earth or some conducting body that serves in place of earth, while banding or banded is connected to establish electrical conductivity or continuity. So I think it's clear. For jumpering, it's just similar to the jumper in your batteries when you have a down battery. So it's a low resistance conductor to bypass that terminal, or in this case, to bypass a work area or a line or a phase when doing de-energized lines. Okay, so a very important term, equipotential. So for the succeeding slides, we will be using the word equipotential a lot. So it's just, it means equal potential or objects that are the same voltage or are equal or at equal potential. To illustrate that, we have this analogy. Bird on a wire. I think you see this. This is on YouTube. So it's a bird touching two wires, but there is a potential difference between line 1 and line 2. At this example, this is a 13 kV line. Or in the cooperatives, you have 13.2. In the private utilities, you have 13.8. Of course, it's it's sure that the bird will be dead, no? Because it's electrocuted. But this kind of bird, maybe he has attended this seminar already, is on the same voltage because it's on the same line, you know. So there's no potential difference. So that's why if voltage is 0, there is no current flowing, as shown in the electrical circuit below. Okay, so equipotential, bear that in mind for the succeeding slides. So according to our Philippine Electrical Code, 2017 edition, highlights and impacts by our beloved board member, Jaime Mendoza, it is shown that electrical shock is really, or can be present if there is a voltage present, no? So voltage is the pressure that passes electrons through the human body, particularly through the heart. That's what we want to avoid. So first agenda is, why is it important? Why do we need protective grounding and temporary jumpering while working on de-energized lines? First reason is human error. So sadly, there's still human error. Next is the accidental contact with energized circuits. Third is induced voltage. And the last one is due to lightning strikes. To illustrate, we have some pictures to see how this occurs, no? So human error, especially on the earlier days, really one or topmost reason why we have source of power even during de-energized situation. And next one is backfeed power. No, so when there is, of course, when de-energized, there is a no supply of power. So mostly our customers generate their own generator. But accidentally, some were able to feed back to the grid. Actually, there's a sad story about this in one of the utilities. Even there were electrocutions during that time. And the third one is, again, aside from the backfeed power, we have accidental energization. Even though it's SCADA-based, but now there's a solution to that. The lockout and tag out. So usually we put padlocks on the breakers, on the circuits, just so as there's no accidental energization. Second is the accident-initiated contact. So when the line you are doing maintenance is de-energized, but somewhere down in the other circuit, there's an accident and the pole was bumped and the line starts the circuit that you are working on. So that's very sad situation. And these are multiple broken poles, the same accident initiated. The third one is induced voltage from adjacent energized circuits. For example, this one. At the topmost actually is 138, then we have 69, then we have 13.8, the underbelt feeders. And for the high voltage, if you notice, adjacent circuits, you can see the fluorescent lamp being lighted due to induced voltage. And the last one is the lightning strike, or lightning strikes anywhere in the circuit. So maybe the circuit you are doing maintenance is clear, but somewhere at the end, there are storms or lightning that occurs. So it will have a fault current due to lightning. So in reality, every time we build lines, transmission lines, distribution lines, we seldom think about future maintenance. But in reality, we really do some maintenance. That's why we have this de-energized line maintenance and the corresponding risk of electrocution. So therefore, the purpose of this grounding and jumpering is really to protect our line workers from electrocution by creating an equipotential zone. Again, equipotential, same voltage, therefore there's no voltage difference and zero flow of current. And to help that, we set the system protection devices to non-reclosing, or we disable the reclosing during the switching. So with that in mind, it's now time that we develop the means or the tools, the equipment to protect our linemen or our line workers. So the development of the protective grounding and jumpering follows. First, you must have the correct configuration or connections, the right use of clamps, cables, very important, length of cables, and of course, location of the jumpers. Okay, so in the earlier days, we tried first. So as you notice, there are separate jumpers to separate earth connections. We thought that this is already safe. But according to the electrical equivalent, this is not safe because the current that goes to the line worker still noticeable and can cause electrocution. Second, we try this one, separate jumpers to common earth connection. So this is according to the AB Chance Encyclopedia of Grounding by Hubble Power Systems. And thirdly, we have this, but still not adequate, still inadequate grounding configuration. But then we have the last or the safe grounding practice, grounding and jumpering practices, which is this one or this one, which is actually creating an equipotential zone. So the main difference here is that the line worker in parallel now is in parallel path now by the use of a jumper conductor, which is the very foundation principle of why we have the personal protective grounding. It's just having a very low resistance jumper in parallel with a much higher resistance line worker. As you remember, current goes to the less resistance. We can show that in the following slides. Assuming that we have that equipotential configuration, actually the equivalent circuit is this one, as you can see. The problem now is the current that flows through the line worker not enough to be him to be or her to be electrocuted. So quick review. The current divides in inverse proportion to the total resistance, as can be shown in this equation. So if the given are, we're using the jumper as 1-0 American wire gauge copper at a length of 12 feet or 3.7 meters. The cable resistance is given 0.98 ohms per 1,000 feet. So you can solve the resistance of the jumper as shown. And the resistance of the man or the line worker is 1,000 ohms and the available fault current is 12,000 amps. Solving for the current across the man using the Kirchhoff's law, our Kirchhoff's law. Again, I of the worker or the current across the worker is just equal to the resistance of the jumper divided by the total resistance of the jumper and the worker. All these multiplied by the available fault current. In this case, we have 18 milliamperes. Later, we will show the body effects of electrical current in the human body. Here, should be memorized by us that 23 milliamps can cause severe and painful shock. So 28 versus 23, that's very, it's too close to be comfortable, too close for comfort. So we try to improve. Now, the same we have to solve for the current across the man or the line worker. But this time we shorten the jumper from 12 in the previous example now to 8 feet or 2.45 meters. Of course, the resistance of the man is the same, fault current the same. Then we have the result. Now the current across the man or the line worker is reduced to 13 milliamps. So by reducing the cable length to 4 feet from 12 to 8, the current through the line worker's body was reduced to 26%. So 23, the threshold for a painful severe shock minus 13, I think that's comfortable enough to be used in the field. So that's why in our standard, in our utility, the shortest or the longest jumper we have is only 3 meters, not more than. Okay, I hope this is very clear. So, according to our early researchers, Charles Dalziel, he has an early research on the human body's reaction to current in the late 1940s and early 50s by doing some experiments. And they have the following table. So again, our threshold should be below 20, 16, and 13 is good enough not to be electrocuted. Or the lesser, the better. No? Okay, according to National Institute of Occupational Safety and Health, they have also this following table. Very this ventricular fibrillation threshold that's should not be reached, no? Because according to this, ventricular fibrillation is the most dangerous abnormal heart rhythm and can lead to sudden cardiac death. So in our example, 13 milliamps is safe enough. Okay, again, according to the Philippine Electrical Code, between 20 and 10, muscle contraction and let go threshold should be our target, or the better lower, so as not to have electric shock for our land workers. Okay, so we are now going to the procedure. How do we install these grounding and jumpering sets? Or in short, we use the grounding cluster term. So why do you have reasons why do we still test for voltage, presence of voltage, even though the line is de-energized? It's because in the first part, there are really chance of the line being re-energized. Yeah, there are four sources: backfeed, lightning, induced voltage, and the accidents, induced fault currents. So always the line should be considered as energized. So we usually utilize the high voltage tester because again, you assume it is alive, and one tester is noisy tester. Even if the tester does not touch the line, it will create something alarming sound. So you know that that circuit is still live. So you don't proceed with this grounding and jumpering. You notice in the example there is a mega ohms 0.32. If you notice it, it's actually the resistance of the connections and the clamps. So if the clamps and conductors are not so clean, then there's a resistance in there. So that's why we surely clean first the conductors by the wire brush attached to a high voltage disconnect stick, grip hold stick. And the third one, these should be followed in the proper sequence, no? So again, treat the feeder as always energized. Then if there's no voltage, if this is confirmed that the line is dead, so you can proceed with the jumpering and grounding. So this cannot be not in correct sequence. It should be correct sequence. First, the jumper connects to the cluster bar, no? Here at the near the foot of the lineman or the system neutral. Some utilities and cooperatives, there are broken neutrals or line neutrals. So to be sure, we put T-screw ground directly below the pole. Then the jumper connects the cluster bar to the faces or the lines. Line 1, line 2, line 3. And the jumpers then connect all three faces together. Okay, so the fourth one will be, of course, as shown in our example, do not use too long a jumper. So minimize excess cable. Again, as our practice, we use 3 meters or lesser shorter jumper cables. So when you have done with your maintenance works, in removing the grounding clusters, the last jumper that you installed should be the first jumper to be removed, not the other way around. No. So it's very clear here. This is the neutral. This is the cluster bar. This is the grounding jumper across the line worker. And these are the phase jumpers, line A to B, B to C. And when the time is during your maintenance and it's almost 5, or the rain, there's a coming rain. So you are in a hurry. Never slide or detach the grounding clamps when your body or there are still linemen on the line. So hindi madaliin, no, pagtanggal ng mga mga jumpers at saka grounding clamps when somebody is still working on the line. Okay, so again, the 5 major considerations for a safe grounding and jumpering should be your clamps should be of adequate capacity. Your cable, again, should be adequate capacity, meaning the ampacity can withstand the fault current. Should have clean connections, correct location of the jumpers, and minimize slack. Okay, so to illustrate, this is a good example of a jumper. So remember that contacts, surface contact, the clamps contributes to the total resistance. It's not the cable resistance only. This is common. Some of our contractors, just to save on money, they use the welding cables and hotline clamps. These are not the right equipment for your jumper and grounding cables. Okay, so we have the following. So for number 2 is our minimum. It can withstand 14,000 amps, 15 cycles, 30 cycles, 10,000 amps. In our example, we have a 1-0 copper cable. Okay, so it depends on your fault level. You use 2-0, 3-0, or 4-0. Okay, so this technique has been developed again by following the right configuration, connections, clamps, cables, length of cables, and the location of jumpers. It's because there's only one key to safety while working on de-energized lines: the use of personal protective grounding and temporary jumpering. So key takeaways of this is, again, if there is no voltage difference, the current is 0, but maintaining it at a minimum or at equipotential is okay, and the cable resistance should be kept at minimum. Okay, so again, it is just to limit or partially eliminate the fault current that flows to the line worker, just in case the line will be energized. Remember, there's no current across the line worker if you have an equipotential zone. That's the main goal. Okay, so to be able to practice, so we have the theory, we have the equipment, we have the tools. We should be able to practice it by only one: training, and training. So we have the theoretical, then we have, in our case, and even the electric cooperatives, they have their own training facility for linemen and contractors to learn, unlearn the wrong techniques, and relearn if they are maybe they forget some of the correct practices, no? So you should be able to learn, unlearn, and relearn the correct practices. Just like pilots, we use simulator kits, no? So we really buy expensive for classroom training. This is our final exams. So if they really know the theoretical configuration or theoretical results of the protective grounding and jumpering, when you connect this simulator kit wrongly, there is alarming sound, no, meaning that you are wrong, meaning the lineman will be electrocuted. So if you got it right, and you know that the theoretical side, so you will be given, I think, 3 tries before you can pass the simulator kit. Okay, just to show, this is the actual working on de-energized lines in one of the utilities. Can you see the jumpers, grounding and jumpering set? The orange one, this is that's the grip hold sticks. And just to compare, if you really want to do line maintenance without de-energizing, we can do it by hotline works. So simple insulate and isolate method. So this is another training, and we can do in our company, we can provide you this kind of training with Wise Energy. And to remind you, I'll share some safety reminders, especially on overhead lines. I think some of you know where this picture is. Sadly, our public consider this as safe. But actually, this is not safe because, as you know already, if it is not grounded, it is not dead. So always bear that in mind. So very sorry for these localities here. They are really prone to accident or electrocution. So if you are the engineer here or the lineman, you should first ground the circuit and put jumpers properly. Another one is this configuration of the overhead lines. So from the telephone cables at the lowest level, we have the secondary. In our case, in the Philippines, 240 volts. We have the distribution feeders. I think Meralco is 34.5 and Sipalco, while Vico and Beneco in Baguio is 23 kV. All the rest is 13.8 or 13.2 for the electric cooperatives. And of course, we have the subtrans, which is common to all, the 69,000 volts. And above that, we have the 138, the 230 kV. So in Davao Light, here in Davao City, by the way, I'm from Davao. No need of the grounding and jumpering for this underground distribution system because all the overhead lines in CM Recto Avenue and San Pedro Street in Davao are now underground. So no more overhead line maintenance. Okay. So in our company, we also have, we do also risk assessment and safety audit. You can call or request us to do same for your companies or establishments. And we also follow this hierarchy of controls. No? So you notice that personal protective equipment is the least effective in safety. The best is elimination. And of course, going through that, admin controls, engineering controls, substitution, and the last is elimination. Elimination, example of that is the underground distribution system. So no more hazard because you put it underground. Okay, so to remind you, there are some safety slogans. Of the many safety slogans, I believe this is the top 3. Maybe the case is keep it safe and short, meaning your jumper should be short enough. So as we conclude our webinar, we might as well summarize, no? So what is this technique for? It's just the protection of our line workers on a structure and on ground personnel. Actually, this is not only true to overhead lines, but even though in our houses, in our common place, no? When you do work, do not assume even the breaker is off. Do not assume it's de-energized. Always assume it's energized. To be sure, put a shorting link on the circuit. So if there's a accidental energization, it will trip automatically. Again, how does this work? Just eliminate the fault current that flows through the line workers by having an equipotential zone by the use of the protective grounding and jumpering. And why? Again, to keep the work area safe and the line workers. Ensure that the line workers will go home in their respective families alive. Again, this technique is being developed to protect lives. Okay, so there's a quiz here. So you think safety if you know the 3 C's and the 2 L's, or C3 and the L2. You remember? Maybe Engineer Arjun will give a bonus if you know this one. So again, C3 is connection with the correct configuration. Another one is the clamps. The other one is cable. And the other L, 2 L's are the location and the length of the cable. So know this by heart. And bear in mind that all lines are not dead if they are not properly grounded. And again, the key to safety while working on de-energized lines is, again, the use of personal protective grounding and temporary jumpering, and no other else. Okay, so let's go to the question and answer portion. Miss Coordinator?
Yes, sir. Wait lang. So we have a question here from Engineer Ricky Piandong. Are equipotential presence also in the underground system? And since our country is number one high risk from natural destruction, is it possible to establish underground system, and it is possible be advantage us?
Please repeat the first statement.
The first statement, sir, is our potential presence also presence also in the underground systems.
Okay. Number one, let me first the second question I'll answer. So the use of underground distribution system is more on cost benefit ratio. So in the case of some private utilities, the let ERC approve their capex for underground distribution system. So there you're able to reason out the reason why they have underground distribution system. One of that is safety, of course, and some aesthetics, and even there's a city resolution to support their capex that the city or the province really have law, no, that some of their distribution lines should be up to sections only should be underground. So the second is actually that's another topic, the medium voltage switchgear line maintenance. So it's not overhead, but in the underground we use medium voltage switchgear. So there's a separate grounding clusters, or we call that short circuiting jumpers to do maintenance. And you are correct, the same principle. We establish an equipotential zone so as to limit or eradicate the fault current in case the line will be accidentally energized. Thank you for that question.
Thank you, sir. For another question, this question is from Engineer Bernie Laguni. Good afternoon, Sir Julius. As we may refer to your presentation, is it always safe to say that one must always attach the ground part of the ground cable to an effective ground first, then attach ground to the nearest phase, and the next to the second nearest phase, and the last to the farthest phase as the proper sequence of applying protective grounding?
Yeah, I think that's right. Let me go to my previous slides. Okay, this one. So the first step actually is to establish a ground. If there's no neutral, you will install a T-screw ground directly under the pole or near the pole. So from there, you have a ground. You connect the first jumper to the neutral. If there's no neutral, to the cluster bar. This one, just directly below the lineman. From the cluster bar, directly below the feet of the lineman, you attach another jumper cable to the outer face or line A or phase A. Then from phase A, you attach another jumper A to B, then consequently B to C. So he is right, no? That's the right procedure. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, sir. For another question, it is from Engineer Gerald Bukirin. Good afternoon, Engineer Julius. For solar installation, are we allowed to bound grounding to DC with AC and or grounding of the topping are grounding rods required for solar PV installation?
That's a good question. No, actually, there's a separate topic for safety on solar. So maybe it's better to be taken up there. But if it is for line maintenance, the principle stays the same. But for design purposes, I think it's a separate topic outside here. But again, if they are doing maintenance, apply this technique.
Thank you,
Did I
sir.
answer the question? Yeah. Thanks.
Ayun. Thank you, sir. Another question po from Engineer Paul Garcia. Hindi po ba prone sa flood or water intrusion yung underground main line like sa Davao na ginawa? Ano yung mga safety method na ginagawa ng utility provider?
Yeah. Yeah, you're right, no? But during construction, there's already in the manholes, there's already water, what we call that? There's a provision for the water to not to stay in the manhole. There's a drain hole, no? It's a part of the design. And for the connectors, there's a separate manhole for the connectors. And the connectors they use is a special type of connectors. They're insulated and line to line and line to ground. And the switch gears are actually not underground. The switch gears is actually on a platform. So safety considerations are also being considered in the design. Sa design pa lang. For the maintenance again, low maintenance, and it's a separate equipment for the circuiting jumpers for medium voltage switchgears for underground. Thank you.
Again, sir. Another question po from Engineer Leonardo Lachica. Are you familiar with the Rule 1210 of the Occupational Safety and Health Standard of DOLE?
Actually, I did not memorize it, but yeah, it's good. Maybe he can share.
Meron pa din po siyang follow-up. What is the range of low voltage classification, medium voltage classification, high voltage classification, extra high voltage classification? Ayun.
Yeah,
Ayun po, sir.
Yeah, actually it's in the code, the classifications, pero usually we 110 to 600, we consider those as low voltage. Medium voltage for 2.4 kV up to 23 to 34.5, we consider as medium voltage. High voltage 69, 138. Then we have the extra high voltage 230, 500 kV. We in other countries they have already 1,000 kV. All ultra high voltage. Yeah. Hope that answers the question. That answers the question.
I think so, sir. Another question, sir, from Engineer Lachika. What is the minimum length of a standard grounding rod and its diameter daw po, sir?
Yeah, actually, we can give you the specifications, no, according to Ibichans and Hubble power systems. Usually, the T-screw ground is 10 feet. No, but the specifications we can give you, just email us. And again, we do safety audit. In fact, Engineer Charles Singson requested us to do some improvements in Tagaytay Highlands, the 13.8 kV distribution systems, plus the safety of their linemen, and we conduct training and give them specifications and both the proper tools now, and all their line workers now are safe. We could do the same to as per request. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Question po from Engineer Joe Mark Yanggag. What are the safety measures, sir, when doing line test? Sample, high post test where grounding jumper is not applicable.
Yeah, actually, when we test the voltage, presence of voltage, even though it's de-energized, again, we assume it's energized. Therefore, we don't test it by hand. No, of course, we use the hot stick, or the gripple stick. At the tip of the stick, high voltage stick, there's an adapter where we can attach the high voltage tester. It could be a noisy tester again, or with that voltage range. There's a range of voltage, or that's more expensive. So if it is 13.8, the reading will be 13.8, 34.5, 69. You can see the voltage display. Does it answer the question?
I think so, sir.
Yeah, high voltage tester. So again,
Sir, non-contact high voltage tester daw po.
yeah, the non-contact voltage tester is actually the noisy tester. The noisy tester is if this is the line and this is the tester, there's no contact, no? Due to induced voltage, the tip of the tester, there's a sensor. So mag-ingay siya, mag-alarm siya. So bzzz. So alam na ng lineman na, uy, live pala to. So you don't proceed with the grounding and jumpering. The contact is the other one, the voltage tester. There's a hook. I-contact mo talaga yon para mabasa mo yung voltage reading. So yung non-contact, yun ang noisy tester. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Another question from wait. Another question, sir. What are the factors from Daniel Esteban? What are the factors need to consider for an underground cable and the minimum depth?
Is that design question or safety question? If it is design question, we can also do designing for underground distribution system. We do designing of underground distribution system in, again, Tagaytay. The new expansion of Tagaytay, we're the one who do the design. So it's a detailed design engineering for underground distribution system. Okay? Please email us, no? Para mag-kuhan tayo. Maka-quote kami ng design, design needs for the underground distribution system. Thank you, ha? Yeah, during the design, the safety is already considered. No, during manhole, the depth, maintenance, how do you do maintenance? It's part of the design. Okay. Are there any questions?
Meron pa po, sir. Last 2 questions, sir.
Okay.
Okay. From Engineer Voy Kenneth Lontok. Hi, Sir Jules. My question is, what is the reason behind the last connection should be the first to disconnect on grounding jumper? And what happens if we accidentally disconnect the first connection on grounding jumper?
Okay. Good question. Yeah. Actually, the main reason there is you maintain the ground or the equipotential zone up to the last. Meaning, if you remove the first jumper to the ground, there's no more ground connection. It's a floating connection. So even though you have jumpers along the line, but there's no more true ground connection, there's no more safety there. So, kahit yung last ng jumper mo, yun ang first tanggalin mo, it's still safe because yung ibang jumper naka-connect pa papunta sa ground. So, hindi pwede yung ground ang kunin mo agad, yung ground connection. So, yun ang pinaka-reason doon. Safety pa rin. So, meaning, kung natanggal mo na yung first na ground connection, tapos may nag-accidental energization, saan papunta? Saan papunta yung fault current? So, you're prone to electrocution. So, walang ma-discharge yan. Okay, I think that's a very good, valid question. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So, never ibaligtad-baligtarin yung pagtanggal. So, yung last, yun ang first na kunin na jumper. Okay, thanks.
Noted, sir. Another question from Engineer Arnel Corpus. In your experience, sir, what are some of the most important safety considerations when working in confined spaces?
Confined. Actually, we have a separate module for that, no? Confined. Actually, arc flash could be a big factor on that. Medium voltage switchgear, even in not confined spaces, arc flash is a very big factor. So we have a separate equipment for that, for short circuiting the phases while doing energize. But again, the principle of equipotential is the same. So if there's accidental energization, you are safe. Thank you. Does it answer your question?
I think so, sir. I answer. Thank you daw po.
Okay, thanks.
Sir, we still have another question po sa ano. Is it
Yes.
okay po?
Yeah, okay. No problem.
It is from Engineer Carl Dave de la Cuesta. How would you know that you have an effective grounding jumper? Do we test it, or we just assume that it's safe to provide that we follow the proper way to connect it?
Yeah, actually it's a very valid question. Actually, the cable first we tackle the cable. The cable we use is clear jacketed. No, it's not bare, huh? It's clear jacketed cable. Unlike the welding cable. No? So that clear jacketed cable, visual, you can see if the strands are broken. And even we see the strands are broken, we still do continuity test per jumper. So meaning there should be full conductivity end to end, no, for the jumper. And we have a quarterly testing of the cables and jumpers and the clamps. That's why I have shown you in the previous video the bad actually those who have not gone proper training still are using this kind of this one. This is the clear jacketed. This is the correct clamp. Aside from that, we tested it by continuity. The bad clamps are this one, no? So these are very cheap. Murag sa murag sa Tagalog pa kuan ito. Shopee lang ba? Lazada. Hindi ito branded. So itong mga jumper cable using welding, you notice hindi clear jacketed. So hindi mo alam sa gitna nito may putol. At saka ito pang kuan to, pang hotline clamp, meaning pang low current. This is not for 10,000 amps of fault currents. Actually, there are videos in YouTube you can see that these clamps and these cables are blown up to pieces when subjected to fault currents high as 10,000 amps and above due to mechanical stresses. Okay, does it answer?
Yes, sir. Another question, sir.
Yeah.
What is the resistance of what we consider a good grounding connection? It is from Engineer Jeremy Monte Bonge.
Yeah, in our case, in our practice, we use the following range of cables. Where's that? Yeah, oh no, sorry. This one. We don't use below number 2 AWG and up to 4 bar 0. American wire gauge, no, and clear jacketed cables. These have a very low resistance per 1,000 feet. And importantly, yung kuha niya, saan ba yun? Yung capacity to withstand fault currents. Here. This one. So American standard ratings of clamps, spirals, and assemblies, no? Copper cables, number 2240. This should be able to withstand 14,000 at 15 cycles or 10,000 amps, 30 cycles. 30 cycles is 0.5 seconds, no? 30 divided by 60. So this range of cables are safe to use in that range of fault currents. So usually in the distribution system, these are good enough. No, so not below 2 and higher than 40 depends on the fault current. No, it should be the clear jacketed type, not the solid, because it's very hard. Okay, was it
Okay, sir.
able to answer question?
Yes, sir. Another question, sir. Is it okay?
Yeah.
From Engineer Marvin Mendoza. Hi, sir. Is there a chance that a jumper can cause the energized line to be energized when the lightning strike grounding system where the jumper was bounded?
Paki-kuan daw. Paki-ulit daw.
Okay, sir. Is there a chance that the jumper can cause the de-energized lines to de-energized lines to be energized when the lightning strike grounding system where the jumper was bounded?
No, when the light, what I understand is when the lightning strikes, it should be able the current, the discharge, the lightning discharge current should be able to pass through the grounding system properly, not through the man. So meaning, kung wala kang jumper across the line worker, doon dadaan sa line worker yung lightning discharge, no? So it's fatal. So if you have the grounding clusters or the personal protective grounding and temporary jumpers installed and the lightning strikes, surely the lightning discharge current will flow through the jumper, which has the least resistance than the line worker, as shown in my examples. Does it answer?
I think so, sir.
Yeah.
Another question, sir, from Engineer Randy Paul Natividad. What is the IR test passing value of XLPE used in medium voltage, say 34.5 kV?
Insulation resistance?
Yes, sir.
Is it about safety? Is it under... I don't know why. In our practice, the minimum insulation resistance is we have I think it's 1 mega ohm per kV. If more, that's better. Okay?
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Another question, sir. It is from Engineer Weldon Oliver Balas. Hi, sir. For armored cable, when used as feeder line, do we need to ground both end of cable?
or more to, meaning that's insulated. Yeah, you can only ground on the conductive part. No, so if it is insulated, you cannot ground the insulated part. So if there's a portion of your circuit that is not insulated, that's where you can connect your ground clamp. I'm sure in the connection point or the endpoints, there are open or bare connection, so you can connect your temporary jumpers there during maintenance. I think there are provisions for grounding during maintenance. Even the switch gears, yeah, that's a separate topic, but in my experience, medium voltage switch gears, we have a separate equipment there for short-circuiting the terminals. No, it's not the same as the overhead lines. Okay?
Yes po, sir. Another question, sir. From another question po from Engineer Leonardo Lachica. In previous PEC, the substation minimum point-to-point resistance is 10 ohms or lower, while 5 ohms or lower for power plant. Is it still active to this date?
Pakiulit daw yung buwan.
Sir, in previous PEC, the substation minimum point-to-point resistance is 10 ohms or lower, while 5 ohms or lower for power plant. Is it still active to this date?
Yeah, I think there's no changes to the electrical code on that. I'm not sure, but please check.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Another question, sir, from Engineer Bernie Laguni. In most cases, napansin ko na ang common practice po is to use ground cable of 4/0 AWG and not the clear jacketed one. Lalo na kapag wala ng available wire to match the required protection size.
Yeah, actually 4/0 yung hindi clear jacketed, yung insulated, we can still use, no? As long as hindi yung hindi yung welding cable. 4/0 not jacketed is still okay. Basta yung sa amin, we use yellow or orange for visual. Kasi pag nagmamadali na doon sa actual work, minsan there's a sad experience na maiwan kasi hindi nakita eh. Ay, may naiwan pa palang jumper. Tapos na-energize, so putok, no? So yes, you can use not clear jacketed, but be sure that it's visible. And tested regularly because you cannot see the strands inside. Because it's the same as the rubber gloves, no? Pag may pinholes yun, delikado, no? Electrocution. The same as this one. So, hindi mo nakita na iputol pala yung kable, akala mo may conductivity pa yung jumper cable. So, it means the lives of our line workers. Good question. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Another question po from Engineer Abner Moranya. Is the grounding cluster applicable also on low voltage system?
Yeah. Actually, the principle stays the same. even in the low voltage, for example, you have an MDP, main distribution panel, so there are breakers there, and you switch off the breaker, but your MDP is at your living room or sala, and you do the work somewhere in your kitchen, so you don't see the breaker. So just accidental, no? Bakit pagdating ng ibang tao sa bahay, bakit brownout ito? Naka-off pala ang breaker eh. So gi-on niya. So ikaw, nagtrabaho ka doon sa kitchen, electrocuted ka kasi may accidental energization. So ngayon, kung may trabaho ka doon, tapos in-off mo yung breaker, lagyan mo ng maliit na jumper. So the same principle, jumperan mo yung line 1 to line 2 o 3-phase line 2 to line 3. Tapos lagyan mo ng tag, do not close the breaker. So the same, kahit saan to, very important that you follow this grounding, temporary jumpering procedure for safety. Thank you. Thank you for that question. That's very practical and very useful.
Okay, sir. Another question from Leonardo Lachica. Which is better and safe grounding joint? Use connector and crimp or just use bolted clamp?
Since this is for maintenance, meaning temporary, we don't crimp. Ang crimping kasi, parang permanent banding na yun eh. Mahirap tanggalin tapos mapangit yung linya mo. Daming connector doon, naka-crimp. While yung clamp, removable yun. Madali lang i-remove. Kasi meron nga special tool to remove. We use the grip hold stick to remove the clamp. So it's not advisable to crimp because it's temporary. Just use the clamps. And usually there's a screw clamp. So when you tighten, this will close. When you loosen, this will open. So these are special clamps. Thank you for that.
And thank you so much, sir. Are there any other questions? Going once, twice. If none, kindly press 1. One. Ayan, okay. There seems to be no question already. Let's award the certificate of appreciation.
Before that,
Okay, sir.
let me continue.
Ay, meron pa po pala. Sorry po, sir.
So for further readings, you may read some of these references. They're very good references, especially those who send in their questions, especially the first two, the Encyclopedia of Grounding. Of course, we have the Electrical Code of the US and, of course, the Philippine Electrical Code. And thank you again for having me. Amping, kaibigans. Do you know amping? What is amping in Tagalog? Ingat, ingat kaibigans. Think safety first. So again, I'm Julius Algabri. By the way, I'm already a DOE certified energy auditor. Maybe you have some energy audit needs, you can call us. And here is my email address. I think somebody asked for my email address. And of course, thank you for my company who sponsored me, Wise Energy. Wise Energy is also a registered energy service company of Department of Energy. So, again, thank you and good afternoon.
Again, thank you, sir. Let's now proceed on the awarding of certificate.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, stop sharing, no? Boom.
Ayan.
Thank you.
Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated. This certificate of appreciation is presented to Engineer Julius S. Algabre for imparting valuable insight as technical resource speaker on the topic electrical safety, protective grounding and temporary jumpering working on de-energized lines during the Code Compliance, A Pathway to Safety webinar in conjunction with the 48th Annual National Convention and 3E Expo 2023 with the team IIEE at 48, moving forward collectively as we pave the way to the world of opportunities and digital innovation. Given this 27th day of November 2023, signed by our National Secretary, Engineer Alberto R. Herrera Jr., our National Vice President for External Affairs and Exhibit Bureau Director, Engineer Esperanza A. Collado, our National Vice President for Internal Affairs and Convention Bureau Director, Engineer Florigo C. Varona, our National President, Engineer Lyndon R. Bagay. Once again, thank you so much, Engineer Algabre. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you again, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, guys, wag mo muna kayong umalis. So for the last speaker for this for today's event, he is a distinguished electrical engineering professional with 40 years of expertise in electrical equipment design, audit, consultancy, preventive maintenance, and commissioning for diverse facilities. Notably, he received the 2022 IEC 1906 award, the first Filipino honored by International Electrotechnical Commission for outstanding contribution to TC64 standardization. As the general manager and the owner of ElecDesk Trading and Technical Services, he held innovative solution and holds key leadership roles in industry and standards bodies. To discuss about the PEC1 IEC harmonization, IEC 60364 Part 4 to 43 protection against overcurrent for low voltage installation, let us all welcome Engineer Conrado C. Binondo. Let's give him a warm of applause.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Loud
sir.
and clear?
Loud and clear.
Okay, mukhang mapapaaga tayo, 2:30 pa lang. But anyway, I hope that lahat kayo ay gising pa, no? And please bear with us until na matapos natin ito. And of course, here we have a very good speakers before me. Napakagaling ng mga topic nila, and I hope everyone have learned from this. Hindi lang CPD points ang after natin, but above all the learning, the skills, the knowledge that we can get out from all these resource speakers, I think it will be worthwhile, no, na magamit natin sa ating mga trabaho. Now, this afternoon, I will be discussing a guidelines. Sorry, not the guidelines, but more on the requirements. No? Hindi natin pag-uusapan dito yung mga design, calculations, and probably a part of the product standards. I will give you some few points about this. But mostly ito is about the requirements of the standard. It's like the Philippine Electrical Code. We have requirements, no? Lahat yung requirements yun. Na those are mandatory, some are for information purposes. Ganon din sa IEC. This standard what I'm going to share to you are part of the IEC. Wala kasi silang mga tinatawag na parang sometimes they have the installation code, but some other countries like in Europe, they always refer to these standards and they adopt this, for their regulations. So as far as we are concerned here, we have the Philippine Electrical Code, which is our ito yung pinaka-basis ng lahat ng electrical installations natin. But the fact is that we have the IEC also is a international standards ito mga to. Then a lot of countries have adopted the IEC as part of their regulations. No? So let me open up, share my presentation here. Dali lang ha. Share. Let me just go to my... Okay, can anyone confirm kung okay na? Did you
Yes,
see
sir po.
Okay na? It's a full view? Because gumagamit ako ng
No, sir. Nakaano po siya.
presenter?
Opo.
Okay, let me swap the display. Ayan,
Yes,
okay
sir.
na siya?
Okay na po. Yes po.
Okay. Let's stop the... Kasi may timer. Magta-time. Okay, this will be our topic for today. This is a part of the series of webinars that the PEC IEC 1 has been going on through our regional and of course mid-year and national events natin. Because we were trying to put up, to introduce to everyone the IEC standards. So itong IEC 60364 is a part 443. This is the protection for safety. It's protection against overcurrent. So merong similarity ito sa Philippine Electrical Code. This is the part 2.40 of the PEC. This is also the overcurrent protection. So by the way, this will be a discussion. Let's deep dive onto the requirements. Requirements ito of this standard. Okay? So remember IEC 60364 part 443. Then what will be our learning objectives here is to introduce the requirements of the IEC 60364 part 443 on protection against overcurrent. We know na lahat tayo dito, we know the circuit breakers, fuses, those are the devices na ginagamit for overcurrent protections. But here it's confined to the low voltage installation, which is kanina may nagtatanong ano yung class ng voltage. Of course, we have in IEC there are only two class of voltage. One is the low voltage and the other one is high voltage. Walang medium voltage. Pero kung makikita natin when it comes to the trade, yung mga manufacturers, sometimes they classify it kasi yung ibang bansa meron silang tinatawag na medium voltage, high voltage, extra high voltage, mga ganun. But as far as IEC is concerned, on the installation rules and the product standards, dalawa lang, which is the low voltage up to 1,000 volts, okay, AC, and of course in DC it's 1.5 kV. Above this, it will be called a high voltage. Nasa classification yan ng IEC standards. Okay? So, another objective is to know and identify the similarities and differences between the IEC 60364, Part 443, and the PEC 1, Article 2.40 on overcurrent protection requirements. Now, I hope that many of you here are familiar with our Philippine Electrical Code. Kung hindi ka man familiar, I think that today you will learn more about what is the overcurrent protection requirements sa ating code, and also on the IEC side, when it comes to low voltage installation. So dalawa lang yung objective natin dito. Next one, let me introduce to you IEC. Kasi baka mamaya hindi nyo pa alam kung ano yung IEC, But I think for the past 3 years or 4 years, I have been discussing about IEC because this is one of our advocacy, to promote the IEC standards here in the Philippines. So it's the International Electro Technical Commission. So this IEC is it reflects the global consensus and distilled wisdom of many thousand technical experts who are delegated by their countries to participate in the IEC. So in the Philippines, we have what we call the National Committee of the Philippines, NCP, and this is the organization or part of the Bureau of Bureau of Philippine Standards that's been dealing with the IEC, dun sa main office. Then IEC it provides instructions, guidelines. So marami ito, instruction, guideline, the rules or definitions that are then used to design. Number one is to design, to manufacture, install, test, and certify, maintain, and repair electrical and electronic devices and systems. So international standards are also often adopted by countries or regions to become national or regional standards. Close to 80% of European electrical and electronic standards are in fact in the international, based on the international standards. So that is it's about the IEC. What's IEC? Then the membership of the IEC is, as you know, it's an international standard. So full members are all in green here, and we have here Philippines here. Maliit na to. We are also a full member in as far as the 60364 standards are concerned. We are a P member, a permanent or participating member, because there is also what we call an observer, O member. So tayo ay isang P member. The thing about being a P member is that in any deliberation on the standards pertaining 60364, we can vote for any revisions or any modifications or any new work items with regards to the standards. So meron tayong vote doon. Then also we have an access on all the IEC standards through the Bureau of Philippine Standards. So yun ang connection natin sa IEC. Then going to the product standards and installation, here's another map showing the IEC. So napakalaki ng lawak ng IEC na kino-cover niya sa buong mundo. If you could see here, the IEC in the blue, then you have the UL, of course, in the USA. Then merong mix, yung diagonal na blue and red. These are mix. Meron tayo dito sa Pilipinas, hindi naman totally na blue, pero ganoon, napasama tayo sa mix installation. Minimix natin yung products with our code, yung installation rules natin. So yun yung mga countries na merong mga kung saan talaga use where they are using most of the standards like the IEC. Then what are our references? By the way, I'm going to this journey para hindi tayo kaagad na mag-dive dun sa topic, but I'm trying to introduce to everyone. Probably nakita nyo na to for those previous webinars na ginawa natin. But for the sake of those others who were not able to look onto this one or to participate, I think it's an opportunity para makita nyo yung ginagawang IEC standardization sa Philippines. So this is the IEC we are talking about. It's the 60364 Part 1. And now it has been adopted in 2018. 2020 as a PNS. So it's now called the PNS IEC 60364-1 2020. So this was recommended for adoption in 2020 when I'm the chairman actually of the BPS TC77. Ito yung kasi yung nagre-review, nagko-comment dito sa standards na ito. So we adopted this one now as a Philippine national standard. It's available na itong standard na ito sa library ng BPS. No? Okay? So every time when we adopt the standards from IEC, kung makikita nyo, ang nadagdag lang dito before the IEC is the PNS, which is the Philippine National Standard. Then of course, we are putting the DTI logo down there, dito sa baba niyan. Okay, in using the standards as a PNS, this is not mandatory, yung paggamit nito because you see, we have the Philippine Electrical Code. Itong standard na ito, it's a reference. Magiging reference ito in everyone who wants to do a design according to IEC standards. But careful, ito yon, meron kaming mga country notes whenever we adopt. It's not only in the Philippines when you adopt the standard IEC, but any countries who are member of the IEC, they have to put a country note. So, number one dito na country note is the use of this standard shall be in conjunction with the latest edition of the Philippine Electrical Code. Bakit? Because, Philippine Electrical Code, ito yung regulations natin dito sa Philippines. And we are mandated to use this in our installations. And this is the minimum requirement. So, kung halimbawa, nag-design ka at gumamit ka ng IEC, you have to be sure na you don't go below the minimum requirements of the code. Kung medyo mataas siya, ganun, or equal, no problem. That's the responsibility of the electrical engineer to do the checking, lahat design calculations, to prove really that this is one is it complies, way above the requirements of the Philippine Electrical Code. So itong standard, nilagay din natin dito sa country note. PRC likewise adopt the latest edition of the PEC as part of the rules and regulations governing the practice of electrical engineering and as a referral code in accordance with the National Building Code. So meron tayong sa item 3, yung number 3 na note dito. Should there be any difference, so take note of this, the interpretation and the provisions and requirements of this standard and the Philippine Electrical Code Part 1, the provisions of the Philippine Electrical Code shall be maintained. So ito lang, these are parang disclaimers natin ito, in using this standard. Okay, because these are not mandatory, these are voluntary ang paggamit dito. So let's go to the overview and structure of the IEC 60364 standard. Okay, ang composition niyan is a creation of standard series. So marami yan, it's not like our PEC one na isang book lang, but this one marami siya. It consists of 35 documents, into which 21 sections are corresponding to spatial location. So yung pag-uusapan natin ngayon, yung part 443 over current protection is just one part of the document. Yung marami na yan. So pag bumili ka dyan ng standards na yan, iba naman yung presyo niyan. So marami, bawat documents, you can buy it sa IEC or sa BPS. Okay? All these documents are independent and complementary. So some of the documents, they refer to, for example, the generalities and the protection for safety. Lahat ng mga succeeding documents, meron kasing general requirements. But of course, like the PEC, the dedicated requirements in any installation, pwede niyang i-modify yung general requirements o yung main requirements katulad ng PEC natin. So the process is the same in dealing with the part of the standards. There are 6 main parts. Number 1 is the fundamental principles. Okay, then we have the protection for safety. So mamaya makita natin nasaan ba yung nire-refer dito ng Philippine Electrical Code when it comes to protection for safety. Then we have the part 5, this is selection and erection of the electrical equipment. We have the part 6, verification and test. Part 7, these are spatial locations. Like sa PEC natin, meron tayong mga spatial din, di ba? Mga locations na nandun sa mga ibang part ng PEC. Then, of course, ito yung functional aspects. Ngayon, kaninang umaga, take note, the energy management system was included now in the National Electric Code. And kung titignan natin ito, when you go to 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, they are all what we call the safety aspect of the installation. Ngayon, yung part 8, nagkaroon na ng functional aspects, which pertains to energy efficiency, nandun yung prosumers installation, interconnection of various energy sources, renewable energy sources, mga ganon. So, ganon din sa natin, sa PEC in the future edition, makikita natin ngayon yung energy management, which is of course a functional aspect of the code. Okay? Then yun, 4, 5, 7, and 8, they are of several part of section. So, fundamental principles, part 1 yan, it's about the assessment, fundamental principles, assessment of general characteristic, mga definition of terms. So, nandyan siya lahat. And this part, it gives the rules for the design. So, mga rules for the design, mga requirements ng mga designer, pwede nyo gamitin, titignan nyo. Then also, the erection and the verification of electrical installations. Okay? Then, the rules are intended to provide for the safety of persons, livestock, and property against dangers and damage that may arise in the reasonable use of electrical installations and to provide for the proper functioning of those installations. Kaya yun yung proper functioning of those installations, kaya nandun yung tinatawag natin yung kanina nasa part 8, yung functional aspect. Kaya napasama yung sa part 8 na yon. Sa PEC naman natin, not necessarily na kuwan siya. Ang priority kasi sa code natin is about the protection for safety of persons against electrical hazards. So, yun ang pinaka-priority. Ganon din dito, yun ang priority. Pero na-include yung functional aspect, which is part of the standard. Then here, it covers the circuits. So, tandaan natin, this is standard is up to 1,000 volts AC or 1,500 volts DC. Itong 1,500 volts DC, kung titignan natin yung PEC, yung new edition ng National Electric Code, later, magkakaroon tayo ng 1,500 volts DC kasi dati nasa 1,000 volts DC lang because this is a reply to the yung voltage natin sa mga PV installation wherein the panels can go as high as more than 1,000 volts yung pag na-series na siya. So this will address also the installation of the yung mga solar panels yung PV installations natin. So as we know, kanina pinag-uusapan natin is about safety, everything. Maging doon sa last topic natin kanina na these are to avoid the shocks current. Kaya meron tayong mga grounding na ginagawa para hindi sa atin dumaan yung mga current, yung mga matataas na values ng current na pinakita kanina, yung mga levels of current that's not good for our human body. So excessive temperatures, kasama yan sa hazards of electrical installation that can cause burn, fires, and other injuries, affect ignition of potentially explosive atmosphere. By the way, this standard does not include yung mga yung mga class divisions, yung mga explosive environments sa natin sa Philippine Electrical Code. So when you want to design something sa mga installation wherein there are yung environment kasi is explosive, then meron tayong mga ibang standards na ginagamit. It does not being addressed here in this standard. Under voltage, over voltage, and electromagnetic influences, power supply interruptions or interruption of safety services, arcing likely to cause blinding effects, excessive pressure or toxic gases, mechanical movement of electrically activated equipment. Then applications, residential premises, public premises, industrial premises, agricultural and horticultural premises. We have the prefabricated buildings, caravans, caravan sites, and similar sites. We have the marinas. We have the medical locations. Okay. and construction sites, exhibitions, fairs, and other installations for temporary purposes, external lighting and similar installations, mobile or transportable units. We have the PV systems, okay, photovoltaic systems. It's covered under standard low voltage generating sets. Yun yung mga kasama no, sa kwan natin. And now the part 4, ito yung protection for safety. Of course, in this one, we have the part 443, protection against overcurrent, and the part 44, protection against voltage disturbance and electromagnetic disturbances. So this part, it will tell you, it will give us all the requirements, in the low voltage installation. So tomorrow you will be getting some the standards committee presentation. Pag-uusapan niya yung protection against electric shock, and of course nandun din yung how to install rightly yung SPDs sa ating mga low voltage installation, and this is under the part 4.44 ng IEC standards. Okay, yung part 4.4 to protection against thermal effects, this pertains to the yung paggamit ng mga devices, for example yung sa UL or sa NEC is the AFCI, sa IEC is the AFDD, yung arc fault detection device. So that will be protection against thermal effects. Okay, so remember this part is the protection for safety. Then we have the device selection. Now we have the selection and erection of electrical equipment para maging complete, yung ma-meet mo yung requirements. Okay, then you will talk now about the device to meet, to comply with the requirements for part 4. So common rules, merong mga common rules dyan. Then part 552, this is the wiring systems. The wiring systems is where you can find the current carrying capacity of all the conductors, yung specification ng mga conductors, similar to yung sa part 310 ng PEC. PEC 1, wherein you have all the wiring systems, yung tinatawag na ampacity of the conductors. Then we have part 553. This is now the isolation, switching, and control. And dyan yung mga circuit breakers, RCD, SPDs, part 53. Then 5.4 is the earthing arrangement and protective conductors. This is similar to our article 2.50 of the Philippine Electrical Code, part 1, yung grounding and banding. So na-discuss na rin natin previously sa mga webinars natin ito. Maging yung governor natin, si Jalsen, na-discuss din niya ito sa Visayas, dun sa mga regional conferences. Na-share na rin niya ito, yung part 554. Then of course we have the other equipments like the generators, mga ganyan sa other equipment, low voltage generators, and safety services. Nandiyan yung mga fire pumps, nandiyan lahat ina-address, yung fire safety devices. Then we have the verification. The moment na design mo na siya, you meet the requirements of the yung sa safety and device select mo, then na-install mo na siya, then you have to conduct verification, ang tinatawag dito. Ito na yung inspection, ongoing inspection, electrical inspection sa terminology natin actually. Then initial verification by inspection and testing. So nandiyan din yung tinatawag site acceptance test whenever we completed the installation. Then we do verification against design documents. Kung tama siya, then to validate it further, you do testing, using various testing, which we can call probably factory acceptance, site acceptance test, SAT, ganyan. Then after the installation, ginamit na, the project has been commissioned, then you have to conduct a periodic verification to validate satisfactory condition. Na nagko-comply pa rin siya to the requirements of the installation of per the design. So ito yung tawag natin, simply it's preventive maintenance or predictive maintenance, to look onto this. So these are part of the part 6 is to verify the installations. Pwede rin dito yung audit, papa-audit ka, you have to conduct audits to validate yung installation mo. If kung baka mamaya maraming nadagdag, hindi pala na-built yung drawings mo, hindi na consider sa redesign ng installation. So maaaring magkakaroon ka ng issue sa installation. So para safe, you have to do all this verification as part of this standard. Then ito na yung functional aspect, energy efficiency. Sa December 1, the TC64 chairman, Jack Perone, will be discussing in the face-to-face in the afternoon about the energy efficiency of IEC. So tingnan natin, iikwan natin, atinan natin yon sa SMX, and also he will be discussing sa some tomorrow, I think tomorrow, yes, the standards committee about the PV installation and as per IEC standards. So let's watch it out, tignan natin, atinan natin lahat itong mga webinars natin. Okay, so we have part A2, the prosumer installations. These are the interconnection of the energy sources, various energy sources in the installation. So kaya prosumer, this is from the IEC. Ito yung pro, this is the production, and yung sumer is the consumer. So alam natin ngayon na because of the renewable energy, parang PV, meron tayong sariling production about from that energy sources. Then of course we consume it. Yung sobra, kung meron tayong net metering, so pwede nating i-export yung power, mga ganon, di ba? So yun ang tawag doon talaga sa IEC is prosumer installations. Okay? Then part A3 is bago pa lang ito, operation of the prosumers. So ganon din, tinitigdan din ng standard the proper way, how to operate this, saka yung mga maintenance nitong mga installations nito. Then functional aspects, they are all there. Then we have the part 7. Siguro very common ito sa code natin. Yung bathrooms, we have a dedicated part of the code, yung bathrooms. In IEC, we have the part 7. So nandito lahat sila. If you want to look onto the installation rules sa mga bathrooms, swimming pools, and other basins, so there's a separate document, locations containing sauna heaters. Okay, kung meron kayong mga project about this one, you want to use probably IEC, products or whatever, you can validate it, with these requirements, kung ano yung mga requirements nila. Then section 704, construction and demolition site installations. Then we have agricultural and horticultural premises in section 705, 706, restrictive conductive locations, section 708, caravan parks and caravans. Then, of course, in PEC, we have the marinas also, and pleasure crops. Then we have section 709. Ito, very important din ito, is the medical locations. So we have section 710. Of course, we have also in healthcare facilities natin dito sa Philippine Electrical Code. Okay. Then we have the exhibition shows and standards. Then we have the PV. This one, it will be discussed tomorrow in the standards seminar. So, atinan nyo to. Magandang topic itong section 712 ng standards, PV installations. Then we have the furnitures, we have external lightings, we have extra low voltage lighting installations, mobile or transportable units. We have the 718 communal facilities, workplaces, section 721 electrical installations in caravans and motor caravans. Then we have supply for electrical vehicles, o yung mga EV, hindi yung charging ito, this is only up to the supply. How does the standards deal with the supply, from sa source hanggang doon sa socket, yun ang final niya. So meron tayong charging station, iba na yun, ibang standards, pati yung mga sockets is from sort of product standards. So 722 yan. Operating maintenance gangways, temporary structures is also covered, and the floor and ceiling heating systems. And these parts are not standalone fundamental documents and shall be used with parts 1 to 6. So palaging titignan natin because many of these special locations, kanina nasabi ko na minomodify nila yung requirements, general requirements, but it does not mean to say na there will be a safety issue dito. Kino-consider lang nila na hindi applicable. So sa PEC ganyan din merong mga part na general requirements pero sa special applications minomodify, no? Hindi niya nire-require na gamitin yung general requirements ng code. Okay? We have to know that para maging safe yung installations natin. So, ito yung overview ng structure ng 60364 standards, the installation rules ng IEC in low voltage installations. So, nandiyan lahat siya, part 1, part 4, part 5, part 6, part 8, and of course, part 7 is down. Okay? Then, dito naman sa atin, sa PEC, sa IIEE, we have the PEC1 IEC committee. Na-create ito. It's not a standing committee, pero papunta na rin ang direction natin dyan because we have been dealing, introducing IEC since 2018. Pero sa noong 2017, we started with BPS to be a member of the IEC. So, what is the mandate? Okay, yung mandate namin dito, to study and evaluate the relevant IEC standards and best practices that can be adapted into the Philippine electrical code. Kasi kanina may mga questions na grace doon sa umaga, no? Tomorrow probably yung tanong na yun, kung meron man na nagtanong hindi na address yung questions, you can ask it again tomorrow sa standards para i-address natin yun. Or mamaya kung may time tayo, you can raise it again as much as possible. Let's try kasi nabanggit yung sa GFCI, RCBO, what would be our plans for this, wala kasi yung mga residual current devices sa Philippine Electrical Code natin ngayon. So we are considering this na may include siya kasi the fact that yung relevance ngayon na napakarami nating IEC products na ginagamit. So titignan natin yung safety consideration, which is very important for everyone, na malaman natin na pag nag-design tayo, can we use RCBO instead of GFCI? Those are the questions. Those are the things na we have to take care. Tingnan natin yon based on the requirements of the standards and the requirements of our Philippine Electrical Code. Okay? After all, kung lang na yan, it's all about both ang common denomination yan is safety. Okay? Then we are developing application guide through technical working groups. Nandyan yung technical working group part 1, part 554 ito. So earthing system and protective conductors with comparative analysis with PEC1 Article 2.50 grounding and banding. A very popular topic, yung grounding and banding na yan. So meron tayong committee, technical working group na gumawa niyan. And meron din tayong technical working group 2, is the protection against overcurrent with comparative analysis. So mga guidelines ito, we are following here the requirements. So yung requirements, very general ito, yung requirements. So the moment na kinuha mo yung requirements na yun, you have to interpret it as a guideline para mas madaling maintindihan ng ating mga electrical practitioners. Like for instance, yung National Electric Code sa US, whenever they have bring out the new edition of the National Electric Code, mayroong mga ibang parties, ginagawa naman nila, nagawa na nila, pero minomodify na rin nila. We have what we call the NEC handbook. Kung meron ka ng handbook, these are the guidelines. Okay? So they will tell you, they will explain to you yung requirements in a more easier way to understand, maunawaan ng electrician na ma-implement yung requirements ng code. So ganon. Similarly, ganon din yung ginagawa ng technical working group ng PEC1 IEC na yung requirements na ito, i-translate ito as a useful document. Because in the end, itong standard, hindi useful ito. You cannot use this directly. Masyadong, kung sabihin natin, malalim yung requirements, paano ko maintindihan ito? Then you need an experts who are in this field, may hands-on, merong knowledge, standards, like participating in international technical meetings when it comes to IEC. From there, you gather with all the mga experts around the world, exchanges of best practices. Kasi may kanya-kanyang practices, iba't ibang bansa. Ano ba ginagamit nyo? Ano ba yung... So, bumubuo ngayon ng standards. And after all, that standards na, nagiging requirements na yun, wala silang in-specify na brand ng product, walang specific na mga tawag dito, mga stakeholders na merong interest doon, but generally it's a consensus among all the experts, no? So yan, ilalabas na ngayon yung international, pero maraming dinadaanan yan na butas bago maging mapublish siya as an international standard. Then we have also Technical Working Group 3, the wiring systems, OSCO. Okay, co-compare yan sa Chapter 3, wiring methods and the materials. So, ito, ginagawa na nila. Okay, they've started everything. So, just wait for these manuals to come out soon. Kung hindi man this year, probably next year, yung mga mga chairman natin, conveners natin, nandito sila. Then, of course, talaga mahirap din gumawa ng guidelines, ano? Pero we were trying, to produce all these guidelines para sa ating mga electrical practitioners. Ito yung na-adapt as a Philippine National Standard kanina, yung inuna namin yung part 1, which is the fundamental principles. Then next one is the protection for safety, yung 4 na yun, ano? And the whole book ng one na ngayon, ng IEC series is all adopted as a Philippine National Standards na. So it's available with the BPS. Yung kaninang binanggit ko lahat, there are 35 documents. Kung ano yung saan kayo may interest doon, just go to the website of the Bureau of Philippine Standards. Makikita nyo doon, merong cost din doon. Meron siyang amount kung magkano yon. So minimal na lang. Kung babayaran mo yan sa web store, napakamahal, siguro minimum 200 Swiss francs. Mga ganon. Pero dito, probably copy na lang, 200 pesos, 300. So hindi na siya ganon, it's accessible. But when you get these documents, try to understand it, kung gagamitin nyo sa industry, sa mga work nyo, sa production line nyo, everything, in your work, you can avail of this one now. Available na siya sa Bureau of Philippine Standards. So naging PNS, lahat na yung 35 documents na binabanggit ko kanina. Okay. Then let's see the fundamental principles, the type of protection. Of course, there are 4. Yung safety concerns dito is the protection of persons and livestock. So protection of properties, electrical equipment. So dalawa yun, person and properties. Doon sa una, yung mga buhay, persons and livestock. So ano yung mga protection na kailangan natin? When it comes to persons, you have 2. We have the electric shock, and we have the yung thermal effects, Ito, you have to protect the person against these hazards, electric shock, thermal effect. But when it comes to overcurrent, protection na mo rito yung properties. It's not the person, Kasi yung person, when it comes to shock, you have like the GFCI or RCDs to protect the person. But when it comes to overcurrent, you focus on the protection of your properties, yung conductors mo, equipment mo, ganon. Ganon din sa overvoltage, Your properties din ang focus nito. Okay, you must differentiate all those things. Kasi minsan, nababaliktad dyan Akala overcurrent, protect person. Hindi ganon, It's properties. And overvoltage is properties. When it comes to person, there are only 2. You have to protect them against electric shock, tsaka yung effect, yung thermal effects. Okay? Then let's see the relationship, the PEC 1. So pag nabasa nyo yun, nandyan yung PEC 1 Article 1.0, wherein yung relationship, para makita natin saan pa nanggaling yan. Nung una, di ko nga iniintindi dito, pero doon pala, nung involved na ako sa IEC standards, then this is where I am trying to find out, actually, National Electric Code, ganun din. Of course, it's our adoption of NEC, yung PEC natin. So, ganito yun, yung relationship niya, the requirements in this code sa PEC address the fundamental principles. So, ina-address nila yon yung protection for safety. After all, ang PEC natin is it's all about protection against hazard, electricity. So, protection for safety contained in Section 131. So, nabanggit yung Section 131 of IEC standard. So, ito yung Section 131. Protection for safety rin yun, itong sinasabi rito. Then, what are those? It compasses, protection against electric shock, protection against thermal effects, protection against overcurrents, which is our topic, protection against fault currents, and protection against overvoltage. So, nandan din yung nanggaling lahat dito, yung inire-refer ng Philippine Electrical Code sa fundamental principles. So we know na they are yung safety talaga yung tinitignan nitong dalawa na to, no? So puro kanyan, puro mga mandatory requirements yan when it comes to the requirements and the safety of person and properties. Okay? So yan yung relationship, ano? Kami hanapin natin, nandun pala. Okay? Now, let's dive in now to the protection for safety. This is part 443. It's the protection against overcurrent. This is 2008 edition, pero mukhang sa latest na kwan ko is under kwan ito ngayon review na i-withdraw itong part na ito, itong 2008. Then the new one will come out, ano, sa kwan natin, bagong kwan na. So marami mga binago dito. Okay? So ang scope 4.30, this part of IEC provides the requirements for the protection of live conductors. Tandaan natin yung word na live conductors, okay, from the effects of overcurrent. Sa PEC 240.1.1 ang scope, part 2.40.1 to 2.40.7 of this article provide the general requirements. So again, they are the same, no? They are giving only the requirements for overcurrent protection and overcurrent protective devices not more than 1,000 volts nominal. Meron kadugtong yan yung above 1,000 volt, pero kinat ko na siya kasi di naman yun ang concern natin because we are focusing on 1,000 volts, di ba, sa low voltage. So sa FPN niya, fine print note, this informational note, ang overcurrent protection for conductors and equipment is provided to open the circuit. So ito yung purpose, you open the circuit if the current reaches a value that will cause an excessive or dangerous temperature in the conductors or conductor insulation. So actually we are protecting the conductors. Yun ang primary objective ng overcurrent protection. Sabi nila equipment. Of course, yung conductor mo, after the conductor, you have the equipment. So matadamay na yung protection equipment mo rin, di ba? Or whatever na appliances na nandun, na meron kang branch circuit protection. So damay na siya. Pero ang primary one nito, focus ng protection is the conductor. Kasi alam naman natin, when it comes na sabi nila na overload, yung natin kaya nasunog. So yun, titignan natin yun. Ano ba yung requirements sa paggamit ng overcurrent when it comes. So priority yan, yung conductors. Okay? And they agree with each other, no? Conductors. Okay? This standard describe how live conductors are protected by one or more devices, okay, for the automatic disconnection of the supply in the event of, so dalawa ito, no? Huwag natin paghaluin yung overload saka yung short circuit, no? Condition. So yung overload nasa clause 433, short circuit nandun sa 434. So again, let's go back to the PEC 1, the definition of an overcurrent. Any current in excess of the rated current of equipment or the ampacity of a conductor, it may result from overload. O tinatawag natin yung fault current. Ito yung fault, yung pangalawa, no? Is short circuit or ground fault. So may overload and fault current. Tawag nila rito, yung short circuit and or ground fault are fault current. Okay? So they are the same. Pareho lang yung nila, yung purpose. So they agree. What are the normative references of this standard? Para alam naman natin, mamaya maghanap tayo ng devices, ano ba yung ginagamit na standard? Kasi in every standard na ginagawa ng IEC, always you have what we call a normative references. The use of these standards is indispensable, no? Paggamit, kaya kailangan mo ng tamang reference. Like for example, you have the IEC 0269 fuses. We know that the fuses is an overcurrent protection device, no? Pinaka-popular dyan. Then pangalawa, we have the IEC 60898, which are the circuit breakers, for overcurrent protection for household and similar installations. Tawag dito, ito yung mga MCBs, miniature circuit breakers, for household protection. Kaya pag bumili ka ng MCB, yung sa product, these are product standards, Itong mga binabanggit ko ngayon. Makikita mo, nakalagay 60898. So these are for household and similar installations. Then merong isa, yung 60947-2, ito yung mga circuit breakers, mostly ang gamit nito for mga industrial, ano? So yung mga nandun, yung mga nagme-maintenance sa isang facility, skilled, no? For skilled people ito pag gumamit ka ng 947-2. Sabihin, you know what you're doing when you use the 947-2 standards. Hindi katulad ng 898 is stringent, tawag namin standard, because yung gumagamit nito, wala siyang alam sa electricity. Basta on-off lang, alam niya, no? So, hindi niya alam na kung bakit na may fault, bakit na ganito. They don't know about that. Kailangan lang gawin. Pupunta siya doon, i-reset lang, i-on ka agad, di ba? Pero dito sa 947-2, you have to do some inspection. Hindi mo kaagad-agad siya na pwedeng i-on. So the maintenance has to look onto the cause of the problem, ano? Okay? So yan ang yung pagkakaiba ng dalawang standard. But there are also miniature circuit breakers na meron siyang 60947-2. So dalawa, na-comply siya sa requirements ng dalawa. Kasi nga yung application niya sa industrial, sa highly commercial buildings, facilities, mga ganyan, di katulad ng isa, 898 is purely sa mga household, no? Residential, doon ginagamit yan. Okay? Then we have the part 552, wiring system. Of course, very important ito, na itong topic na to, na-discuss ko na rin ito, because we are talking about the conductors. Then of course, kailangan natin yung current carrying capacities ng mga conductors. So that's why nandito yung normative reference ng wiring system ng IEC. Then 60724, sa short circuit, kailangan natin yung limits of electrical cables with rated voltage of 1 kV. Okay, so we have the standard for that. Ano yung mga limitations? And 61009, these are the RCBOs, ito mga residual current operated circuit breakers with integral overcurrent protection. So meron siyang RCD, meron siyang residual current device, integral siya. Kaya napasama yan kasi meron siyang part ng circuit breaker. Okay? An RCD and a circuit breaker. So ang tawag RCBO for household and similar fuses. So those are very important mga references, no? Whenever we want to look onto the requirements of this standard, tignan din natin yun, hanapin natin ano ba yung kailangan. So general requirements, protective devices shall be provided with to disconnect any overcurrent in the circuit conductors before such a current could cause a danger due to the thermal or mechanical effects detrimental to, saan yun? Number one is insulation. Masira yung insulation mo, masusunog. Di ba? Alam naman natin, pag maliit yung cable mo, oversize yung conductor mo, yung circuit breaker mo, ano mangyayari? Hindi mag-trip. So nagiging parang fuse na yung conductor mo. Sunog yung mo, di ba? Yung insulation. Okay? Hanggat sa magkaroon ka na ng problem sa fire. Okay, and then the joints also. Okay, may mga joints, mga loose connection sa joints. Okay, thermal yung panya, yung heat na because of the loose connections, pwedeng magka-create din ng problem. So we have to detect that, yung mangyayari dyan. Terminations natin, yung mga terminations. Okay. Then the material surrounding the conductor. So all these effects, kung hindi natin titignan yung overcurrent protections, these are the things na magkakaroon ng effect dun sa mga surroundings, o yung mga immediate adjacent devices. So yan ang general requirements. Disconnect natin kaagad. Bahala na yung circuit breaker na mag-disconnect. Then requirements according to the nature of the circuits. What is this? This is the protection of the line conductors. Detection of overcurrent shall be provided for all line conductors. So lahat ng line, yung line 1, line 2, line 3, tinatawag natin, pati neutral. It causes the disconnection of the conductor in which the overcurrent is detected, but not necessarily the disconnection of the other live conductors. So may mga, halimbawa, meron kang 3-phase, nandun yung 3-phase circuit breaker mo. Then downstream, meron kang mga single phase, mga load. So you have to put yung mga right device doon para yun lang mag-trip sa baba. Okay, it will only protect yung mga branches. Then exemptions. Kailan ba karoon ng exemptions na hindi mo kailangan yung protection of line conductors. In a TT or a TN system, ito yung grounding systems ng IEC, no? Yung TN, both are grounded, grounding systems. Okay, mamaya ipakita ko na lang yung diagram to understand better what's the TT, what's the TN system, no? In a TT or TN system, for a circuit supplied between line conductors and in which the neutral conductor is not distributed, overcurrent detection need not be provided for one of the line conductors, provided, ito yung mga merong exemption, provided that the following conditions are simultaneously fulfilled. Okay, there exists in the same circuit or the supply side protection intended to detect unbalanced loads and intended to cause disconnection of all the line conductors. Letter B, the neutral conductor is not distributed from an artificial neutral point of the circuit situated on the load side of the protective device mentioned in A. So ito yung diagram. Okay. So meron kang, ito yung TN system, ano? It's actually a TNS because sabi niya rito, walang neutral. Kung tignan niyo, walang neutral yung distributed, no? So you have only, line 1, you have the line 1, you have the line 2, line 3, and the protective earth. So mostly, siguro to sa applications natin dito, kung 3-phase yan, 230 volts 3-phase, di ba? Kasi meron kang, meron kang load siguro na puro 230 volts. Okay, then line to line talaga ang kuan mo dyan. Doon mo ikakabit kung yung mga load mo is 230 volts, 230 volts 3-phase. So, dito sa overcurrent detection sa baba, ano, dito, this one, is, kung titignan nyo, dalawang line yun, di ba? Pero yun ang exemption. Huwag ka na maglagay dun sa isa, pwede lang sa isang phase, sa line 1. But, you have to do, in the main, yung sa upstream niya, meron kang isang device dun, which can detect unbalanced, no? Load detection. So, meron siyang kailangan, which will open, no? Itong circuit, kung saan siya nakakonect. So, yan yung sinasabi niya na exemption, no? So, meron pa ring requirements when you exempt not to put 2 pole dun sa kuan mo, sa single pole na lang yung nandun, di ba? Okay. Then there's another one in a TT. Ito, no, the difference is that ito lang yung pagkakaiba ng dalawa. Sa TN kasi, TNS, ganyan, ito, meron kang kuan dito, connection dito, no? There is what we call a continuous hardwire protective tawag natin EGC, equipment grounding conductor, no, papunta dun sa source. Okay, well, the other one, ang TT, you're using the soil or the earth as the path of your current, no? Sa fault current mo, whenever you have a fault, dun dadaan. So ito yung tinatawag na TT system. Sa atin sa Pilipinas kasi, the code does not, hindi naman sinabi na does not allow this system, but ang sinasabi, the earth is not a good path for fault current, ano? Hindi yun ang kanya. Kasi solidly grounded, saka connected talaga yung protective earth mo or yung EGC mo dun sa source para mabilis yung pag-trip, ano, ng circuit breaker mo. Well, the fact na maraming advantage and disadvantage ang earthing systems. Pero every one of them, kino-consider yung safety, ano? But it depends only how you design your installation. Ano ba yung kailangan mo? Di ba? Priority mo ba yung safety? Priority mo yung tawag dito, yung operations mo, wherein ayaw mo kaagad mag-trip, ganun? Or you want to for example, to reduce the fault current because of fire. Kasi yung solidly grounded system na TN ay mataas talaga yung current. So there's tendency, yung arc fault, tinatawag na arcing flash, is mas mataas, ano? So kaysa yung pag gumamit ka ng resistance, yung earth, you are using the earth as the path. Siyempre, hindi naman napakataas ang resistance niyan, kundi isolated na yan or highly impedance. But there are limited to certain calculations like 10 ohms, 5 ohms, mga ganon. Kanina pinag-uusapan natin ano yung earthing resistance na kailangan. May mga applications niyan. Whatever is it depends upon how you design your system, ano? So katulad nito, TT is a very common grounding system sa Europe. Halos lahat ng bansa ay ganyan because paano niya ma-detect sa overcurrent? Then sabi nila, there are many ways to detect it. Mababa lang yung fault fault loop path niya. So yung current, yung magnitude ng current mababa. So you have, doon nila ina-apply na yung paggamit ng residual current device para matrip yung circuit breaker. Okay? Then protection of neutral conductors. Napakahalaga, hindi lang yung live conductors. So ang requirements, how to protect the neutral, where the cross-sectional area of the neutral is at least equivalent. So pareho lang, ano? Yung line conductors mo. So maraming applications tayo, halos lahat ngayon sa 400 volts system natin, 3-phase, 4-wire. So lahat ng neutral, kung makikita mo sa installation, dati may gumagamit pa ng half neutral, mga ganun di ba? But because of the yung marami nang lumabas na mga non-linear loads, then even yung neutral na pareho na lang dun sa phase conductor, no? The same size, or even pag talaga nag-aral ka ng design mo, is there are a lot of harmonics in the system, so maaaring mas malaki pa yung neutral current mo kaysa yung sa phase current. But in these requirements, kung at least the same, sabi niya, it's not necessary to provide overcurrent detection for the neutral conductor or a disconnecting device for that conductor. So item B, where the cross-sectional area of the neutral is less, ito na yung less, mas maliit, ito yung sinasabi kong 3+ cables na 3 + 1/2, mga 50% of the phase. So it is necessary to provide overcurrent detection for the neutral conductor. So kailangan meron kang overcurrent detection sa neutral mo. So appropriate to the cross-sectional area of that conductor. Kung ano yung size ng conductor mo, ano yung overcurrent protective device mo, ano yung rating niya, it should be appropriate. Pero normally pag ganito naman, depende sa device, sa product na gagamitin mo. If it's a 4-pole, meron kasing mga device na o mga circuit breakers sa IEC na wherein yung neutral ng protective device is the same, ano, yung current detection niya is the same as the phase. Meron din makikita nyo yung 1/2 T, mga ganun, yung 50% yung detection niya. Meron ganyan, ano, sa mga products, lalo sa mga IEC circuit breakers. So what should it do? It should detect this fault and disconnect all the line conductors, but not necessarily of the neutral conductors. In both cases, the neutral conductor shall be protected against short circuit. So pinag-uusapan natin ngayon, overload, ano? So this is the diagram of this, and the TN system again. Doon sa exemption A. So makikita natin na merong distributed neutral, ano? This one. Ito yung kanina walang neutral, so walang non-distributed. So ito yung distributed, yung pinatakbo mo sa installation mo, no? Yung neutral, so yung protective earth. So you have the OCPD. Hindi mo nalalagyan yung neutral mo kasi triple 3D na lang yun. Yung 3D kasi yung terminology ng isang manufacturer. Sa halip na 3T, 3D naman yung kanila. No, may protected siya, same as the phase. So yan, same phase lang yan yung yung size ng neutral. Then for the TT, dalawa lang naman itong sinasabi natin dito. The other one is TT system. So ganun din. Meron din siya rito. Okay? Lahat ng phase. Separate protective. So kailangan protektado yung neutral mo dito. Whenever you have a neutral na mas mababa yung yung neutral mo rito. So you have to protect your neutral against overcurrent. So whenever the neutral conductor is distributed, yung N naka-distribute sa facility. So it is necessary to provide overcurrent detection for the neutral conductor of every circuit. Kaya tignan mo yung circuit sa baba, yung panel na yan, meron siyang overcurrent. No? The overcurrent detection shall cause the disconnection of the conductors of the corresponding circuit. So when it's not necessary, yung overcurrent detection, if the particular neutral conductor is effectively protected against overcurrent by a protective device placed on the line side of the supply side, ano? So sa A, then the particular circuit is protected by a residual current operated protective device with a rated residual current not exceeding 0.2 times the current carrying capacity of the corresponding neutral conductor. This device shall disconnect all the live conductors of the corresponding circuit, including the neutral conductor. The device shall have sufficient breaking capacity for all ports. Ano? So pati neutral mo, i-disconnect mo sa IT system. Now, harmonics. Ito yung sinasabi natin kanina na it's very important, especially in facility. Yan, sa mga commercial natin, high-rise building. When you know that you have a high load of harmonics. So, titignan nyo na yung neutral kaagad niyan. No? You can do calculations. Kasi alam naman natin ang harmonics, triplen, yung third harmonics, mostly neutral ang balik ng current going to the source. So mag-a-add up yan. So kailangan pag-aralan natin mabuti yan. So overload detection shall be provided for the neutral conductor in a multi-phase circuit where the harmonic content of the line current is such that the current in the neutral conductor is expected to exceed the current carrying capacity of that conductor. Okay, kung pare-pareho yung phase, yung sizes of the phases and the neutral, then you have harmonics, then you have to study it carefully. Ang gaano kalaki yung harmonics na dumadaan doon, then you have to consider. Kaya lumalabas ibang design, oversize, di ba? Yung natin, yung cables, yung conductors na ginagamit. 431.3, disconnection and the reconnection of the neutral conductor in the multi-phase system. So very important ito, no? This one is very important sa device, no? The neutral conductor. So we are talking now about the device. Ano dapat yung susundin yung manufacturer? This is where they get, the requirements of the installation. Na yung neutral conductor mo shall not be disconnected before the line conductors, no? Hindi mauuna. Why? Ano kasi tingin nyo, bakit na kailangan mauna mo na yung line? Because the moment you cut the neutral, what would happen? So, tinatawag natin floating neutral, di ba? And if you have a floating neutral sa 400 volts four-wire system, may neutral siya, the neutral, doon sa nakat, it will elevate to the root 3, yung voltage na yon, pati yung neutral. So, what would happen? Yung 220 volts mo, multiply mo ng 17.32, ang laki nun, di busted lahat ng equipment mo, ng mga ilaw mo na 230 volts. So that is the danger of cutting the neutral. Okay? Pangalawa, it shall be reconnected at the same time as or before the line conductors. Ganon din ang philosophy noon ng principal na sabay sila or mauna yung naman, yung mauna naman yung neutral mo. Okay? Then bago yung phase mo, mga sa switching. Pero yan naman, hindi naman nangyayari yan kasi sabay-sabay naman palagi yan. Diba? Kahit nasabay sila, walang problema. Basta hindi pa iiwan yung isa, yung neutral. Okay? Ito yung tinatawag natin na overlapping neutral. Whenever you transfer load from, for example, meron kang facility wherein you're being supplied by the normal, yung utility, then you have the standby emergency system, power system, mga generators. Ayan, very careful sa paggamit ng 3-pole, 4-pole, ganun, mga ATS. To consider yung neutral, yung overlapping neutral. Okay? Then this one, device providing protection against both overload current and short circuit. So, kailangan natin yan, pareho meron, except as stated, 434.5.1. Ito yung cascading, mamaya we will talk about, ito yung series, sa PEC natin, series rated na tinatawag, then we call it, cascading is not a word for IEC, pero ito nanggaling sa manufacturer, So what is this? A device providing protection against both overload and short circuit current shall be capable of breaking, and for a circuit breaker, making any overcurrent up to and including the prospective short circuit current at the point where the device is installed. So such devices may be circuit breakers incorporating overload and short circuit release. Okay, merong circuit breaker, may overload, merong magnetic, yung sa thermal and magnetic, mga ganyan, di ba? Circuit breaker, and then circuit breakers in conjunction with fuses. Sa old ways of doing protection, yung mga old facilities, way 1970s, may nakita ko nung in-audit ko yung building, nakakita ako ng mga circuit breakers na meron naka-series ng mga fuse, no? Tagal na, 1970. So ang tagal, imagine, wala na. So magre-replace na, nag-upgrade na sila. So still, nakita ko yung mga ganyang circuit breakers with fuses. Then fuses having a fuse link with GG characteristics, if you are familiar with the fuses. Kaya kanina, nandun sa normative reference natin, yung IEC 60269, ano? Ito yung mga common standard for fuses. And type GG is a general purpose fuse that can cope with lower overload current faults, that will be clear, no? High short circuit current. So, nandyan yung mga natin, yung mga type na yan. May encounter nyo, type AM, type GG, yung mga IEC terminologies na sa fuse characteristics. So, nature of protective devices, we have the devices ensuring protection against overload current only. So, these protective devices shall satisfy the requirements of 433, for protection against overload, and may have an interrupting capacity below the value of the prospective short circuit current at the point where the devices are installed. So ito yung sa cascading, mamaya yung series rated na tinatawag. So devices ensuring protection against short circuit current only, no? So ano yung mga short circuit current only? Device providing protection against short circuit current only shall be installed where overload protection is achieved by other means. Such device shall be capable of breaking, and for a circuit breaker making the short circuit current up to and including the prospective short circuit current. So ano yun? Yung circuit breakers with short circuit release only. So malaman may makikita yung mga circuit breakers walang overload, di ba? Lalo na sa mga motors. Yung may mga starters na ginagamit dyan sa protection ng motors. Sometimes meron yung device na yung because the contactor starter, it has already an overload, thermal overload relay. Then sa taas gagamit ng either fuse, okay, and or yung circuit breaker na wherein is only magnetic. So these are sa IEC kasi meron tayong tinatawag na type 1, type 2, type 3 coordination. Yung sa atin kasi minsan gumagamit tayo MCB with already with overcurrent and short circuit protection, then gagamit pa ng starter, may overload na naman. So walang coordination yun, no? So the right way to do it is to go to the standards and check really yung sa application guides, recommendations sa mga manufacturers, and those recommendations are based on the requirements of the standards, no? Yung product installations and the product standards. So dapat maging tama lang yung paggamit, yung pag-combine ng mga devices, no? When it comes to overcurrent protections. So the characteristic of protective device mentioned in this, for example, it should comply with the IEC 898, 60947. Ito yung normative references kanina. Then applies to 61009, yung mga RCBOs. And 60269, we have the part 2, part 3, and part 4. May kanya-kanyang applications kasi yan applying to low voltage fuses. Then we have the 947-3. These are switch disconnector, pero may kasamang fuse doon, no? Sa disconnecting switch, naka-built-in doon, merong nakalagay through a fuse clip. So pwede mo rin siyang gawing disconnector. So yung part 3 yun ng 60947. Then now, ito yung pinaka-highlight ng protection against overload. Excuse lang. So take note of this requirement, ano? Pero sometimes kung tama naman yung pag-select mo based on the recommendations probably of the manufacturer, yung application ng mga circuit breakers, then magiging tama yung selection mo. But to know the theory or the requirements behind these standards, ito yung nakasaad, ano, wherein these requirements are being followed by the manufacturer of circuit breakers. So remember na merong installation requirements like the Philippine Electrical Code, merong requirements. National Electric Code, may requirements. Then we have the standards body, yung product standards. They have to comply with the requirements of the installation of the code, o yung mga standards, no? Yung mga installation rules. So naka-specify na. So they have to comply to this one, and they have to produce their devices according to this. Kung hindi, problema yung kon mo, yung produkto na yan. Okay? So, ano ito? Yung protection against overload. So there's a coordination between the conductors and the overload protective device. So the operating characteristic of a device protecting a cable against overload shall satisfy the two following conditions. So, tandaan natin itong conditions na ito. Condition number 1, you have the IB. No? Yung IB is the design current for that circuit. So bahala na kayo kung ano yung design current nyo dyan. Ano? Basta IB ang tawag doon. So it should be less than or equal to the IN. Ano yung IN? IN is the rated current of the protective device. But this protective device, rated current should be less than or equal to IZ. Yung ano yung IZ? IZ is the continuous current carrying capacity of the cable. Ito yung ampacity naman natin. This table natin sa 3.10.2.6. So, i-respect nyo lang yan. Then, sure na protektado yung cable nyo. Hindi nyo babalitarin yung less than or equal. Hindi yung IN na yan na mas malaki. Ito. Doon sa IN and between the relation ng IZ, yung current carry capacity. Hindi pwedeng balitarin. Kung hindi, sunog yung kwan mo. Di ba? Nangyayari dyan. But of course, when you go to higher current, there is what we call an I2. No? Ito yung current ensuring effective operation. Itong 1.45, nasa conventional current time curve pa rin ito ng circuit breakers. No? So for simplicity, let's discuss yung mga pang-household use ng mga circuit breakers. Para mas madali kasi most of the applications, yung protection of safety of persons, properties, is nandun palagi sa final source natin, di ba? Sa end ng circuit, sa branch, nandun palagi tayo. Hindi pa masyado sa feeder, doon tayo sa branch circuits. Yun yung bigyan natin ng focus kasi dito malimit, nagkakaroon ng napakaraming problema, di ba? Okay? So, yung I2, this is the current ensuring effective operation. So, ito nakalagay is merong factor na 1.45 times yung one mo. So, ibig sabihin nito, pag 1.45 times yung ampacity mo, yung current capacity mo, dapat yung I2 mo, dito mag-ooperate na siya. It should be less than. Kasi kung above yan, yung I2 mo, sira yung kable mo, di ba? Kakaroon ng problema. Later, makikita natin yung effect sa temperature. Okay, so let's remember these conditions. So sa PEC 1, 2.40.14, the protection of conductors other than flexible cord, flexible cables, and fixtures wires shall be protected against overcurrent in accordance with their ampacities. So, ang sinasabi niya rito, 1:1 ito. Di ba? Basta ipoprotect mo siya. On this condition. Yung condition 1. Sa condition 1, talagang they agree, Pareho lang yan, yung nila, yung agreement nila na nagpareho sila. They are the same, Okay, sa condition 1 tsaka yung sa 2.40.414. Saan pa ginamit yung kanina, yung 1.45? So, titignan natin. So, this is an illustration of conditions 1 and 2. Mas madali siyang maintindihan dito. So, meron kang load. So, maximum load current mo is IB. So, as a designer, nakalculate mo na kung ano yung ilang amperes na yung load mo, di ba? So, sa zone A, nandun yung nominal current, IN, or its regulated current, IR. Yung IR kasi is the rated current. IN is the nominal. Kasi whenever you have a protective device, like yung adjustable, di ba? Trip unit, yung IN, for example, 100 amperes, in-adjust mo sa 0.8. So, 80 amperes yung rated current mo. Yun yung yung protection mo, yung current. Or kung 1:1 yan, IN equals IR. So, 100 amperes. Ganon. So, yun yung yan. Kaya makikita mo may IR sa IN. Then here you have the yung IZ. This one. This is the maximum load current of your circuit, your cables. So, nandun siya. It's after the IN. So, nandun siya sa zone B. Ito yung conventional overcurrent tripping current mo. So, you can trip dito in between, dito. yung I2 na yan, it should operate as this zone up to 1.45 of the capacity or the current carrying capacity. So after that, medyo magkakaproblema na. Then ang titignan na natin ngayon, these are the conventional tripping. So beyond that, meron yung short circuit naman, ano, na wherein you have the three-phase short circuit fault current breaking ratings, no? So yung sinasabi kanina, kasi kung meron kang yung IB mo na to, sometimes in your IB, meron kang mga load na sudden, di ba? Sudden switching, mga ganyan. So you have to consider that na hindi naman magti-trip. Kasi kung wala kang factor wherein you consider yung mga temporary overload, ano mangyayari sa kon mo, di ba? Sa circuit mo, palaging nuisance tripping. So hindi mo na siya ma-on. So the product, yung requirements nito, kaya may nilagay na 1.45 to give some allowance probably on sa switching mo. Pero normally, hindi naman nangyayari yan minsan, maliban na lang sa motor, no? Meron yan. Pero there are other devices na which can protective devices na i-consider yung starting ng motor, applying that correct type of protective device for that. Okay? So yan yung pinaka-kwan niya, illustrations of the protection against overload. Then let's see. Yung protection, let's compare now. Let's go to the PEC 1 combined with the UL, the North American Standards, and the IEC, no? So yung condition 1, let's see kung magkukuan sila, no? Magtutugma. Ano ba nangyayari dito? You can see here, yung sa IN is less than yung circuit breaker rating, or less than IZ, yung ampacity or yung current carrying capacity. For nominal cross-section, yung IEC 60898-1, these are the ratings of the current, CB rated IN. Meron yan 10 to 125 amperes, di ba? Ganyan yung standard rating sa IEC when it comes to the 60898. Then you have the corresponding cross-section. Okay, 1.5 mm squared, 2.5, 4, 6, 10, 16, 25, 35, and 50. Then the current carrying capacity, IZ, based on the 603645552, ito yung wiring system. Then you can see here, 15.5, ano? So you will use CB rated 10. So okay siya sa condition 1. And the next one, 20, 21, okay siya. So 25, 28, okay. 32, 36, okay siya. 50, 50, equal na yon. So 63 is less than 68. So 100 less than 110. Then 125 is less than 134. So ito yung compliance niya. Then let's go to the other side, North American Standard. But take note, yun sa temperature, no? Nung cable sa baba, sa IEC kasi, the PVC is rated 70 degrees centigrade, no? Insulated conductors. At 30 degrees ambient, yan nasa temperature table, B52.1. Yung dalawang table na ito, din yung pinag-aralan namin yan, yung table B52.1, that is the nearest table. Kasi ito yung 3 conductors in a raceway. Then installed siya, no, in a raceway. Ganun din, pareho lang sila ng conditions. Pagkaiba lang siya, yung sa IEC, ginagamit nila 70 degrees centigrade yung PVC, yung insulation niya. But dun sa PEC 1, okay, it's 75, ano? Okay? Meron pang ibang rating ng cables, meron ding 90. Kasi sa IEC, dalawa lang 70 and 90. Sa PEC, meron tayong 65, may 75, and merong 90, di ba? Ganun ang temperature ng insulation ng conductors. So halos pareho sila, no? So sa table 3.10.2.6, B16, ayan yung allowable ampacities, 20. So meron tayong 2 mm squared, 3.5 kasi ito yung sizes natin, no? Medyo magkakaiba sila. 5.5, merong 8, 14 mm, hanggang 50. So tama ba yung nag-meet ba yung condition 1? Makikita natin, di ba? Sa 2.0 mm squared, we have 20-20. So 25-25, they are equal. 30-35, less than yung 32. 50 is equal to 50. 60 is less than 65. 80 is less than 85. 100 is equal 100. 100 less than 115, 125. So pareho, nag-meet sila. sa requirements, either you use Philippine Electrical Code o dito sa IEC, you can see here na they respect both yung requirements. Yung requirements ng PEC it should be equal to the ampacity. Pero dito sa meron ding less than or equal to IZ, ganyan. So yung requirements that are the same. So when you want to use, for example, circuit breakers in a ng IEC, you see to it na tignan nyo yung it should be less than or equal dun sa ampacity ng cable. Para sa ganun, protektado ka na. But of course, this does not consider yung voltage drop, yung mga ganon. So, importante sa laboratory environment ito yung ideal condition. So, i-apply mo later yung mga correction factors. Then after that, yung IB mo, yung IZ mo na tinatawag, magiging IA. IA na yan kasi ito yung calculated considering na yung tawag dito, lahat ng factors, yung mga correction factors o the rating factors na ginagawa. Okay? Then this one, so yung sa I2 naman tayo, dun sa operating region, so we have here, ang requirements ng code, ng standard, is that yung curve na ito, is that you have here 1 hour, so 1.45 Z, you have to operate it, kaya niya until 1 hour, yung requirements ng standard. So your circuit breaker, your device should follow this. So ang area 1, area of complete heat dissipation, which is yung IZ mo, siyempre IZ yun, is equal to your IN, for example. Ito yung operating temperature ng conductor mo. So wala siyang problema. Nandun pa rin siya. Okay? The moment you go to region 2, yung area of limited heat dissipation, in the event of overload, ito na yung I2, dito na nag-ooperate, it's I2 should be less than or equal to 1.45. Okay? But there is a condition na ito, dapat in 1 hour, mag-release na siya. Kasi pwedeng, ano kaya mangyari kung it's between the IZ and 1.45? May mga issue na ganun, di ba? So, basta i-respect niya, yung curve na yan, hindi siya aabot ng more than 1 hour dito sa curve na ito when you reach the 1.45 of your pero normally sa actual application hindi naman nangyayari yan kasi it's properly designed naman, makikita natin talaga. So ito lang kasi yung sinusunod ng mga manufacturer para ma-consider nila dun sa pag-manufacture ng kanilang mga circuit breakers. So sa 3 naman, sa zone 3, 10 times na yan, malalaki na, I2T, those are the short circuit conditions na. Yung mga tripping niya, yung mga instantaneous na, yung short circuit conditions wherein you have to consider yung energy, yung permissible circuit temperature nito is 160 degrees centigrade, yung I2T. So, mas mataas pa. So, sa region 4, disconnection time of less than 0.1 seconds. The I2T of the miniature circuit breaker must be less than. So, may mga formula na rito, ginagamit dito. Okay? So, you must protect yung cables kasi may mga limitations yung mga conductors natin. In the table of the 60898 standards, you have many types of circuit breakers na sa miniature. It's B, C, D, meron pang K dyan, maraming. So may kanya-kanyang applications yan. But here, if they do the test in the laboratory, pag tinest nila, the manufacturer is following this test. 1.13 IN. At 1.13 yung nominal current mo, your breaker will not trip. At T, yung limits of tripping niya is non-tripping time yung tinatawag. Is T is less than 1 hour. Then yung for an IN is less than or equal to 63 amperes. Kung mas mataas yung circuit breaker mo, probably hanggang 125 amperes sa standard na ito, allowable ang 2 hours. Okay na, i-subject mo siya sa test na ganyan. After that, kung ang test current mo is 1.45, so ito sa cold state yun, hindi pa siya dumaan sa hot, yung cold state without previous loading. So immediately following test A, kapag nag-test A ka na, then dito ka na. Then, ang binibigay sa'yo, T is less than 1 hour for 63 amperes, dapat trip ka. No? Then, T is less than 2 hours pag greater than 63 amperes. So, all this one, okay, meron siyang requirements during the test. So, ito kasi nakalagay sa standards nitong minimum time current characteristic which to protect the conductor. Yung una, yung A and B against overload, no? Yung test C, D, yung E, ayan, against short circuit na yan, yung mga kinukuha niyan. Okay? Yung item D pala, minsan ito ginagamit sa load. Depende sa load mo kung ano yung type of load na i-on mo rito. So you have to select the correct type of circuit breaker. Dun sa miniature circuit breaker. Then again, let's go to the UL dito sa the same curve. Lahat naman ng circuit breaker when it comes to B, C, D, yung mga type. Even when they test this sa UL 489, under the UL 489, ang requirements, ang non-tripping natin 1.13 sa IEC times the nominal current. Pero sa kwan nila, times 1 kaagad, no? Times 1, non-tripping yon. So above that, mag-uumpisa na yung sa non-conventional time current, pero time consideration na. But kung masustain yung load na yon, overload, titrip siya in certain time. Ito yung pagkakaiba ng dalawa. Yung conventional tripping na IT, ito yung I2, no? I2 sa standards. 1.35. Doon sa IEC is 1.45, no? Pero meron siyang mga conditions about the number, the duration of the yung time, yung test na yan. Okay? And the others are spontaneous tripping according to IEC 60898. Nandun na siya kanina sa table. These are the same. Then what are the effects dun sa mga cable whenever you overload it? So in normal ways dito, temperature, we talk about the PVC kasi ito yung very common sa mga installations natin sa mga household, wherein you have 1.IN nominal. So nandun lang yung temperature mo, 70, okay, you respect it. The moment nag-apply ka ng 1.2, 120%, for sure yung cable mo, tataas yan ng 86 degrees centigrade. So since this is IEC, na siya, di ba? Above 70 na. Kahit na 75, yung sa PEC, mataas pa rin. So later, gagamit ka na ng 90 degrees THHN dito para ma-compensate mo lang, no? Pero still selecting yung 75 ampacity or yung 70 ampacity, current carrying capacity ng IEC. Then at 1.45, imagine, tignan mo na yung temperature, no? It went up na to 116 degrees centigrade. So hindi talaga siya pwedeng tumagal, no? Okay? Then the service life of PVC insulated cables according to the meron silang tinatawag na Arrhenius equation, ano? This equation, it describes the relation between the rate of reaction saka yung temperature for many physical and chemical reactions. So the cable temperature, kung 70 degrees siya, it can go to 20 years. Kung na-maintain mo yung temperature mo sa cable, abot yan, service life of 20 years. Pag naging 86, bumaba, 2.5 years lang, then 116, 1 year lang siya. Okay, in most cases, 90% of the temperature value is reached from operating temperature after 5 minutes. So matagal, 5 minutes. Okay? So yan yung curve, yung nasa kaliwa, explaining yung na yan, protection against overload. Now, position of the devices. Saan mo ilalagay yung mga devices mo? What are the requirements of the standard? So devices for overload protection and devices for short circuit have to be installed for each circuit. Of course, that's normal. These protective devices generally need to be placed. Palagi nasa origin naman yan di ba? Yung pag meron tayong yung concept natin, yung understanding, lagay mo palagi doon sa unahan, di ba? Yung pero may mga exemption. parang sa mamaya ipapakita ko yung exemption din sa Philippine Electrical Code about this, yung similarities nila. So cases where overload need not be placed kung hindi siya kailangan. So kung makikita niyo yung diagram, overload protective devices, no? Ito yung pinag-uusapan, yung P2. Yung origin, yung O. Dito dapat yan eh. Pag nag-tap ako dyan, okay, imagine this is my cable, cross-section yan, S cross-section. So dapat meron ako rito, di ba? Okay, yung protective para I will protect S2. Pero ang sabi niya rito, overload is not at the origin of branch circuit B. You know? Okay? And what condition yan? An overload protective device P2 may be moved up to 3 meters from the origin O. Okay? Of the branch circuit B. Ito yung branch circuit B mo eh. Ito, nandito yung protective. Sino magpo-protect dito sa overload? Of course, understandable naman yan whenever there is an overcurrent. Kasi dito naman nanggaling sa P2, di ba? So definitely mag-o-open ito. So wala ka na load. So at greater 3 meters lang, less than 3 meters or equal to 3 meters. Doon sa PEC 1, meron tayong requirements din na ganyan. I will show it to you yung similarities nila. So ito yung exemption, no? Na you don't put it in the origin dun sa O, but you can move it to B, sabi niya. Ayan. This one is from Mike Holt, itong kwan na ito. The illustration, mas madali siyang maintindihan. Ito yung sa 2.40.2.1. Ito yung top feeders. Ano? So ito magagamit nyo ito whenever you want to connect cables sa halip na bus bar. Kahit na bus bar, gutter yan. No? It's the same conductor. Pero from here, may mga requirements. Kung 3 meters yun, that is 10 feet, di ba? Actually 10 feet yan eh, pero 3 meters. It's almost the same. So, meron siyang exemption. Kung makikita nyo, yung sa load na yan, let me go to the other. Ito, para mas madaling maintindihan. Magalaw. Ayan. So, feeder taps. Ito yung tinatawag na feeder taps. If you are, you can use this, ano? Kung ginagamit nyo yan, it's in the top Article 2.40.2.1. So, titignan lang natin yung similarities ng dalawa. Kanina, 3 meters. Actually, 10 feet is 3 meters. Sa NEC kasi 10 feet. At sa kuha natin, PEC 1, ginawa ng 3 meters, 3,000 mm, di ba? Long. So, ito yung mga load, no? Yung 150 amperes, ito 30, 150, so 200. Ito yung main mo, 400 amperes, di ba? So, meron kang feeder tap ito. Dito ko nag-tap, itong terminal block na ito. Dito lahat sila nag-tap. So, limited sa 3 meters, no need to have a protection dito. Pero malimit, may makikita tayong mga gutter na meron silang circuit breaker, di ba? Dito nilalagay kanina ilang devices, 10 sabi. No need to put a main disconnect switch, main disconnect sa service, di ba? Pero dito, limited ka sa 10 meters. So there are conditions. For example, dito, meron kang 400 amperes. So ang requirements mo dito is that top conductors that leave the enclosure where the tap is made must have an opacity of not less than 10%. So ang pinaka-minimum mo dyan is not less than 10% ng main. So 40 amperes. So meron kang 30 amperes dyan. Okay. Kailangan i-respect mo yan, yung opacity. Then you are protected. You know? Dito. Okay? So taps not over 3,000 mm long if the length of the top conductors does not exceed 3 meters and the top conductors comply with all of the following. The opacity of the top conductor is not less than the combined calculated loads in the circuit supplied by the top conductors. And B is not less than the rating of the equipment containing an overcurrent protective device supplied by the top conductors, or not less than the rating of the current protective device at the termination of the top conductors. So yung iba, makikita natin, 150 amperes, 75 degrees, so 150 ito, diba? Yung isa 200, so 200. So walang problema. So ang pinaka-minimum mo rito is yung isa, ito, which is less than 10%, which is 10%, 40 amperes. So ito yung similarities. Meron pang isa, no? Yung mas mahaba siya, 7.5 meters top requirements. So those conditions na wala dun sa IEC, ito lang kasi yung tinitignan nila. Kaya nung nakita ko yung pinag-aralan ko ito yung similarities nila when it comes to feeder top. Actually, feeder top ang tawag dun, no? Plainly. So ito yung mga top na yan. Okay? So omissions of devices for branch circuit S2 is protected against overload by P1. Okay, ito may P1, yung main breaker niya. Branch circuit S3, okay, yung S3 under P3 is not likely to carry an overload. So nakakalculate mo yan. Then V4, dito, branch circuit is mga telecommunications. Siyempre, maliliit yung mga load mo, no? So yung illustrations where current or overload protection may be omitted. So the same case with this one, gagamit ka sa IT systems, ungrounded systems, merong mga double or reinforced insulated class 2 mga equipment o yung mga appliances, no? Hindi mo na kailangan dun as long as you respect this reinforced. Then yung sa S3 naman, branch S3, yung cable na ito is protected by an RCD, visual current device. Yung branch circuit S4 is equipped with an insulation monitoring, no? Doon sa panayon, sa P4, meron siyang insulation monitoring. Okay. Merong again similarities between the two, wherein you don't need, wherein the overload is omitted, ano, dito. So sa 433.33 ng standards, the omission of devices for protection against overload is permitted for circuit supplying current using equipment where unexpected disconnection of the circuit could cause danger or damage. No? May danger to sa humans or ma-damage siya. Examples, yung exciter circuits of rotating machineries. So we know that yung exciter circuits of the rotating machineries, nandyan yung excitation current na kapag nawala yon, walang voltahe na lalabas dun sa sa rotating machinery mo. And ang danger nun, pag nilagyan mo ng overcurrent protective device yung exciter mo, nag-trip, nag-open, ano mangyayari? Wala kang kuryente. Walang lalabas na AC voltage dun sa rotating machinery. So, ayan, wala kang makitang ganyan, na overcurrent protective sa mga exciter circuits. Number 2 is supply circuit of lifting magnets. Ito yung mga, libawa sa mga facilities o dun sa mga area wherein may mga scrap. Yung scrap na mga kotse, mga malalaking metals, very heavy. They are using, minsan hindi claw ang ginagamit, but they are using magnets. So imagine na mabigat masyado, ilang tonelada yung nililift mo. Tinaas mo, biglang nag-overload yung motor mo or whatever, yung motor mo, di ba, na nag-lift doon. Ano mangyari? Di mawalan ka ng kuryente, nag-trip. So bagsak yung mga lifting nililift mo. So again, yung danger doon, na nasa baba, whatever, may mga masisira na mga bagay doon sa baba. So these are exemptions. Then yung secondary circuit of current transformers, these are very important. We don't use overcurrent protective device sa secondary ng current transformers. It's directly connected to the current measuring device. Kasi mangyayari pag inopen mo yung circuit sa CT, mag-over voltage yan. Imagine yung conductor mo is rated 600 volts. Kung nabuksan mo yon, na-open mo, may load, it can go up to 2.5 kV. May experience na ako niyan Nangyari na open yung circuit. Then nasunog yung CT kasi because of over voltage. So it's very dangerous, Kaya kailangan mayroon kong shorting link na tinatawag, kaya yung nila doon. O mayroong mga current transformer wherein mayroong built-in resistor. Kaya pag disconnect mo, okay siya. Mayroong load, may impedance. So kung wala, open circuit, yun ang delikado doon. High voltage ka doon sa secondary. Then circuits which supply fire extinguishing devices, yung fire natin, mga fire pumps, sa code natin, ganyan din. There's no overload. short circuit nandun lang, protection, but overload hindi kailangan, no? Sa mga merong requirements yan sa firefighting natin, sa mga motors. Then circuit supplying safety services. Ito napakahalaga, huwag mong i-trip ito kasi doing safety mga emergency cases, walang mag-alarm. Ano nangyari? Wala nakakaalam, di ba? meron na palang mga alarm, fire alarm, ganun. Na-trip yung ganyan. So imagine yung mga requirements na ito is very important. So sa PEC 1 2.40.1.4A, yung power loss hazard na tinatawag, no? Yung tawag na power loss hazard, conductor overload protection shall not be required where the interruption of the circuit would create a hazard such as in a material handling magnet. Ito yung kanina, yung item B sa taas. Ito yung magnet or a fire pump circuit, no? Short circuit protection shall be provided. So kailangan mo pa rin yun. So yun yung similarities when you omit the overload, no? For certain applications due to hazards. Then of course we have the overload conductors in parallel. Okay, yung mga conductors in parallel, normally should use the same size of cables, no? Okay, same length. Pag nag-terminate, pare-pareho lang sila. Otherwise, kung ganun ang mangyayari, ang sinasabi rito sa requirements nito, lagyan mo ng protection ang bawat isang conductor, which is not also practical, di ba? So, kailangan natin talaga take note yung mga requirements na ganyan when yung protection of conductors in parallel. On time. Okay, 13. So, determination of prospective short-circuit currents. So, how to determine ang requirements? You can do calculations. So, hindi natin pag-uusapan dito yung short-circuit calculation, ng IEC, ng ANC, no? Those are different subject. Meron tayong mga experts dyan na gumagawa yan. Si Engineer Jonathan Medalla, yan na expertise niya. And he is the convener, yung chairman ng Technical Working Group 2 on overcurrent protection. Ano? So, sila yung team dyan, yung team niya ang gumagawa dyan. Okay? Then here, position of short-circuit protective device actually is almost the same, ano? Dun sa requirements ng overload. So I will not move on dito para meron tayong Q&A na. Meron pang mga ibang subject na pag-uusapan. Halos the same lang sila, no? Ganyan. Ito, pag-usapan natin ito, yung characteristic of short-circuit protective device. Which is also, meron tayo mamayang pakita sa PEC, yung similarities. So, the rated braking capacity, yung braking capacity, shall not be less than the prospective maximum short circuit. This is normal. Okay? Ang mayroon kang prospective fault level, dapat yung i-rating mo, yung yung braking capacity should be higher. Hindi ka pwedeng gumamit ng less than, di ba? Yun ang logic nun. Except when the following paragraph applies. Kung this applies, tignan natin yung economical solution, sinasabi rito. So, a lower rated braking capacity is permitted if another protective device having the necessary braking capacity is installed on the supply side. Okay, so dalawa. Stand-alone. Kung stand-alone ka, okay, you must be above the prospective fault level, no? Yung braking capacity ng overcurrent protective device mo. Kung dalawa device naka-series, okay, you can use a lower braking capacity downstream. Basta meron kang upstream. No? So ano yun? That is the product standards as IEC 60947, 60898, and 61009. Call this performance. Ito yung tawag talaga sa IEC is performance of two circuit breakers. Dalawa na yan. Ano? It's called backup protection. Yun yung terminology sa IEC. Then the IEC 60364, itong pinag-uusapan natin yung standard, uses the word combined short circuit protection. Okay? Some manufacturers in Europe, ano, yung mga major manufacturers natin, they call it cascading, no? Cascading. But in North America, of course, that is the UL standard, yung NEC or PEC natin. This performance is known as the series rating. Okay? So, tingnan natin yung pagkakapareho nila, no? Different terminologies pero iisa lang yung gamit niyan, yung meaning niyan. Okay? So PEC 1 2.40.7.7, kung gusto niyo makita yan, series rating. So let's dive into the product, ano. So what is cascading? Cascading is the use of the current limiting capacity of circuit breakers. So yung hindi lahat ng circuit breaker is may current limiting capacity, no? This one, it should be identified by the manufacturer. Okay? So it permits the installation of a lower rated and therefore a low cost circuit breaker downstream. So economical solution ito eh. Okay? The upstream circuit breaker act as a barrier. Kung meron kang short circuit, parang kinuha niya, no? Nililimit nung upstream. Act as a barrier short circuit current. In this way, downstream circuit breakers with lower breaking capacities, then the prospective short circuit at their point of installation operate under their normal breaking conditions. So cascading configuration is covered by the following standards. Design and manufacture of circuit breakers, IEC 60947-2, electrical distribution networks, no? Based on 60364. Ito na ngayon yung natin standard. Yan, cascading can only be checked by laboratory tests, and the possible combinations can be specified only by the circuit breaker manufacturer. So, mamaya tignan natin kung ano yung requirements. Doon sa natin sa PEC, ito kasi meron ng testing na ginawa, no? You cannot design that. Hindi mo pwedeng i-design na ikaw yung bahala mag-design as an electrical engineer. You have to go to the manufacturer. Meron silang mga ini-issue na mga cascading cables. Ang nakalagay naman lang kasi sa natin sa 2.40.77, sabi niya sa provisions na where a circuit breaker is used and a circuit having an available fault current higher than the marked interrupting rating by being connected on the load side of an acceptable overcurrent protective device having a higher rating, the circuit breaker shall meet the requirements specified in A or in B. Ano yung A? Yung selected under engineering supervisions. Okay? Dito na gagalaw yung mga natin, mga engineers natin. The series rated combination devices shall be selected by a licensed, okay? Select mo, licensed electrical practitioner, engaged primarily in the design or maintenance of electrical installation. So, nandun yung expertise, ano? The selection shall be documented, stamped by the professional electrical engineer. So, yung mga PEs natin. Kung merong applications na ganyan, you have to do this process, no? This documentation shall be available, okay, to those authorized to design, install, inspect, maintain, and operate the system. This series combination rating, including identification of the upstream device, shall be field marked, no? May field mark yan, no? On the end use of the equipment. For calculated applications, the engineer shall ensure that downstream circuit breakers are part of the series. Okay, so napakalaga yung requirements ng ating code, ang responsibility ng ating mga electrical practitioners in using the series ratings na tinatawag. Now, to make easy life for us as electrical practitioners, may knowledge na tayo what is cascading, what is series rated. Then let's go to a sample manufacturer cascading table. Siguro alam na natin kung sino to, di ba? Mahilig sa green. Okay? So, lahat ng manufacturers sa Europe, even sa US, no? Meron silang yung mga MCBs na wherein they were tested and UL 489. Meron din silang cascading na publish, ano? Pero yung gamit kasi noon, it's not for the local use in the US. It's for export kasi hindi allowed na gamitin yon because depende kung nasa requirements ng code na i-allow nila. Tinatawag kasi rito, meron kasing listed na tinatawag. So, ang nandun lang kasi compliant to the UL. Pero yung listed kasi napakahalaga nila. It must be listed. Okay? So, for example, this one, 380 volts, 415 3-phase. So, let's go here sa isang type of breaker. So, ito, 25 kA, yung breaker mo sa top stream. So, nagkabit ka ng miniature circuit breaker, this model, 0 to 5 to 25 amperes. Okay? Siguro kilala nyo yung IC60N na yan. Kung titignan mo yung rating sa breaker is 10 kA lang, di ba? Imagine, 25 kA yung prospective fault level mo. So, kung stand-alone si 60N, yung si MCB, hindi pwede, di ba? So, ngayon, kailangan gumamit ka ng upstream. Normally, ganyan naman na nangyayari. Meron tayong, for example, panel board, okay, with a 125 amperes, 25 kA. So pwede kang gumamit ng 10 kA na mga miniature circuit breaker to reinforce the capacity. So nung na-reinforce siya, naging 25 na rin siya. Di ba? Dito, sa crossing na to, naging 25. But this one, you have to refer to tables. Ano? Careful tayo sa application. Ano? Whenever we do series rating and everything, gamitin nyo to. Then together with the requirements of our code na kailangan supervise ito, i-stamp ng professional electrical engineer because ito lang yung sinabi rito, no? Licensed electrical practitioner. Documented and stamped by the professional electrical by the PEE. So stamp nyo yan. No? Pag sinelect niya, basta hindi nyo sinubmit sa construction or sa mga, merong documentation na ginamit yan because ito, ginamit ko yung sa manufacturer, na-validate nila sa laboratory ito. Therefore, I will allow to use this. Okay? So, yan yung practice na dapat na gawin natin. Let's refer to the cascading tables of the manufacturers. Okay, for cables and insulated conductors, all current caused by a short circuit occurring at any point of the circuit shall be interrupted in a time not exceeding that which brings the insulation of the conductors to the permitted limit temperature. No? For operating times of protective devices, it should be less than 0.1 seconds, where the asymmetry of the current is of importance, and for current limiting devices, K squared S squared shall be greater than the value of the let through energy I squared T. So may mga calculations to. We will not dwell on this one, but these are the requirements of the standard. So ito is being quoted by the manufacturer of protective device. Meron sila mga tables na nilalabas. Whenever you go to their catalogs, meron sila dun mga curves, meron silang cable limitation curves on certain individual and certain types and models of their circuit breakers. So yung rito, for short circuit of duration up to 5 seconds, the time t, which a given short circuit current will raise the insulation of the conductors from the highest permissible temperature in normal duty to limit the temperature, can, as an approximation, be calculated. Formula na ito, no? Gamitin yung formula na yan to take the temperature rise. So t, the time is the duration in seconds, so how long kailangan. Yung S is the cross-sectional, I is the effective short circuit current, okay, and K is the factor taking into account. So merong table 43, which is this one. So nandyan, this is IEC, so nandyan PVC, thermoplastic, actually PVC, thermoplastic 90 degrees, meron silang EPR or XLPE, yung mga thermosetting, 90 degrees din yun, okay. Then rubber, we have the mineral. So we have all this one. Yung final temperature nakalagay. Okay, whenever you have short circuit, ito. Dapat malimit lahat dito, no? For PVC, 160. Merong 140 greater than 300 mm squared. Sa PVC naman, ganyan, sa 90, 160. So ito yung sa mataas sa XLPE. Minsan, puro XLPE sa mga high power, di ba? High current insulation. So, yan. Then these are the K na K ng mga conductor na yan when you want to check the time. Normally, meron na tayong protection coordination study, short circuit analysis. Gagamit ka ng software. So, yung mga data na yan sa IEC calculation, nandun na lahat yan. But you have to understand kung saan nanggaling, yung requirements. Kasi we have also standards for calculation sa IEC, sa ANC. But normally, they refer of course, to the product standards, titignan nila hanggang saan yung limitation. And for the requirements of the installation, kailangan ma-consider lahat yun sa software. Okay? So, dito tayo magtatapos. Ito, palagi kong iniiwan ito sa lahat. No? Remember, it is always permissible to do more than the code requires. Okay? Permissible siya. But never permissible to do less than the code prescribed minimum. So, as a designer, as an electrical engineer, we can use the IEC standards. So, let's understand the requirements. Yung mga, basta maunawaan natin yan, we can use devices that can comply with the requirements. Basta wag lang tayong bumaba dun sa requirements ng Philippine Electrical Code. Above that, let's proceed it. Be careful. Meron na tayong mga guide. So, thank you very much for this time. 4:27, so meron tayong Q&A. This is my number. Okay? Yan, kung may gurong gusto magtanong, di natin masagot lahat. Later, ang advice natin, ibigay yung mga question and answer, question dun sa natin, technical officers natin dito. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. So, any top share ko muna.
Thank you so much for that insightful talk, Engineer Binondo. To make this program more interactive, let us open the chat box for the question and answer portion. If you have any question or clarification that directed to Engineer Binondo, feel free to comment your thoughts in the chat box.
How to be a member. Basahin ko na lang dito sa chat box.
Yes, sir. Okay po, sir.
Merong una, from Gustavo Ferrer. Maganda to. Sir, how to be a member of your committee? What are the requirements? Okay. Sige, I will take note of this one. Of course, ito yung namin, ano. Number one is your availability. Commitment mo, time. Kasi kung member ka ng committee, then magpa-member ka lang pero hindi ka naman uma-attend sa mga meetings. So, hindi rin siya encouraging to be a member of the committee. So, kailangan talaga rito yung time mo. No? Meron kaming monthly meeting. Pag may mga discussions, uma-attend ka, ganun. Then, very important, if you join the PEC1 IEC committee, you must join also the IEC expert management system. Ano? Kung gusto nyo maging, there's a call now to participate in IEC. So BPS is the government agency kung saan papadala nyo yung mga request nyo to participate on the BPS technical committees. Kasi yun, mostly nandun kasi yung kung paano ka mag-join sa IEC, it will be through BPS. So i-evaluate yung CV mo, no? Yung experience mo, then kung okay siya, then they will register you as an expert. Kailangan natin na IEC, ilan lang kasi kami na member ng IEC community. So I would encourage, katulad ng nagtanong, we are interested. It's good, we welcome yung lahat tayo dito. Tulong-tulong tayo, kasi time will come. I don't know if Engineer Lopez Jun, my mentor, is here. Someday, ilang years na lang, itatransfer namin ito sa inyo, lahat. It's good that we started this advocacy kasi para lahat kayo magiging aware. Not only in the Philippines, paglabas nyo sa Pilipinas, kung nakita nyo yung community ng IEC, halos lahat, gano'n, So, hindi na kayo bago, Everything you can have a knowledge on it, be an expert on your own field using the IEC standard. So, welcome po kayo, You can write the technical, mamaya bibigay ni yung email. Para kung may interest, you send your CV immediately, kahit sino naman dito, you can send it to Arjen o sa namin, Publications Committee. Sa training. Then we will entertain that, don't worry. Okay, everybody is invited. Okay. Then next one is in a multi-phase system, what is the possible root cause na pagtaas ng voltahe sa line to neutral pag nagka-genset while normal naman while using Meralco. Banded ang neutral and ground and normal ang voltage ng line to line. So, in what we call a separately derived system, sa transfer switches, the transformer is a separately derived system kasi nakahiwala yung primary sa secondary. This is what is yung grounded niya, naka-ground dun sa source sa transformer. But your generator is not a separately derived system, Wala siyang primary generator lang, nag-iisa siya. So normally when you have so voltage, 400 volt system, you have a load line to neutral. Then meron ka pang tinatawag na ground fault protection monitoring. What would happen if you use a three-pole? Yun ang ginagamit nga. Magkakaroon ka ng nuisance stripping, At mawawalan ka rin ng protection dun sa generator mo. madi-defeat yung protection ng ground fault protection. Meron tayong diagram dyan, probably maikuan ko sana yun, pero wala na tayong oras. Pero for sure, pag ganyan ang system mo, gagamit ka ng 4-pole, no? Kung meron kang ground fault protection. Yung pagtaas ng voltahe, because ang reference voltage is always to the neutral, no, grounded, ganyan. Whenever you do it, ang source ng grounding mo is both yung source mo naka-ground pareho, but you have to use a 4-pole system para hindi babalik yun sa neutral. When you have every fault andun sa source na yon, hindi babalik dun sa kabila. Otherwise, mahahati kung naka-solidly grounded na yon. Kung meron kang fault, pupunta dun sa generator mo, pupunta rin dun sa sa normal supply source mo. So, pagbalik sa neutral ng generator mo, lalabas siya. Anong nangyari? In dun sa sensing niya ng current transformer, current in, current out. So para siyang RCD na cancel, di ba? So wala siyang tawag dito, sensing, zero. Kaya naging zero sequence. So tataas talaga yung voltahe niyan whenever you connect disconnect the neutral. Walang reference point. That's the main problem with cutting the neutral. Lalo na sa 400 volts three-phase for wire system. Okay. Hi, good afternoon. Ask ko lang po, anong reason ng discrepancy ng 70 degrees Celsius IEC, then 75. This is purely on standards. Alam naman natin yung temperature sa Europe at sa US, halos pareho sila. But meron silang tinitignan. I don't exactly know what's the rationale behind. Probably na-establish nila 70, 75. So really, I'm not sure kung anong rational, bakit 70, bakit 75. But as far as standard is concerned, nakalagay na siya dyan sa 70 degrees, yung IEC standards. But of course, yun sa pinakita ko kaninang table, you can always analyze that table para nasa safety zone ka pag gumamit ka ng circuit breaker ng IEC on a cables based on the Philippine national standard, yung available. Kung IEC, wala ka ng problema. Gamitin mo yung table. Di ba? Kung ka sa PEC with the UL products, wala ka ng problema kasi, or the UL 489, okay ka na. Di ba? Pero pag pinagmix mo, yun ang tingnan natin mabuti. Kasi mixture tayo rito. But you must be knowledgeable based in-explain ko sa mga standards available requirements ng code at ng standards to use this information para maging safe yung installation. Okay? Good afternoon. Ano pa? When does IEC require a design to use 4-pole CB, especially in condominium and high-rise building? 4-pole, normally when you have again, 400 volts. Sa high-rise ngayon, 400 volts. We have a line to neutral voltage of 230 volts. So very common yan, yung installation na ganyan. Then as you know, nowadays, napakaraming electronic loads, ang tinatawag ng non-linear loads. And non-linear loads create harmonics. Saan pupunta yung harmonics? We know na pupunta sa neutral, di ba? So we have to put 4-pole, iproteksyonan natin yung neutral. Kung hindi mo binigyan ng protection yun, kanina yung presentation about harmonics level, mataas, we have also to protect the neutral. Maaring yung cable mo, the same phase as the neutral, ang size, mas mataas. So, ano mangyayari doon? Your ampacity is, is less than, di ba? Less than the nominal rating doon sa neutral mo na 4-pole breaker. Ano mangyayari? Kung wala yun, masusunog, di ba? Kakaroon tayo ng problema. Then, it's a good way to use 4-pole circuit breakers with full protection. Kasi ang product kasi ng breaker, merong yun ang titignan natin, half ba yung protection, 50%. Meron ding iba, full protection yung neutral niya. Ina-adjust yun may mga adjustment sa neutral protective overcurrent device. Basta meron kang 400 volts three-phase system, use 4-pole. Automatic na yon para maiwasan mo yung circulating current, emission stripping, and yung lalo sa mga ATS between the utility and the emergency. Use 4-pole when you have the 400 volts three-phase four-wire system with 230 volts line to neutral loads, yung distributed neutral. Since PEC 2000 is adoption of NEC, since PEC 2017 is an adoption of NEC 2017 FPA 70 by United States using ANSI standards, and in the Philippine Electrical Code 2017 section 1.0.1D appendices, non-mandatory information relative to the use of the PCE1 is provided in appendices. Galing ito kay Jose Gordon Gomez. But are included for information and purposes only. Appendix F, PNS for electrical products, referring to IEC. How do we harmonize the use of IEC in the Philippines, referring to section 1.0.1.5D of the Philippine Electrical Code? Okay. So, mandatory information relative to the use of the PEC is provided in appendices. So, yung nasa Appendix F, since na informative lang yon, it is not mandatory na tawag dito na implementation. Lahat ng Philippine National Standard, unless na ito ay na-adapt ng any regulation on any regulating agency, na-adapt en toto at lahat or part of it, magiging mandatory yung part na in-adapt nila. Ganon, no? Tulad ngayon, meron tayong mga installation for PV, for car vehicle, mga ganyan. So naghahanap tayo ng mga standards throughout, lahat IEC, UL, ganyan. So yung mga yun, pwede nating ilagay as reference because all of these reference are good to know. Kaya marami tayong IEC, pero meron kayong gumagamit. Di ba? Lalo na ngayon, and this forthcoming, I will also recommend to put all the adopted IEC 60364 kasi yung mga nandun, product standards lang. So, it's good to know na kapag nakita nating PNS, doon sa likod, merong access lahat ng electrical practitioners to go to BPS and get a copy of the standard. Kung gusto nating malaman talaga, may apply yan. Because in interpreting the Philippine Electrical Code, kung tayo lang, wala tayong mga reference na iba, saan tayo maghahanap? Di ba? Internet, okay lang sa internet, baka maligaw pa tayo doon, napakaraming information. So good. But let's go to our Philippine Electrical Code. Nandyan yung mga right reference. Kaya inilagay yun, we want all electrical practitioners to use those references. Pag PNS, wala na kayong problema dyan. Go to the BPS, nandun available sa library nila. You purchase it maybe 500 pesos, 400, 1,000 pesos. Di ba? Then magagamit nyo lahat yan. To understand. Truly, it's very important to know those standards na magamit natin. Hindi lang yung na-publish dyan, nandyan lang, din na natin tinitignan, di ba? So, tingnan natin mabuti yan. So, ang harmonization, we are trying. Mahirap kasing mag-harmonize. The way how we do it is to adoption part of it. Like for example, may nagtanong about RCB, RCBO, RCD, and the GFCI. Of course, sometimes hindi naman applicable yung GFCI on certain voltage classification. For example, the GFCI is applicable for maximum of line to ground voltage of 150 volts. Okay? So, gagamitin mo yan sa mga, for example, 220 volts, pero meron kang center top sa transformer mo, which is grounded, yung center top, then that will be line to ground nung isang line mo is 115 volts. So, you can use GFCI. Pero dun sa commercial, wherein you have a 400 volt system, okay, yung line to ground voltage mo, because grounded yung transformer neutral mo, is 230 volts. So, hindi applicable yung GFCI. Class A, yung pinag-uusapan dito, the Class A, which is the very common use in dwelling places sa mga mga residential. Yung pinag-uusapan natin ka na GFCI for residential. Iba kasi yung sa industrial Iba naman yun. Okay? So, kaya lalabas yun. Yung RCBO, we are recommending this one to be included. The RCD pala, ang general term is RCD, Residual Current Device. Ito yung sa IEC, sa Part 443, 441 ng 60264 standards. So, ganong mga bagay yung ginagawa natin sa PEC 1 IEC is to look on all this one para ma-address natin yung mga issues, yung mga minsan misconception, yung mga gumagamit tayo ng minsan hindi natin maintindihan, pwede ba ito? Ito hindi pwede. So this is our mandate to look onto this one and i-share natin ito sa lahat ng mga electoral practitioners. And I thank the committee, ng PEC 1 committee, PEC 1 IEC committee, standards committee for talagang nagkukan lahat sila tulong-tulong to give right reference, mahirap intindihin yung requirements, but the moment we do application guides, doon tayo mas madaling maintindihan yung mga requirements. Okay? Share ko ba sa email yung copy ng prestation? Definitely. Pag umattend ka rito, it will be with the technical officer. So, bahala na silang magpadala. From Bernie Laguni, good afternoon, Sir Conrado. Based on the formula, the rated current of the protective device is to be or at least equal the design current for that circuit. Is load with a high starting current necessary to have a higher value of IN? Further, is there a possibility of a prolonged overload current being lower than the current causing effective operation of the protection, lalo na sa simultaneous operation ng ating mga loads? So again, ang requirements dyan is that you must protect it as much as possible nearest to the ampacity. Pero may mga ibang bagay kasi na halimbawa mataas yung starting current. So you have to select the right type of circuit breaker, Kasi merong operating yan, yung 5 times IN, meron yung 10 times IN, 20 times IN, mga ganon, di ba? So mayroong class B, yung masyadong mababa, 3 times IN lang yun, yung operating niya. Then yung C is 5, di ba? And yung D is 10 nominal. So yun ang piliin mo para the curve itself, kahit na ilapit mo siya dun sa the same nominal current mo, tsaka yung rated current ng conductor mo, yung sa curve mo, magkakaiba yung tripping time . So, nag-start ka ng motor, how long, di ba? Hindi niya naabot. At meron tawag na override, dun sa curve na yon. So, just select the correct type of circuit breakers. Yung kaninang pinakita ko, yung B, C, D, merong K, merong 1 sa 947-2, standard na niya yung K, type K, matataas na yon. So, doon naman sa sustained na load between the, minsan nagiging issue yan, between doon sa 1.45 tsaka yung 1.13, siyempre merong temperature rise na dyan, So, ang gagawin natin doon, the solution na nirecommend ng IEC is that gumamit tayo ng higher size of cable. Ganon. Gumamit, yun ang solution na nakita. Nakita nila yung problem na yun. Nasusustain, yung tama yung sabi mo. Mabuti nga natanong mo yan. Yung in-between, pag ganun, i-design natin at a higher size. Ano ba yung sumunod, di ba? Hindi naman siguro napakalaki times 2, hindi. The next size of conductors. Okay? So, yun yung mga solutions dyan. J. Dulungin, appropriate sizing of neutral conductor, expertise way of sizing neutral conductor. Normally, kung 3-phase 4-wire system ka, it should be always the same as your phase. Yun ang best practices. Kung mataas, based on your calculation, di oversize mo yung neutral mo. Okay? Ano yung kay J? For power transformer neutral. Yun din ang sagutan doon. Meron pa bang iba? Dito sa Q&A, hanggang kay J, dulungin na lang. Meron pang iba?
Yes, sir. We do have po sa my chat box.
Okay.
Eto, sir. From Engineer Rory Gonzalez, LGU for building permit are commenting to use the NEC or PEC standard rating for breaker like use 60 amp instead of 30 amp. How to inform the LGUs that IEC rating are compliant with our Philippine standards?
Okay, when it comes to the rating, alam natin na magkaiba, Meron yung 30, 32, halimbawa ganun, merong 15, 16 amperes. So, na-allow naman yan, meron namang provisions, because na-mention naman yung mga ibang ratings which may be allowed to be used. So, normally, ganyan sa code, pati sa IEC standards, merong strict requirements, pero meron ding exemption to the rule. Kasi nakita din nila yun, you can use alternative, pero ilalagay mo dun para maging guide mo yan ng designer, no? Na, pwede pala to. Ngayon, wala kang makikita ganyan na breakers na 15 amperes. O maliban na lang kung yung sa residential, yung mga bolt-on, yung mga UL listed o yung NEMA rated. Meron silang mga circuit breakers na ganun pa. Pero commonly, pag IEC is different. No? The only thing here, kailangan maging clear yan sa code. Then, katulad ng piniliwanag ko kanina, there are tables to compare. No? Na mayroong pagkakaiba talaga, pero look onto these two, nasaan ba yung minimum requirements, no? Nako-comply ko ba yung minimum? So doon tayo mag-dwell, no? And of course, with respect to the LGUs natin, of course, they are mandated to follow the Philippine Electrical Code. Napakahalaga niyan, ano? But when it comes to discussion like this, the professional electrical engineers, yun yung minsan na may provision doon, have to decide. Kahit na mga bagong product na wala pa sa code natin, di ba? Then the one who will decide, yung practitioners natin, na to do calculation, and okay na yun pag justify mo. Kasi tulad nyo, pag-select mo ng series rated, kailangan, noong una nga, hindi ko nga nabasa yun, pala ko, kasi sumunod ako sa table. Di ba ngayon, nabasa natin, kailangan stamp ng professional electrical engineer. This is the requirement na dapat na gawin natin, di ba? So, ganun lang. We must go on. Let's explain. Ano? Wala namang kwan dito na magtatagisan tayo ng kwan with our kwan natin, mga agencies natin. But siguro sa pagpapaliwanagan, referencing, using standards, regulations, everything, talagang kailangan talaga i-kwan natin. Kasi yung sa PEC talagang very strict yung requirements. Pero how to interpret it, maraming ways, ano? How to meet, to go to the same point na requirements. No? Maraming solution. But as long as we respect the requirements, i-ikot natin. Tingnan natin na maging safe yung ating installation. Okay?
Sir, we still have a question in our chat box. From Engineer Alan Santillan. Any ideas on BPS tie-up with other standard organization like ITU and ISO?
Sino BB, ano?
BPS tie-up.
BS?
BPS, sir.
BPS?
Yes, sir.
Bureau of Philippine Standard tie-up with ISO?
ITU and ISO, sir.
Ano yung isa? IEC? ISO?
ITU, sir.
ITU?
Yes, sir.
Actually, BPS, meron tayong memorandum of agreement, okay, with IEC and ISO, pero hindi ako familiar dun sa isa. No? All the standards, lahat ng ISO and the IEC is through BPS. So meron tayo sa IEC, ang kwan dito is being represented by the National Committee of the Philippines, NCP, yung link dun sa IEC. The ISO is another one, merong ibang grupo dyan, but it's through all the Bureau of Philippine Standards, yung dalawang standard organization. So nandun lahat ang standard sa kanila. Kasi meron tayong agreement. So we have access. The Philippines may access IEC standards, may access sa ISO. So a lot of ISO, kasi yung ISO is more on management, ano? Quality management or management standards, performance standards din. Then merong agreement. Pero ina-adapt din natin yun. Yung mga may ibang committee na may hawak dyan. Adoption of ISO standards. Okay?
We still have, ano po sir, sa chat box po. So from Engineer Zandro Baruk, what frequency service as the basis of IEC, sir?
Come again?
What frequency serves as the basis of IEC?
Frequency?
Yes, sir.
What's the basis of frequency?
What frequency serve as the basis of IEC?
Okay, IEC sa installation standard sa product, meron yung merong 50 Hz, there is 60 Hz, and of course sa high current or in the use the aeronautical is the 300 Hz, no? Yun ang basis ng standard. So dito sa atin, since 60 Hz, na-address din nila yun. May mga products na manufactured on 50 Hz. So, katulad ng AFCI, wala tayo doon. Diba, tinanggal yung AFCI kasi walang 60 Hz na available. So, ngayon, may mga manufacturer sa Europe na wherein yung AFDD ang tawag sa Europe ng AFCI. Nakapag-produce na sila ng 60 Hz na 230 volts. Kasi dati 50 eh. You cannot apply that one, yung 50 na yun sa Philippine settings. Okay, so those are the frequencies na na-consider sa standards. Pero isang tanong, Anonymous, yung mga MCB po, like General Electric, ano pong type yung A, B, C, D? Wala po kasing naka-indicate. Hindi naka-indicate yung A, B, C, D. Then you have to go to the, mahirap minsan kung walang nakalagay. Ano? Kasi even the UL 489, meron silang BCD, yung IEC, wherein tinest din nila yon to validate yung mga kwan. So ginagamit din nila yon sa US, lalo na yung mga Eaton, mga ganon. You can go to their website. You can find a lot of the MCBs according to UL 489. Then pag nakita nyo yon, makikita nyo yung curve ng IEC, no? 6089, yung BCD, mga ganyan. K. Sa 947-2, nandyan yung type K curve. No? Okay? So, dapat mag-comply. Yes, another one?
Yes, sir. Due to time constraint po, we will only having last two questions for this.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Sir, another question from Engineer Gerald Bukirin. Are we required to place a neutral wire for solar PV system from the inverters to the tapping point if the inverters are producing balanced three-phase?
Well, I'm not an expert on the PV installation. No? Probably, yung tanong mo bukas, please attend yung sa presentation ng ating chairman, Jack Perone from IEC. I think, ikuan natin yon. Can you take note of that? Kasi he will be talking about the PV installation. Nandyan din bukas si Engineer Aman, yung expert natin sa local installation. No, in the afternoon, we can ask that question to them about those rules. Then we can go to more from them. Kaya umaten kayo bukas, ano? Let's take note of that, okay? Para maikuan bukas, maibato natin dun sa mga experts. Thank you.
For our last question, sir, it is from Engineer Leonardo Letchica. What is the equivalent standard for UL and NEC? Chinese manufacturers do various types of protection devices. What standard are they adopting?
Well, let's say, for example, miniature circuit breakers. Punta kayo sa mga DIY. Dami nyo makita dyan na iba-ibang brand. Hindi yung well-known na brand. Ano? And you can see IEC 60898 and IEC 947-2. Meron dyan, makikita mo. Pero I don't know kung, kasi they were allowed to come into the Philippines. So kung medyo metikuloso tayo, let's probably refer this to go to BPS. And kasi doon sa tindahan, wala silang makuha doon. Ay bibigay, sabihin lang, isa nandyan na sa shelf eh. Pero kung titignan mo, halos IEC standards, no? Majority, kahit yung sa China, na nilalagay nila yung IEC standards. But we don't know if this has been tested o dumaan sa mga testing. Yun ang nagiging issue. So sometimes let's purchase. Ito ang isang recommendation to deal, especially purchasing ng mga natin, gagamitin natin mga lalong-lalo na household circuit breakers. Let's go to the one with the well-known OEM and they have the technical support, no? Dito sa Pilipinas. Kung doon lang, dahil mura, doon ka bumili sa shelf, then already isipin mo yung safety, no? Yun ang importante. We are talking about safety here. Tignan nyo kung yun ay makumamaya sa mura nga, tapos hindi mo naman alam na yung pala yung quality ng product. Hindi na-test or nailagay yung label lang, nailagay ng label, hindi naman talaga ganun. So, yun ang mga titignan natin, no? In dealing, in buying or acquiring lalo na circuit breakers. It's safety, protection for safety yan, yung overcurrent protection. Okay?
Thank you so much, sir.
Sige. Bukas naman tumatin kayo. Ngayon, nasa 635. I hope tomorrow, 1,000. Kasi tomorrow, nandun yung UL. No? A lot of mga experts from the UL, from USA. So, maaaring ma-address lahat ng questions. And in the afternoon, we have the IEC naman sa installation ng PV, the chairman of the TC64 ng IEC. So, nandyan siya, nagsasalita rin. And we have also our own experts, yung si Ma'am Marites, si Jun Bacujo, Engineer Jun Bacujo, si Engineer Ahman. They will talk about yung installation coordination, si Engineer Tess Pangilinan, about using the SPDs application, si Jun Bacujo about electric shock, no? Napakahalaga nun. And of course, Engineer Ahman will talk about the PV, solar roof PV installation. And the UL expert and the IEC expert. So pinagsama-sama na lahat. So please attend this one tomorrow. Don't forget. Okay? Thank you. Thank you everyone.
Jump pack po pala yung for tomorrow din na event.
Oh, full tayo doon. Dami nating one doon. Ini-squeeze nga natin kasi hindi magkakasya. Dito kasi marami tayong oras.
So,
Nakaabot pala tayo ng 5. Sabi ko kayo ay tayo abot
So yun, thank you so much again, sir. So let us proceed to the awarding of the certificate. So Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, this certificate of appreciation is presented to Engineer Conrado C. Binondo for imparting valuable insight as technical resource speaker on the topic PEC 1 IEC Harmonization IEC 60364 Part 4 to 43 Protection Against Overcurrent for Low Voltage Installation. During the Code Compliance, a Pathway to Safety webinar in conjunction with the 48th Annual National Convention and 3E Expo 2023 with the theme IIEE at 48, moving forward collectively as we pave the way to the world of opportunities and digital innovation. Given the 27th day of November 2023, signed by our National Secretary, Engineer Alberto R. Herrera Jr., our National Vice President for External Affairs and Exhibit Bureau Director, Engineer Esperanza A. Collado, our National Vice President for Internal Affairs and Convention Bureau Director, Engineer Florigo C. Varona, and our National President, Engineer Lyndon R. Bague. Again, thank you so much.
Thank you very much everyone. Thank you. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you too. Thank you.
A short announcement for everyone that the evaluation form link has been posted to the chat box, and make sure to fill it up for us to improve our service to you. So before we move to the closing remarks, we want to remind you that we still have a mega raffle draw at the end of this session. Moving forward, let us have Engineer Gregorio E. Guevara, the overall chairman of the PEC committee, for the closing remarks. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to commend the different or the respective chairman of our PEC committees. PEC 1 led by Engineer Ray Santiago, PEC 2 by Perdi Villarreal, and PEC IEC by Engineer Conrad Binondo. So I would like to thank also the good job done by our staff for the preparation of this webinar. Maghapon pero maraming tayong natutunan. Very informative topics were discussed today. And of course, yung ating mga participants, we will be giving you the presentation as promised. And also, I would like to invite you to participate actively because we are now revising the PEC 2017. So hopefully, we will come up with the PEC 2024 kung time permits. So kung gusto nyong, I will invite you, encourage you to give your inputs to the PEC committee, especially with the ongoing revisions. Meron tayong mga references dyan. So you can join your respective PEC chapter. As for your information, 2 years ago, we have already created the PEC 1 chapter level. So every chapters in Metro Manila have now their respective PEC chapter. So kindly inform your respective PEC chair in those committee, and you can actively participate, and you will get the references that we're giving for your benefits. Now, I would like to also to take this opportunity, since I am a member also of the election committee, yung mga hindi pa nakakakas ng vote sa atin, pakibigyan po ng oras. So we will be having our vote hanggang na lang yan. I think Saturday at 12 noon is the last day or your chance to cast your vote. So we're having a target of about 30,000 para ma-surpass natin yung last year. Yun lang po, and then for the revisions of the PEC, meron tayong form na nandun sa PEC 1. Pakigamit yung form na yon, and you can email it to iiepublications.com, or mas maganda, isubmit nyo muna dun sa respective chapters. So the respective PEC committee on those chapters can consolidate and discuss it. And yan naman, i-discuss natin sa national once we have consolidated the inputs coming from the members. So that's it. I would like to thank again the speakers, the participants, and of course of all our members who participated. Maraming salamat sa inyong lahat. See you tomorrow for the opening of the exhibits. Until Saturday, we will be at SMX. Thank you, and good night naman, good afternoon. Salamat po.
Again, thank you so much, Engineer Guevara. So, as mentioned earlier, we will have our raffle draw again. So this will be the last raffle draw for this session. For this raffle draw, the winner will receive 1 PEC2. For the mechanics of this raffle, winners must be present to the Zoom meeting and must type the code IIEE to the chat box. Again, to determine the winner, we will utilize the power of the Wheel of Names. You know the drill. Let's see your fate. Engineer GC June and Garachon. Congratulations po. Titingnan natin kung nandito siya sa Zoom. Oh, unfortunately, wala siya dito sa Zoom. So, madami pa kayong chance para manalo. So, again, andyan. Again, let's spin the wheel. Congratulations, Engineer Ryan B. Balon. Let's wait for our technical committee. Ayan, nandito siya. Congratulations, Engineer Ryan B. Bolensky. Ayan, you will receive 1 PEC2 for this raffle draw. So, the IIE staff will reach you out regarding to your prize. Thank you. Thank you so much, guys. So, thank you everyone for participating this webinar. See you at SMX Pasay at November 30 to December 2 for our 48th National Convention. Stay safe, everyone. Bye.
Triple X to the O like a tic-tac-toe. Whoa. And when I look around, it's like I'm at a freak show. Whoa. Flirting with a freak and she took my soul. Whoa. And she don't let me go like Calypso. And she don't wanna wait till we get home, so we can do it here at the disco. 2 white girls to the blue sheet, fill them up. 2 white lines of the pure sheet, leave it up. Flaunt that ass in my face, I fill it up. Don't talk much, but that one look said enough. Goddamn. To the break of the dawn, she give it up. Glued to the way she behaves, so venomous. Move like a snake in her lips, so venomous. Go ahead, pick up the pace like whoa. Wanna see what you could take right now. Sit it all up on my face like whoa. Letting me know what it tastes like. Working that pole till the break like whoa. Wanna go back to your place right now, but I can tell you don't wanna wait that long, so we could do it here at the disco. Goddamn. Yeah. Goddamn. She don't let me go like I live so. Goddamn. Yeah. Goddamn. She my legs to the old like a tic-tac-toe. Whoa. And when I look around, it's like I'm at a freak show. Whoa. Flirting with a freak and she took my soul. Whoa. And she don't let me go like a leaf so. And she don't wanna wait till we get home, so we could do it here at the disco. She work in Miami, but she go up in Colombia. She work in Atlanta, but she flying in Fanola. She in Palisana, downward dog, but this ain't yoga. Bend it over for a young high roller. Popping that back and it's real, telling me to feel how I feel, and it feels like whoa. Get a whole room, turn the headers. Little queen king with friends, and the friends like whoa. Filling my cup full of gin. On the shots that me stand, giving in like whoa. We could drive back to the crib, so we could do it here at the disco. Goddamn. Yeah. Goddamn. And she don't let me go like I live so. Goddamn. Yeah. Goddamn. She my legs to the old like a tic-tac-toe. Whoa. And when I look around, it's like I'm at a freak show. Whoa. Flirting with a freak and she took my soul. Whoa. And she don't let me go like a leaf so. And she don't wanna wait till we get home, so we could do it here at the disco.
I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till our downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try,